Futures trying to get back to the upside here this morning as we await Fed Chair Powell. We look towards what is going to be no change as far as interest rates are concerned. Coming up this afternoon, we'll pay more attention to what is said, however, at 2:30 when we get some Q&A going on with Mr. Powell and any indication as to what they're planning going into the not only the end of the year, but maybe the beginning of next year going to be key. We did get, just before we came on here at 8:15, ADP employment change, which came in lower than expected. So the market liking that. 113,000 there on that ADP employment change number versus 150,000 expected. 89 was the last print, however. So ticking to the upside as far as jobs gained according to this ADP report. Again, 150 expected. So we have more to come this morning. 9:45, S&P Global Manufacturing, the PMI, 49.8 expected there. Then we'll get the ISM number and JOLTS job openings for October is the PMI, and then September JOLTS job openings. That one can always move the market. 9.6 million expected. One of those numbers that typically does come either much higher or lower than expected. Obviously, the big jobs now coming up on Friday morning. Then we'll get private or not private payrolls. Non-farm payrolls at 8:30 on Friday morning. Chinese EV deliveries out. We'll touch on all three of those moving around here this morning. AMD, obviously the big earnings named downside on their forecast specifically. It's November 1st, if you haven't checked the calendar, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there's a look at Boeing. Goldman Sachs adding BA here this morning to their conviction buy list. So nice gap to the upside so far this morning for Boeing. We'll touch on that a little bit. We'll touch on some of the other airlines maybe a little bit coming off of earnings downside overall. I'm just going through overall the indexes here. So for the month, looks like the S&P 2.17% downside. For last month. The NASDAQ coming off a negative 2.07 downside print as well. No one looks at the Dow, but I'll check that quickly as well. 1.3%, all three major U.S. indexes negative for the month of October. Let's see if November can be a little bit better. We'll look to some big tech moves potentially here to get things started as some help as we head towards the Fed. We are seeing yields back to the upside this morning. The longer term, 10-year, the 30-year, both holding above 5% this morning. So that's not going to help. Again, it's all going to be about what Fed Chair Powell has to say. Sharif still off under the weather this morning. It's Fed Day, guys. Going to be an interesting one. Good morning.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Fed Day is usually an interesting one. We're not going to get a change, so welcome everybody. You got to be paying attention to what is moving, especially until 2:30, let's just say, because at 2 o'clock, I'm expecting like that old whipsaw action and maybe not even that much of it. And then when Powell talks, that's the thing that's going to matter today. TLT just made a big move and is still continuing up 80 cents here. Let me just pull it up because this is screaming into yesterday's highs, or at least trying to get to it. We're bouncing off 83, half, now through 84. So big move up in treasuries. You just had the Treasury come out with some data on their long-term auctions. So for now, the market's trying to get green, but buoyed, obviously, by the move in TLT there and the data that we've had this morning. Everything can change at 2:30. I always say this, no matter what has happened up until the point of 2:30, you throw everything out the window and you just want to play the action. But until we get there, AMD earnings, it's weird because I actually thought, there was a move after market, but it came right back in, actually. So, you're still in the middle of that pocket they were in before. And Wayfair does not have everything you need. The good news for Wayfair is that this isn't the worst looking earnings chart today. There's actually a few that are much worse. This Estee Lauder is down an absolute ton on their report as well. So a lot to watch today. A couple of potential, more than 10% down SSR levels could watch here because 28% short float on Wayfair, down already 11%. That'll be a spicy one. I'm not gonna make this up. The hero of my neighborhood was a few houses down.
Yeah.
They had their table out and they were handing out their candy, and they had the hot apple cider with a little something something for the adults if you wanted to spike it up. It was a little cold last night.
It was a little chilly last night, yeah, but it was good, man. My kids, we just let them run around by themselves. They went wild out there. It was crazy. They got so much candy. It was insane. But we didn't have that many people at our house. I was telling Mark, so I don't know.
Really?
Our neighbors, yeah, like a couple streets down did. I guess normally our street gets hit, so I don't know, but we'll take it. That just means there's more candy lying around my stupid house now, too. So, yeah, there it is. Ooh, look at that. I like that DX feed there. That's pretty nice. Yeah, hit those QR codes. Let's get ready to rock and roll. Look, Apple right now is running. I wrote down on the sticky note, which I'm putting out in a minute here, the same level as yesterday, man, this 171 for Apple. Yesterday, we looked at 172. If you can come to the screen, Fabian, just quickly for a second. That 172, I really liked it, but now we'll look at 171 here. I didn't think the market was going to be green today. I thought we could just sort of hang around until Fed, but that number nicely done here at 8:30 on the job. So we'll get more into that as Brendan dropped it for us. But nice move up to 14.5 right now. It looks like we are still rocking and rolling on this market. So let's wait to see what Fed has to say for everybody today. We should be ready to rock and roll. This 14.5 has been pretty important on the NASDAQ. Let me just show you quickly here a little bit of a longer term. There it is. So we're trying to, we bounced up against it here the last couple times we've tried to break higher. Stopped, right? Stopped. And right now, we're right back up there on economic data. So that's nice. Like, we want good news to be good news for the market, right? So if the market can go back up to the upside, that's something that we want to continue to watch out for. Hopefully we can get going. And then I honestly think if we can have a decent day today and the Fed can just be a little bit, I mean, I don't know how hawkish he's going to be, but if we could just turn that rhetoric around a little bit, what about like a 14.8? Can we get up to 300 points here today? Something in this area, let everybody calm down again, then make the trace back up to 15.5. I don't think the water's clear, though. Some of these earnings, and I was just saying to Neil, that the biggest surprise for me is, like, if you just look at, you talk about how stocks get reweighted or repriced or, how bad it can be, and then all of a sudden it's good again, right? I mean, Amazon, I was just saying back 3 days ago, was down at 118. Like 3 days ago, now you're up to 133.50. It's like something dramatically changed in their business, over 3 or 4 days. We got a good earnings report. It hit to the downside. Earnings report helping this name get back up over the 50-period moving average. So I really like Amazon, but it just shows you, what one report can do. Hit it to the downside, then when all the, sort of the air is clear. We've got a couple up days now in the NASDAQ, so a good report like Amazon has been, helped that stock. And then the other name was I want to look at too today, if we're going to be an update, which it looks like we are. Unfortunately, I had some red ideas on the sticky note. We'll get to those. But look at Microsoft, again, another name that had a great report, right, that spiked up to 340, then got hit all the way back down to 330 on Meta, on Google, on some of those other names that we've talked about. And now that bounce is creating another opportunity to get right back up to that 340 level. So there's been some nice stories in the NASDAQ, that is for sure. So we'll see if the NASDAQ can hold. NASDAQ up 23% this year is a little bit sketchy because, honestly, when you have Microsoft up 50, Apple up 50, Tesla up 120, well, not anymore, NVIDIA up 100, all these things, there's a lot of action in many names that don't reflect the overall market. So let's see if now we can get economic news and then hopefully a dovish Fed, which I don't think will be there, but hopefully, and that can spark some better prices. I mean, even another name, I've never been into this, and I was looking at Neil today, and I was like Caterpillar is down to 220 off of 280. That's a big level there, 280. Obviously, we have this stupid, what? I didn't get short at 480 up there. I know,
right?
But 280 right there, that was such a great level. Now you're dipping down into more support that if you go all the way back into the springtime, you're back down here to 205, 206 again. So let's see if Caterpillar has a little bit more to go to the downside, but there's a lot of opportunities to trade today. It's just, we may get a little slow there after the first couple.
First half an hour.
Yeah, I hate saying that because if we're going to trade off levels, and yesterday we did Q&A on the market recap show, so at 4 o'clock when we're doing that, we got a bunch of different questions, and someone said, like, what is your trading style? And then we talked a little bit about support and resistance and things like that. So if levels still hit, at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, I think you still trade them, right? So All right, it's going to be a good one. And with the volume that we just saw come in into the futures, right? I mean, this should create some more actionable ideas here today.
I was actually reading a note last night. This was as of the close on Monday. It was around 10% of the S&P 500 only still above their 50-period moving average, which was tells the story, is exactly what Sean was mentioning there. A couple of interesting notes here as we head towards, the Fed, obviously. More economic data to come if you missed it. Again, S&P manufacturing PMI, ISM manufacturing PMI, JOLTS job openings coming at 10 o'clock. We get some construction data. There's a ton to come all before 10 o'clock. We actually had 8:30 there. This could be why the TLTs popped up there as well. U.S. Treasury came out with a refunding purchase number, so $9 billion to $112 billion, which was below $114 billion that was estimated there again for U.S. Treasuries. So that would definitely move. TLT. Here's WeWork. This came out after the close yesterday. Big gap downside this morning. WeWork officially filing for bankruptcy protection. I'll get to that in a second here. But a ton of things moving around as far as individual movers this morning. This was yesterday, if anyone missed it. Everything green, 0.5%, 0.65 there for the S&P. The Dow, 0.38, 0.91 for the Russell as well. Yeah, shout out to DXFeed, brand new sponsor for us this morning. Welcome, DXFeed. Make sure you check that out, guys. Scan that QR code. Great features over at on their platform. Futures performance here this morning, all red, downside. This is what I was getting to if you scroll down here a little bit more. Yum China down on earnings this morning. PayC earnings. Here's WeWork, 32% downside, filing for bankruptcy protection after the close yesterday. A few other interesting names on here, including AMD. We'll obviously get to Avis Budget Car. The ticker moving around here this morning on their report. PayPal's downside again. Qualcomm a little bit under pressure. A ton to choose from so far here, guys, this morning in the pre-market.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, I could have said something about WeWork when I chose to point out Wayfair and Estee Lauder, but I figured why not to kick them while they're down. This is probably a cautionary tale for anybody that trades off of these like reverse splits, and the moves that these things can do. Now we knew this was coming for WeWork. It's not a surprise, but they still had the reverse split going back in September and had a big bounce. Like it did a double up after reverse splitting. You reverse split, stock's going to go down eventually, and that's what ended up happening. And you get the bankruptcy. I don't really see anything. Like if you're just looking to stab at it, just keep in mind, like at any moment, this thing can be headed to the OTC. So that's the first thing you have to consider. But there's probably going to be some trades here. A lot of times before you get that last gasp, there can be some bounce plays in there. I think I would want to be fading any move to the upside. Like if it gets to if it sniffs previous bottoms, 180. If it sniffs an even dollar level, $2, maybe even just like this 160 area. Like, I just want to be looking to short pops. I remember that's what it was like for Bed Bath & Beyond. It was pretty good if that's what you looked for. So I do want to be on that name. Just want to be able to respect any kind of bounce plays that we'll get and wait them out, look to fade it, because ultimately, it's probably going in the wrong direction if we're counting these kind of things. Now the NASDAQ actually just went green here. Very, very briefly, just keeping in mind here, 14.5, like this is more or less what we couldn't get past in yesterday's rally and for the last little bit of a week. So we're basically 0.03 to the upside, but you're at the resistance spot. I think you want to see how we respond to it. The ES, same thing, like you're at yesterday's top here, 42.2, and that was a good support level. So if we cannot bust through right here, I want to look for stocks that are at resistance levels at this point. I think some obvious breakout candidates, if we get above here, Boeing's going to stand out at that 190 level. Any earnings play is probably going to be available for you. Apple is certainly one. Obviously with levels here on the ES, Apple's going to be pretty much at that 171 level from the last couple of days. So you want to trade those key levels, understanding if you jump the gun and are trying these breakout longs before the buyers emerge, well, you get out in front of yourself too much. And that's what happened. Smile Direct, not Smile Direct. SoFi did that the other day at 760. It couldn't break out. It's right back in there today. You want the buyers to show up above these key levels for any breakouts to happen. This has been a very range-bound, short the tops, long the bottoms kind of market the last week or so, and I think you want to stick to that till it's broken.
Yeah, I was just going to highlight Apple as well. I mean, I have Ford on my mind as well here on a Barclays upgrade, but I really like this Apple again at 171. I mean, like we were just saying, the market has a nice little rally here, and it pretty much stops again at 171. So we got as high as 170.80. I think with earnings on deck for Apple as well, this is going to be something that we definitely want to have a quick look at here today. And then we're going to get over all this. I really like the Boeing upgrade as well over there at Goldman Sachs. And again, oh man, bad wick again up there to 12 bucks. Going to be hard to look at this on this chart, but I'll get it figured out. But there's that bottom of 970, right? So now you're coming in and getting an upgrade from Barclays. So I believe something like this should probably hold there today off that bottom, and as long as we don't get too much more negativity on Ford. There's going to be a couple plays here that I definitely want to look at as we jump the gun here. It's still 845. Nice move up for the NASDAQ. Let's see if it can hold this 14.5 level. You know, some of these prices will definitely change. I don't think Ford's going to dance around too much here today, but some of the big tech names like an AMD that just reported, right? And so I think AMD did well, man. They held Ford. We are going to get to that as we go through the watch list. It's probably the #1 name on our board here in a minute. But I really like it up here to 100 bucks. As long as we keep on bouncing our head up against that, I think it's a sell. But again, you know, AMD helped this market today. You know, they were all the way in, and that was bad. I woke up this morning, NASDAQ was down 0.5% or maybe even a little bit more, and now you're starting to get back up to the upside here. So let's see if these economic numbers, and it's a busy one today, as Brendan's mentioned, can help sort of stabilize some of the uncertainty here today.
I'm going to mention that Boeing note. The market still, guys, pushing higher here. Back to the upside we go after that ADP number. If you're joining a little bit late, ADP private payrolls number that came out at 815 higher, but still below estimates. So a good look as far as employment is concerned. Here's Boeing. Goldman Sachs going to conviction buy from a buy already for Boeing. So 1.12%. After a pretty nice rebound yesterday, basically closed at day highs, 2 or 3 days here now in a row. I actually sat down and tried to listen to some of that Rogan podcast last night with Elon. The guy looked tired. Like, he looked very, very tired. But, I mean, they talked about a ton of stuff. I only got a quarter of the way through it. Obviously very interesting as far as Elon Musk is concerned. But he was saying that SpaceX specifically in a very, very good spot now that Boeing specifically has abandoned their satellite constellation plans as well. Here's another one, North Coast Research, whoever that is, upgrading Boeing as well to a buy, guys, from price target of 217.
I don't know who they are. I don't know who you are, North Coast, but I like you. I like what you think about Boeing. I mean, I just want Boeing to go up, ultimately. I want to shout out to Mr. Westermeyer. Thank you for the super chat there. You just had a question about what site we use for implied volatility. I just said I use Options AI. If there's a different one, there's lots of opportunities out there. I even think DXP might have something like that as well. So you're always hunting for the best tools available to you. A lot of times, it's not to say that the expected volatility is like the be-all, end-all, but it's a good gauge as to what the expectations can be. And then the next day, if you're expecting like a 5% move, okay, and you overextend past that, you expect to see a few people caught offside and move like that. And if it doesn't happen, then vice versa. So it's just, that's probably the reason why a lot of people look at it there. That's what we're all about. Mohammed, thank you for the super chat. Wayfair, a big trap. Which direction? That's the real question. Like, it could be a trap because it's an SSR bounce, but I wanted to get to Boeing because whether or not it's conviction buy, I mean, or upgrades or whatever you want to say, Boeing has been getting its butt kicked. And I agree SpaceX has a huge advantage right now. I think what they're doing is pretty impressive technologically. It's really cool. It's just absolutely cool what they've accomplished. And Elon, I mean, why? Of course he's tired. He's a busy guy. He probably should be tired. Like, let's be real about that for a second. But Boeing 190. You know, like, this stock has tried to bounce a couple of times. Well, it's bouncing now, but it already tried to bounce in the 80s, like 185, and stalled out at 200. Now bouncing at 175, and it's right at 190. So, you know, bounce 15 bucks in a week. The last time it did this, it hit 200 and promptly dropped 25 bucks. So this is a pretty decent test here for Boeing. Like, can it punch through this 190 level today and really get going? Now, first step is, hey, the market's showing signs of strength. That's not a bad thing. B, I guess you have a couple of catalysts there with those upgrades. And C, even if it doesn't break it at 190, literally anything can happen after 2 o'clock. So regardless of the open, if this can't get through the 190, maybe there's some kind of like a dip buy in at previous close. But if it can't get through 190, if we come back in the afternoon and at 2:30 there's a market rally, I do not want to forget about Boeing. Like, if we rally on Fed talk and Boeing hasn't taken the 190, then I know I'm gonna like that. I'm gonna like a 190 break at 2:45 or 3 if Powell on the podium takes us to the upside. I do not want to forget about this level, but it's got to break through. Breakouts haven't been the best trades. You want to make sure you see that buying out in front of it. That's what I care about for Boeing today. And all I was saying with Wayfair is, like, trap in what direction? Like, this stock, remember, when a stock gets down 10, 15%, oftentimes, like, a bounce play is, I'm not saying it's inevitable, but shorts have to cover. And when shorts have won like this, even a small move to the upside on the chart, like, it doesn't look like a big move on the chart, that is a huge move. Like, this just went from 13% down to 1% up. So when you're chasing that move, just keep in mind that shorts that just wanted to take some profit are absolutely laughing here, and it's got a 28% short float. So it is a big float as well. It's crazy when you're going to have, it's no longer going to be SSR. I mean, Estee Lauder will be SSR, but this will no longer be SSR because it's going to open up that 1%. But it's a trap in either direction when you have a squeeze name like this. I don't necessarily think you want to chase along like that because the quarter wasn't good, and I think it's more of just like a squeeze play that I will patiently wait to fade. Although I got to check to make sure we even have free locates.
Oh, I don't know.
I actually don't know for you.
I haven't even looked at that name. But I really like that Boeing 190 level. I think it's a go time level there, especially on the Goldman Sachs conviction buy. I really like it. I think there's a good opportunity here for Boeing to continue its march. It's been a nice move, man. I mean, that was great from 175 all the way to 190. I'm here for the long. We put it out. It's on the sticky note. The sticky note is now out. You guys can go find that, and it's in the top right-hand corner right there. Boeing 190, Goldman buy list, let's go. So I really, I like it. We're going to play price action right there. And like I said, regardless of Fed day or not, if levels are coming through, I think you got to play them. So we're going to do that. Let's just see. And if I have to take it off the open, I have to take it off the open. Honestly, we will do that. But just hold on. Let me check to see if there is a buy imbalance because it's on the New York. So these will be updated as of now. The NASDAQ comes out at 925. I don't see Boeing on here. So as of right now, it's not much interest as far as in market on open order, which is good. That's what I'd like to see. I don't want to see any interest on there because that will affect the opening price a little bit too much. And like if you have a big buy order that comes through, you might run to 190. Then I punch long and it's just basically exhaustion from that buy order. I mean, I would love to see this name fall in a little bit, hold this 188, and then we'll take 190. But either way, I feel like missing that long may be a mistake. I'll probably take it with like maybe half the amount of shares on the first go in case it does fade out. It's just like what happened yesterday on Meta when it crushed through that. And again, we talked about this. It was a huge trade. There, meta.nq. This could take 300 again. But when it took 300 the first time yesterday, it actually bounced around. It went back up to like $300.80 or something. So we punched short, we got short, then it went 80 cents against us, and then the tank happened, right? So that could easily happen again here for a Boeing or for anything like that, right? With even less liquidity on a New York name than on a NASDAQ name. So I would wait for Boeing for a full default, but I really do think that 190 is something that you're going to have to take.
All right, a few other movers to keep in mind here this morning. First off, NCLH. I mentioned the travel angle this morning. Norwegian with an earnings report. Basically flat on the session so far, but the initial move was downside in a pretty big way there. 12.5 comes into play. Huge wick forming, though, on the daily chart. Back to almost positive already here for Norwegian. Spirit Aerosystem, anytime Boeing reports, typically SPR also going to come through with their earnings report. Overall, I mean, Boeing's going to be the bigger story as far as that is concerned. I got rid of the Norwegian. No, there it is. Revenue was $2.5 billion, missing just over that, essentially expected. EPS 71 cents, beating though versus 69. They did cut their full year forecast for Boeing. There was one other one that Canada Goose as well. Shout out to Canada. GOOS, another earnings name. So on a day when, here we go back to the upside for the overall market, a ton of things looking like they want to test higher along with that.
It was so cold yesterday going out for Halloween that I actually saw some people in Canada Goose jackets. Well, some parents in Canada Goose jackets. Like the kids just don't care. They literally don't care. We're lucky to be able to put some light gloves on my daughter. She's like, no, you're seeing all of my costume, and I will not be. Kids are they're indestructible. Canada Goose stock isn't indestructible. I hit the old Canada just because it's a Canadian company, not because I think this is going to be good or anything. It's just the seasonality sometimes is a good thing for them, but down 5%. Retail is getting smoked right now. I mean, we talked about Estee Lauder a little bit, or at least we mentioned how far they were to the downside. I think it gets a little dicey. But I wouldn't necessarily sleep on Spirit because, look, I mean, Boeing's a $190 stock, and SPR has in the past, when Boeing has had a good day, has outpaced it sometimes percentage-wise. So if you look at where SPR is, if Boeing takes out the 190, it's not really that unreasonable that you could break out this channel, the recent channel that SPR is in. I mean, I guess it's trying to break out this one at 23, but until it cracks 24, like if this gets through 24, that's a pretty sizable gap fill that it has going for it. So this one, while not the highest in terms of volume, it's actually not done much of anything in the pre-market. It's still a really good looking daily chart. I mean, if Boeing's going to go, and let's just say you miss out on Boeing, this has a lot of room, and it would not surprise me. Percentage-wise, this is a name, if Boeing goes up, it typically is going to beat Boeing on a percentage basis. It doesn't necessarily mean the trades are as good as a day trader, but if your cup of tea is cheaper names, and this one can be on your radar in lieu of whatever we get with Boeing at that 190.
SPR, you know what? I haven't even looked at that name. That would have been probably a good one to look at. We have about half of the position here on WeWork that we want. So I don't know. We're already in the short. It might not be good. I mean, I don't know
short
right now. So I think the short would be okay, but we'll have to wait to see. It is popping a little bit. Its low was only 136, so I'm short at 140. So it's not. This is not a crazy trade at all. We actually have a locked market right now, which is not supposed to exist. That's
messed up.
Yeah, just looking at, because it must be, yeah, see something, oh yeah, just looks like it was one share there that was blocking it. All right, so just on this trade, I don't know. Like I said, we're going to be able to average into it, so it's all good. But 170 maybe for an out somewhere here on a WeWork. I don't know. We do have to pay for shorts. The 200 period is 185. Anyways, just want to go over it a little bit because we're in it now. And I just wanted to get in case it does, really make this move down. And I was offering 140, so we'll take it and see. Whoops, we'll see my earpiece is charging now. I left it out yesterday, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem. But anyways, we're not planning on getting in and out of this in the pre-market. Let's just wait to see if we do get a move up here. I mean, we could get out if it breaks 150 maybe. I mean, that's kind of been, and then we can regroup if that's the case. I feel like, we should probably do that. Well, even though I'm only in a small piece, it's just, don't want to start the month off here with a bad decision on a stock that, we're just kind of playing for a momentum move. And actually, let me see here if, and you don't want to get too involved in the pre-market, which is why there's WeWork right here, which is why I was telling you guys, the amount of share size. It's about a third of the shares that I would eventually hope to have on this if I'm actively trading it. So let's just wait to see here. WeWork making the move. We're short now. I don't know. I feel like you want to short pops on this name. So let's go. We're now short here. Hopefully, it's making the move down right now, but there it is, breaking through 140 to 141. WeWork, there it is, 139. So again, we have our plan of action. It's to stay short this name. We'll probably take a piece out if it takes through that 150 area. So let's just keep on monitoring it. We'll watch it. We'll average into this trade, but a little bit of a sleepy one here to start the day. WeWork, filing for bankruptcy. We talked about this on the recap show as well. When that came through, everyone was like, oh my God. But the thing about WeWork is, you could say like, oh, the price isn't really, maybe it's not that bad, but where it's come from, you've it's split 1 to 40 right there as well. And if you're just gonna go back over, just have a look, like where we were last year. This is November 1st last year. Basically split adjusted pricing of 110. So how much are we down here at 139? I mean, 99% basically.
You don't want to know the high.
Oh no, I mean, I don't even, if I go to the weekly, it's like
575.
Yeah. I looked at it yesterday because we talked about this on the after show. And I was just like, oh, you guys, I was like, oh, we work $1. Like, a lot of stocks are at $1. And then I was like, nah. You got to understand that they did split 1 to 40. So it changed completely the price dynamics of the stock. So that's why when you go back and you're like, oh, look where we IPO'd at or whatever. Now you're all the way down here. The past low, as you can see, was 184. So we've well taken that down right here, right now. And we are in a we are in a WeWork short to start the day. And it's good. It's in the money now, 2 pennies. So I hope some of you got those 142s, but let's see what happens right now with WeWork as here we go, starting the short on this name.
All right, just one more here quickly before we get going into what's on the watch list this morning. Match Group, Tinder owner, if you're wondering who that is, MTCH, down big time here. That's the daily chart, obviously, but huge volume into earnings last night, down more than 8% right now. It was the guidance. They actually pointed to, I was reading in their actual call, inflation and higher costs hurting the bottom line overall, not only in this quarter, but going into next quarter. So another one that could be under trouble or in trouble today, under pressure, is MTCH. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. It's free. Why not? Use that QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live and enter your email address, and then that comes right to you every single day, right to your inbox for free. Just appears magically. AMD, top of the list to start things off, about to, right now actually, go positive, or I guess it did, back to the downside a little bit here. What a move that was after the close yesterday. It was all about the forecast going into Q4. They did project $2 billion in AI chip-related sales going into next year, but the forecast a little bit light here for Q4. Back to the upside, though, guys, for AMD.
Yeah, I mean, it tanked because the guide wasn't good, then it bounced because the AI guide was good. So that accounts for the price action that you saw yesterday. Unfortunately, it doesn't break the channel, which I don't think this is necessarily something that you would have expected. I think you can still test top or bottom in the upcoming days here. And this is just the lower highs I'm putting on the daily chart and the lower lows as well. So unless you get to $90 today, you're not testing that unless you get to 105. But the 200 period moving average resistance at 100 is in play, especially after the bump we just got in the futures. So that is definitely going to be there for you. And again, the fact that you're essentially just inside of the aftermarket range, you're not trading at any new prices. I look at 93 as an obvious bottom. The other one to watch would be the afternoon or the late morning support, or I guess we'll call it the lunchtime support at 96. We also had previous close there to begin the week at that 96 level. So that's the first line of defense, then 93 into that downside. Just the way that Intel reacted, it's hard not to like a little bit of a bounce. It feels as if for most of the chip names so far, you've been making some bottoms and attempting to bounce as a first look, but that 100 does stand out because it's still that 200 period moving average. Speaking of chip names, it's still going to be on the radar for what has been a slow churn to the upside off 35 on Intel. I think next stop, yesterday it held at 35.5. Today, can it hold 36 on any strength from AMD? They're a little bit behind the market, and this one, the overall market, I'm missing a few days on my NQ chart. But this one, if it gets to 37 here, like 37 at 37 and a quarter, that would be the short zone. It's like $1 away, so would have to be a pretty strong upward move, hopefully off that 36 level. And then I would short Intel at 37. ARM is again at 50, but it doesn't really, that's not a stock that I'm paying as much attention to. I think it's going to be AMD, Intel. Decent chance. Micron, I don't know if Micron ends up making, maybe it does. Okay, I'll throw it up here. Micron, decent chance it could make a breakout here. I don't think we see 65s, double bottom at 65 on Micron, but over 67, you have two matching wicks at 67.5. So this is a long I would not chase up here given the way it's rejected 67. But I doubt we see 65 today, but if the market really rolls over, then that could come into play at 65.
Yeah, I mean, chips have been like, it's almost like pick your poison. We had TSM come through. Yesterday we had a huge trade on NVIDIA that I wasn't really expecting. Like we just wrote down yesterday, I think it was on our sticky note as well. I have to find it, but it was in the corner. It was just like NVIDIA 400, right? And it's just like, it's just one of those crazy ideas that came through yesterday. And we were able to make the bottom wick yesterday at right off the open on NVIDIA. We got that short and we got the bottom wick at 493 or 393, yeah, right down there. So, and then it just managed to go up $18 or whatever from there, which was absolutely wild. And then we wound up chasing NVIDIA a little bit at the end of the day. And then remember we were going short at 408 and somehow lost, only for it to close the day at 404. So yeah, NVIDIA weak sauce there. Look at this 408 level, again holding right upside. I'm not looking at NVIDIA today. It doesn't mean that I won't at some point. But right there, 98.50, AMD, a nice move, came right back in. So I think we're dead right on our sticky note level of $100. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. You always want to trade even levels. Like I told you yesterday, Meta was a monster trade 300 short. NVIDIA was a monster trade $400 short. Those were breaking down, a little bit different than what we're having to do with now. Now we'd have to have AMD come up to 100 and then fade back out, right? So I want to try that. 99.80, something like that for a nice move back in for AMD. Let's short any kind of pop on this. If you're going to guide, and what I wrote down was really simple, man. The stock market is based on future value of a stock, and they guided back and forth. They gave a bad guide for their revenues, but then they talked good about AI. So that's what bounced at $4 straight to the upside once the call started going on. So although Sharif isn't here, I'm sure Lisa Su was probably wearing a blue jacket. And I just really think that this $100 short is going to be something that we're going to want to look at until it's wrong. So we're not going to be stubborn with it. We were a little stubborn yesterday. AMD, yesterday we went 7-1. AMD was the only red name for us, and that's because we kept on trying to fight the short, and it just didn't work at 98. So we fought it over and over again. We're not going to do that. It was a small hit. Today, hopefully at about $100, we'll be able to handle it, right? So $100 short on AMD. We'll try it once, twice, but not thrice. WeWork making a move back now. We're bidding 130s.
All right, just quickly before we go on, I was reading a updated short note on Digital World Acquisition Corporation. So this goes back to October 15th. So total shares shorted for DWAC as of October 15th, 132,000, which was an increase of 5.4% from September 30th, which was 125,200. So I got to go back to the middle of the month, but a little bit of a uptick there for DWAC as far as short is concerned. Let's talk about these Chinese EV delivery numbers, essentially. That's the news this morning. You saw Lee and XPeng there. NIO, interestingly enough, the smallest of the three as far as the number is concerned. XPeng 20,000 and change here, up huge. Year over year, 31% month over month. Even Li Auto, shout out to Sharif, 40,422. I'm sure he'll be banging the desk on this one when he does get back, hopefully by Friday this week. But not bad here, guys, as far as these three are concerned. Again, NIO, the smallest number in total of the three, about 16,000.
NIO lagging those other two. That I for one am surprised at that. No, we're not. Not at all. We'll get to, just one quick thing before we get there. Got to point this out because a lot of people said this in the chat and want to acknowledge it. Bitcoin is making a run at 35,000 pretty much as we speak. This is a daily. I can throw up a 15-minute to go back. So kind of making a run. It's pulling back a little bit, finding some resistance just underneath 34.9. But strong move to the upside. That'll put Coinbase and Mara and Riot back into play at that 35,000 level. Look, XPeng. Okay, we can care about the delivery numbers, and not often you've seen, despite impressive numbers, a sell the news kind of event. I would have thought that would be above 15.5 into 16 on XPeng. That's what I put in the note, and this is a lit on the daily. I'm not even sure it gets there at this point. It's at 14.80, which is like $1 away. There we go. Randy in the all black.
Ooh, yes, sir.
Well, okay, not all black. He's wearing jeans, but
Now, what the hell are you wearing? Oh, yeah, it's collared. Okay, it's like a golf shirt.
it is a golf shirt.
I thought you were wearing like a collared baseball. Oh, golf.
The swing looked a little stiff.
Well, I got a stage in the way.
Are
Okay.
you building anything?
making excuses.
For us coming up, or not, any projects? I don't know. I just wondering if there's anything on the
Cup holder?
go. Bigger table, yeah. Well, we may or may not be doing a
Cup holder,
podcast,
like right here.
and we do need some table
like-
strength, a different kind of a table for a
Like a
podcast.
water or something, cup holder. I don't know.
You've done a good job, man.
This is great.
There's really no stains up on here, nothing.
That's because he did a very good job treating it, not because nothing's been spilled. On my side.
That's what I'm saying. He did a great job.
Great
He did
job.
an absolutely.
All right, let's do this.
cheers.
Warm coffee. Cheers.
Some bang cups.
Yes.
I'll have some banger trades.
See, Randy was here, and we actually just had a change because we're talking Chinese EVs, but all right, he's gone now. But so XPeng already mentioned that. NIO, $7. I think everybody knows by now. NIO bounced just shy of a 52-week low, exactly at $7. It's 7.18, so that's very much in play again here today. If there is a sell the news event, maybe NIO can get to that $7 I was waiting for yesterday. I do want to be on that. I want to take a shot at it. I mean, it's a 52-week low. It's an even dollar level. Why not? You risk a few cents to try and get that bounce play if it even gets there. But XPeng just feels like a fade. If it can get to 16, maybe, and I'll go back to XPeng because I mean NIO $7. You don't even need to see you don't need to see a chart to know that at $7. But yeah, XPeng, if it can't get to that 16 area, which it looked like it had a chance when I sat down, maybe you're looking at anything, failing pre-market highs, just any of these tops from the last couple of days, 15 quarter, 15 even. If it starts squeezing past a quarter, probably sit it out till 16. But I'm usually looking to sell the news on these delivery numbers from China.
Can I do this?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
because you put it in our group chat and you also tweeted it out. But Neil put in here. He's like, here's the costume. So I just wanted to say that you definitely showed up yesterday, and I know that Obi was the same way, but you had the undergarments.
Well, I see.
There,
Awesome.
yeah, there it is. Right, so there it is,
But I
and
don't
then
get
it's the
how
group,
he-
It's the group photos, the win, right? So that's, anyways. I just wanted to say that in case people missed it, but.
Yeah, I appreciate you doing that. Actually, I forgot to show that. And everyone, if you wonder why, like I'm a huge Star Wars guy. Obviously, like, you know, I'm a bit of a sci-fi nerd. Like the reason that I wore the otwe costume yesterday was my daughter specifically wanted me to be Frozone. So that's why I had to wear it. So she got a chance to see it on the show. And when we went out, she wanted a group costume. We did that one. Also, I would have frozen my ass off if I wore that Frozone thing outside. Like that is it. Like it is thin.
Yesterday was
it's multiple layers. I felt like really warm in that costume. And what was really cool is actually
that looked warm.
what was crazy is all the adults were like, "Oh my goodness, you guys have a family costume."
Yeah.
And like all the kids are just giving me like weird looks. Like they're like,
Well, they didn't know who it was.
they're trying to figure it out. I think, yeah, like most
I told
people.
you Star Wars isn't.
But it's like original Star Wars, like Princess Leia from the original. It's like the first movie in the 80s. Like a lot of people really didn't get that at all. But the other streak that I've kept alive is on the show, I'm still only Samuel L. Jackson character.
Right. That was
Because technically, even though I looked like Mace Windu last night, that is Obi-Wan's outfit.
Yeah, someone just said Mace Windu right there. I noticed that yesterday she was a cat. Today, still a cat, but looks like a leopard with that jacket. You see what I'm saying? Leopard, you see? This is what happens. Like, you know, when you have my wife, you have to notice things like that. So there it is. That's the leopard print right there.
That's a big iced coffee.
You got an iced coffee?
Well, you can't-
You
she's
understand the temperature?
Hold that up.
Okay. There it is. There it is. What do you
Good.
get? Just as cream, milk, sugar? I don't know. Just gets it as regular. Yeah, for me, I don't know. I used to have sugar in my coffee. I can't even have like one sugar anymore. Like I haven't had it probably in a decade, sugar in the coffee. But okay, so just real quickly, WeWork is going down. It's an amazing 3% in the money, now down to 135. 136. That's not what I wanted to talk about. I want to look quickly at Rivian as we're talking about a little bit of EV here. And I want to say a shout out. People were asking, I don't know if people were asking, they're asking earlier, Sharif's still off sick. We hope he'll be back in ASAP, but get well soon, my guy over there. $16 coming through. I told Sharif, this is the problem. when you work out too much, you know, you go to the gym and it's like you're going to be the death of you,
it's
right? No, kidding aside. But look at this level here. We talked about support and resistance. And again, it might have been a missed opportunity, you know, just on the daily chart. Lucid, Fisker, all these names now sub $10. I guess the fear is, I mean, look where Rivian came from. Forget about it. But yeah, no stock splits or anything, so that's the embarrassing part. But honestly, I feel like this, like we should have probably bought this name. I think that when it's dropping down like this, everybody has a target of $10 and then sub it going to single digits. And I just wonder if that was ever going to be the case there for Rivian. Rivian's actually producing and bang, bang right now on WeWork. As there it is, man. We're taking it right there at 30s. And again, man, we tweeted this position out when it was against us. Okay, so there it is. We just got a 30, I think it was 30, or did I put a 31? A 31 fill on WeWork. As here we go, man. Let's start it off with a nice little move back down to the downside. But there's Randy. Randy, Rivian should survive, no? Yeah, so I really like Rivian down here. I feel like, you know, these cookies are in the spot right now.
Look at this.
Okay, so those cookies are nice. I just wanted to see, now he's gone, so I was calling back Rivian for that. But the idea here is that I feel like all of this underneath right there was just in fear that we were probably going to 10, and we stopped at 12. Okay, so despite trying to go through all the earnings reports and this and that for Rivian, if you're just going to look at the level, I like it right where we are right now, back down into $16. I think that's a long. And then if you wanted to really, you know, 1540 looks like the bottom. Maybe we'll get more exact if we're going to talk about it. 1530 looks like the bottom there. So any kind of a drop down, I'm not holding this 70 cents against me, but you know, any kind of a drop down, I think you want to look at that 1530, 1550 area. So let's keep Rivian on our mind as, okay, this trade is starting, like again, if you only have this trade, then I'll see you in the, I don't know, whatever, I guess we don't have a beach around here, but I'll see you somewhere. Right now, yeah, a lot of people probably can't short.
It's 1 cent a share. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's not.
It's 1 cent a share for us to day trade the world.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap. So I actually got it less than that.
0.75. Yeah.
Okay, yes, you got it the same. So 0.75. So yeah, 3/4 cent on that right now for WeWork. I might just punch out. I don't know. It's trying to get not punch out, but this is a better trade than I had sort of hoped for. So good one early anyways. Good trade here. There we go. We just get the 27. So let's go, man. This is what we're doing right now. Short on WeWork. And again, thanks for the Q&A yesterday on the recap show, but that's what we talked about, right? We talked about having catalysts, things like that, right? So WeWork yesterday, we saw the news of the bankruptcy. It's not really that much volume yet, but here we go. Nice little downside push here for WE to start the day. And again, follow us all on Twitter because I did tweet this out when it was against us there. So hopefully you're able to get a little bit of profit. We're starting to capture some there at the bottom. I mean, I don't know, Brenda, where's the bottom of this name? I guess 0, right?
Aftermarket 130 was the low.
Okay, so right here. So that's going to be a good one. We just got some out at 127.
The bottom is Jeff Mendel's neighborhood, OTC markets, probably. Quickly, that's the dollar right now. DXY pushing 2, going back to the end of middle of last month, I guess it was. That recent high for the DXY, 107.35. So day highs right now for the dollar. Also wanted to show, I lost it here, but I was going to show you the 30-year. Trust me when I say the 30-year is also back to highs. I'll get it. Oh, there it is. Okay. US 30-year right at yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 5.18 for the 30 years. So just straight to the upside. So long story short, yields are higher, dollars higher, ahead of the Fed. That typically is not a good recipe, guys, for big tech.
True. However, as I'm pretty sure a few people have mentioned, but the most recent person to say this in the chat was Dan Emmons this morning. I mean, rates haven't mattered up to this point, so why should they matter now? Now, obviously, I guess that's more like a higher time frame kind of thing, because as a day trader, oftentimes you don't necessarily want to ignore TLT. I find if that's going with the move that you're taking, then it's good. If I see a big turn happening if futures are at a big level and TLT is at a resistance level, then and it starts to roll back, then it's a good place to get out of profits and longs. And if you like some shorts, it's a good place to engage. All that said, big tech, Meta. We've already mentioned AMD here in the chip names, but let's get to Meta because it's trying to break out this 302. 305 pre-market high was also the Monday afternoon rebound level. When Meta went from super strong to relatively weak, it was a channel of 05 to 02. So if we get up to 05 today and we're at resistance on the NASDAQ, I think that's the only level that I really like to short. I suppose if you fail 302 right now, that can come into play. And then it wasn't 300 after the fall in the open. It was like a 299 bottom. So pretty tight $3 channel, 1% channel there on Meta. We mentioned Apple in 171. It's at 171 now. Look, it's resistance till it's not, but it's 920. If it's going to fail that at the open, it's very different from the last couple of times it's tested this level. Last couple of times, there's had to be buying and a lot of it going into 171 when it's turned, either a ton at the open or all day long into 171. This time, it's like a little bit in the pre-market to get us to this level. So at the open, if the buying steps in, it could easily blow through that level, and then I'm looking at 174. Well, it's more like 173.5 as next resistance. This is the 200 period moving average. So I don't want to fight any shorts on Apple above 171. If anything, it's got room to hit that 73, 74, and then throw everything out at 230, like I said. You can just forget about what happened most of the time and what the trend is when Powell hits at 230, and then just try to trade the price. Sure, not the great decision, but when he hits the podium at 230, that's where you just look for the trend after that time of day. Really, really big levels might come into play at that moment, but forget about the early trend. It doesn't matter at 230.
Yeah, and this is the problem sometimes with writing down the sticky note earlier and ahead of economic data is that obviously right now we're running, right? When we've just gone up 100 points. Since we even talked about, since we started the show, basically. So it's been a night. Wow, it's 9:21. What the hell?
Yeah,
okay, we were falling down, but no. I was just thinking that we've already written down Apple 171, but it's there right now. So we are going to have to let that one settle down. We are not shorting Apple off the jump. That is for sure. Not with this market momentum. If we're going to do anything, we're going to stick with strong names. First of all, WeWork now lower than it's ever been. Actually, literally lower than it's ever been. So right now, this top is 135. So I'm thinking that could be a break there. We could almost just get long Amazon right now. It's so strong off that report. Obviously, a dip down into 133 could be bought up right now as well. So I really actually, now that I see this Amazon here at 133 and how good that level looks. This could be the one right now for me early. Put a bid down here if the market does tumble, which I do expect it to do. Not tumble, but just give back a little bit of what we've gotten so far in the last hour. This is probably again, we can talk about a Star Wars thing again, never speaking in absolutes, but there is a good chance that this 133 does have some staying power. So I think we'll have to have a look there. Bounced around it in the pre-market, boomed up at 830, came back in, retested, boomed back up again, but it's very similar to the market. So I definitely like that. I like that play. And then of course, I know we've talked about AMD already, but if we're going to talk about big tech, you got to look at some of the chip names. AMD bouncing off 100, I still think is something despite this market move. So we'll wait to short that. And then Meta yesterday was great off 302, but now you're above it again. So look, let's just do this, all right? We've changed. See, there's 302, it's 301.50, but so let's just do this. Let's just wait. And see what happens in the first minute. It's so funny when I say stupid stuff like that because a minute is so little, but wait to see what happens off the open here. Look at Meta yesterday. If we're not buying 300 dips, then I feel like, especially if this market's up, then that's a problem as well. So Meta 300 dip, Amazon 133 dip buys. I feel like there is going to be a lot of opportunity here today, especially off the open.
All right, let's touch on Tesla specifically. We'll go back to Rogan as well because Elon was dropping a whole bunch of information yesterday as far as the Cybertruck is concerned. They're going to ramp things up to 20,000 per year, according to Elon again on this podcast, on which Rogan also fired a crossbow arrow at a Cybertruck And there's a whole bunch of sparks, but absolutely nothing happened. So a little bit better result than the rock issue, if you remember what happened with the window. But 200,000 units of the Cybertruck at top end of production, guys, according to Elon yesterday.
If you don't think things like that can move the stock, all I remember, like I got a message from a friend of mine who he likes Tesla, he likes Apple, those two things. He's like, oh my goodness, did the stock jump when the arrow hit? I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, you tell me, man. Like it's like obviously that's great theater and it's better that nothing bad happened. But Tesla is on a rebound, I think. Like in the last month, it's been pretty ugly. You could talk about pullbacks. Like this from the top has pulled back over 30%, right? And it's been a pretty decent stair step down. You're underneath the 200 period, so there's nothing great about the trend in the stock. But if you look at where the previous bottom was, about 212, the 212 half the wick, and then about 215 support. Previously, that's where I think if we're going to make a rebound, that's the resistance. So that's the level I'd look for any short. There's plenty of room for a long above 200 in that case. Rivian's the other name. Michan already went over Rivian, so there's not too much to get at. It's trying to reclaim that $16 level, kind of a consolidation of that. If Rivian can't hold 16, then don't just get out of its way. Because it's been sick underneath that price and then above it, I think is pretty much it. But yeah, I think there's room for 212 half to 215. Juan Padilla, why does everyone have a red flag? They're poppies. So Remembrance Day here in Canada is on the 11th. So generally speaking, like starting in November, usually you'll see a lot of Canadians wear our poppies. Just go out, Google Flanders Fields, and that'll say it the best.
I think U.S.
I don't know. Poppies are
not as popular. Yeah,
I think poppies are Canadian.
Okay, so quickly there, the Tesla story trying to hit. So yeah, again, what a move it was yesterday. I mean, there was huge moves off the open with many names, but Tesla was just one of those, down to 193 again, and then basically a half hour later, you're up to 202, 203, and then bouncing around. And look what the move right now. I don't know if the time to buy Tesla is here or not, but again, that Panasonic battery deal, we talked about that as maybe not being as big of a flush as it created over the last couple days there. So we'll wait to see if that dip buy at 200 exists again. We were up here around 203. Had that move back into the close down to 200, bounced off 200, and now it's up and away. So for me, I think if you're going to start to buy this name, it's at 202 flat. But again, there's many names. I mean, I'm bidding Amazon. So what I have out right now, I have WeWork. Obviously, I'm in that and have bids all over that. If WeWork, I'm basically every 5 cents, I'm trying to take out 10%. So we'll do that on WeWork. I have no idea where it's going to go. So that's why I don't want to take out 50% or huge amounts anywhere. And then I'm bidding Meta at $3, and I'm not Metas, Meta right there at $3. And then I'm also bidding Amazon down there at, well, now Meta just pulled back a little bit there. Was at 302.50, now 301. Maybe this name is coming in a little bit. And I'm also bidding Amazon here down near 133. So a couple ideas along with the AMD short, the Apple short. Oh, and did we get to this yet? No, we did not. We should be talking about it right now. Ford, I know we might have mentioned it earlier. They get an upgrade today from Barclays. Ford. I really like this name down here at 970. I feel like this is also a buy opportunity against whatever that low was. That was 960. So I'm a buyer at 970. I'm putting that order in right now as well.
2 minutes to go here. Wayfair, the call was at 8 o'clock. This was the last comment that I saw that came through at 8:51. So take that for what it's worth, but no comment on their 2024 full year guidance. However, back to the upside, that's the daily chart right now. So nice wick forming as far as Wayfair is concerned. But yeah, not good so far as the earnings.
Looked like it was going to open down 10%, and the call happens, and that's why you get that move. So if it were to get back down to like 38.40 or something like, maybe it's like 38.30, so somewhere in here, if it gets to that price, it would be short sell restricted. I'd look for an SSR bounce, and you have some levels to work off of at like 36 as well. Estee Lauder getting absolutely smoked as well. The car company, well, it doesn't really matter. They're basically the same thing. But now you mentioned Ford, it just reminded me GM has already made a bottom, and that 29 level is coming right back into play. So if you look at GM the last couple of days, there's your V bottom, there's your higher low, looking for another higher low in here today. Closed at 28, I like that 28. 29 is a bit of a resistance zone. On General Motors with 40 seconds to go, I mean, Boeing at that 190 level is going to be there pretty much right away. Patience with Apple. I know it's at 171, but I don't know if that's something I want to be sitting in a short on that the way this market is going. Any dip I can get into 35.5, looking for that Intel play as we have 20 seconds to go on this post Halloween. Let's go to Brendo quickly before they open.
Rundown, guys, brought to you by Vantage Point. Dual patented artificial intelligence has revolutionized the way investors approach their trading decisions for over 30 years. Scan the QR code, bottom right corner right now. Shout out to Vantage Point.
We're actually opening right now, so ring it, Adara. Yeah, that's my bad. I was listening to Brandon, got caught looking at the screen there. As we are now open, Boeing wants that 190 right away.
All right, Amazon ripping to the upside here. Everything's going upside. Oh, yeah, Boeing. I forgot about that 190. Damn. I hope it doesn't. Oh, yeah, it is going to hit it right now. So we'll go long through 190 here on Boeing and see if it does have a good little carry through right there. Ford is right here as well. That's kind of open and not doing much. But here's Boeing in case it does take 190. It's looking like it wants to, but dancing around right now. 188 possible bottom there for Boeing as well. We'll put some bids downside and see if we can get some fills if it does dip. But I do like that 190 break, so good call on that one. And then there goes Apple as well. We said that this was a possibility right off the open, taking that 171. So let's be patient with everything and see what happens now off the open with Apple, now above that 171. And then just quickly, we're not in anything. That WeWork's an old position. Oh, wow, there goes AMD through 100 again. So like we said, some of these levels need to get watched out for. As
too early.
Yeah, AMD, yeah, exactly. It's way too early right there. Okay, I do not have this headset, so.
That's all good. Just a couple of things. We said 130 was the bottom on WeWork. That was the overnight low. Once the market comes in with some actual volume, it just double up on volume underneath 130. If it breaks 130 to the upside, I like a 150. I think I want to short every single pop that's available. AMD is going to require a lot of patience here at this $100 level. It's also the big level on the daily chart as well. Man, Apple's right back under 171. So Apple's failing 171 as we speak, and AMD is churning to the upside. So, I mean, AMD's super, super strong so far. Yikes, I wonder if Micron might be at the level. Yeah, Micron's at that 67.5. This is where it's been turning around. This is a 15-minute chart. It's been turning around to 67.5 almost every single day, but this is looking a little bit too strong. If anything, the one that came in is Apple. Like, Apple busted 171. Like, don't want to be in that short right away. No. And that one looks absolutely fine. Absolutely fine, Apple at 171.
All right, we're all right.
AMD's going to be
I think I might have got my headset back in right now. Okay, so we are long Boeing right down here at 25. So let's put an offer at 75. See if we can't make quickly. There it is. That was pretty easy. How easy was that right there, guys? Wow, there it is. Through 190. We got this one. We got it good. If you understood. Nice move to the upside right here. As there we go, man. We've got a big one. A big one right now on Boeing as that's starting to get to the upside right here. A nice move. Boeing starting to get going now. Upside mover. We take the 190, we take the 189.25. So here we go. Let's see what this market has in store for us. WeWork again, so that's a good one. Look where WeWork is. Let's just punch some more out at 20 halves right there as that name is going to the downside. Man, what a good start to the month right here as we're going one more time. There it is, man. We are now obviously more than $1 now in the money on Boeing as that's starting to go back up to the upside right now again. So, hey, man, different month, hopefully same results. Let's keep going to the upside. Brendo, what say you?
Netflix, guys, they're saying the ad tier accounts on Netflix, 15 million globally monthly active users as of the start of the month here for Netflix.
Look, we're going to get to this 102 area pretty darn close, at least it looks like here on AMD. I'm in and out of Boeing. I'm playing 190. I'm playing 190. So if it cannot hold on to that bid right away, I don't like breakouts at 930 that can't hold on. I'll take it another time if it gets back above there. Don't want to break the rules for that name. Still some strength in AMD. The chips are right now very, very strong. Micron is blowing it out. Apple is very weak. This is crazy. I'm surprised that Apple is this weak. Meta is getting very close to that 305 level, still at 303.5. Still some time for it to get there. And then SoFi. Now, I mentioned SoFi. That 760 level, again, big rejection at that 760 level. It's happened a few days in a row. You need to see the buyers emerge above here at 760. Once again, they have failed. That just means SoFi is a short to 765. If I see buyers over 765, I do like this long, but this is exactly where it failed the last couple of days.
All right, guys. Yeah, we're going to hit the alerts. We'll tweet that out again. About WeWork, right? WeWork is absolutely heading to the downside. All right, there goes Boeing. Boeing is coming back in a little bit. Obviously, we have some of those outs up there. Our best out is 190. 190.21 is our best out. So not really that great right now for Boeing, but we'll see if this market does continue to go. Again, yeah, not going to be too stubborn with this. That bottom of the day there is 188 for BA. So we'll hold it until that becomes a problem. But for right now, 188 on Boeing. I'll average into it, but yeah, it's going to be potentially a slippery slope down near there. So 187 and change, and we will get out of Boeing. So 187, probably a breaker of 180, and I think gets us out of that for at least the majority of our shares. All right, so again, Boeing or WeWork still making the move down. My next bid is at 11s, 1111. We'll see if we can get that coming through right now for WeWork, but it's just been absolutely done to the downside. We only have a third left. We said we were basically getting out every 5 cents, and that's pretty much exactly what we did. So now we can wait. We do have a bid at 111s, and we have a bid at 105s as well. So let's wait to see if that has any sort of a move. We do have Amazon not really dipping down in, and then, yeah, you mentioned that AMD up to 102 with a good level as well, wicking up to that 102, yeah. So good little level there for AMD on a short, possibly there. Apple back down below now. Yeah, well, yeah, wow. That Apple 171.
Yeah,
that was huge, but you had to hold it
at the open.
Yeah,
you really had to hold it at the open.
40 cents, but yeah, damn it. Okay, normally I would do that, but yeah, no, too distracted today. So Tesla as well. There's stocks moving around right now. Ahead of Fed, we do expect some of this kind of movement. Remember we mentioned Tesla 202, by the way? I mean, that just bounced off 202 clean, like really clean. So that could be another level of concern to pay attention to, that Tesla 202.
Microsoft is making some power moves to the upside as well. It looks like it's just like an Apple thing, the big cap tech names that I'm seeing that are the downside. So I'm into SoFi. Like, you had the same hammer wick. This is the short I didn't take the other day when it failed this level. So today I'm going to be in this one, try to get some at the 60 level as well. Just quickly for Boeing, because I don't want to completely gloss over it, but had the break. You saw it fail at 191. I'm back out once it doesn't go right away. Pre-market lows will still hang on. I still like the stock as a long because it's been up every single day. But now I want maybe a consolidation off the 188. If we don't get a chance, or if we don't get a second chance at 190, I'll go in for the dip buy there. NEO broke the lows of the day. Okay, never mind. Well, broke the low of the day briefly. Looked like it was headed down. I threw my bid back in at $7, but looks like it's already bouncing. Which, if this is bouncing, tell me XPeng's starting to come into the upside here. So remember XPeng? If it breaks these highs, I'm looking to be shorting into 16. It's only at $15. So either a fail, 15 quarters. If it breaks out from there, then wait for 16 even. But I'm generally speaking want to fade the news on those. Just need to creep up a little bit more. Now AMD found a top at 102. I had 103 marked off. So I want it all the way. Yeah, it might be a little bit early for that. I like Micron's level a little bit better. Micron at that 68. This is very extended. Micron at this 68 level.
Oh, man.
I'll take Micron, and then AMD will be the better short.
Yeah, that always seems to be how it works sometimes right there. But we're going to try to... All right, well, Tesla's still bouncing around a little bit here. All right, so WeWork making that move down in. We still want to find out some hot names here. Moving around Amazon, still waiting for 133 to come in. And then I do have, and sort of it's not really a new trade idea, but instead of fading Apple here at 171, I was, yeah, by the way, hit the like and subscribe. I am trying to get long at 170 now off of that retracement back in and then the hold. So the market is up today. Obviously, we can see that up 0.35. 145. We do have more economic numbers coming, so we wait out for that one to see where we're going. But right now, Apple dip buy into 170 is something that I definitely want to talk about when it comes through. So I'm bidding there right now. Wow, what a move down for Square as these fintech names just getting pumped again right now. Down through $40 now. Square is 52-week lows. Was yesterday 38.85 or a couple days ago. Looking at the screen here, so watch out for that coming through right now. Square breaking through, and then yeah, you just mentioned PayPal. That's 50, right? Is that what we're looking at right now? So yeah, not yet, but that's the level 51.50. So let's wait to see what happens here on PYPL right now. You know what? I'm going to take this opportunity just to get out of, there we go. We got punched out the halfway prints there on some WeWork. It looks like the best we got down there actually was right into here, so 15s. So remember what I said, there's 5 cents, there's 5 cents. Started to bounce back up. We missed that 11, which is too bad because it went to 12. So we'll take out another piece there on WeWork because it's trying to bounce around. And then honestly, man, I mean, we did buy a little bit more Boeing. Our average price is right here at 26. So let's get a piece out. If we can get it up into the 50s, we'll get another piece out. And then again, I don't know, but as Boeing and as this market hopefully goes higher, we're able to take out some more BA on the high side. But this really did reject from 190. So, oh man, there goes Apple again, just screaming. I feel like this tech route that we were all hoping for
back at 31.
Is not there yet. Yeah,
71.
so we actually held 14.5. Pretty good on the NASDAQ there. So I like this, man. I like this move that we're seeing. AMD pushing off 102.
Well, interestingly enough, so I mean, Intel came the other direction, which is weird because obviously I'm in Micron, and we like that off of resistance level. But into support on Intel, this will be the first level for dip buy. Pre-market lows here. If you can hold on to these quarters, fair enough. 36.20 is kind of the real low, so it really shouldn't be getting more until I should have a price in the 25 range. We're in a little bit early on that one. SoFi. I mean, maybe it matters that you're seeing some of the fintech go down. I don't know that it does, but SoFi still holding underneath VWAP there. I wanted to get to Coinbase if we could just quickly. That big move to the upside when Bitcoin went 35,000, Coinbase has given pretty much all of that right back. And then one last one before we go to Brendo, Pinterest $30. Pinterest $30, oh my goodness. Please pop so that I can short this. This was the level yesterday, and it's obviously still the one today. Brendo.
Just reading a note here on Microsoft. Nice start to the day anyways. LinkedIn hitting 1 billion members, adding AI features for job seekers just coming across there. Microsoft, nice look to start here.
Yeah, okay.
LinkedIn
more
AI?
More AI. Okay, well, talk about AI. AIMD making the nice move right now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they talked about AI, right? So there it is. So there's the nice move for AMD. Trying to take out that high one more time there at 102. I just think that there's better longs out there, but you know, this is going, and on earnings, why stand in front of it? What is NVIDIA doing right now? Okay, yeah, so not on an island by itself is AMD. NVIDIA also making that move back up into 411, 413. Reminding myself, Sean, check Meta, because okay, that's nowhere near 3. We already have the bids down there. I just wanted to see how close we were. We do have manufacturing PMI coming out. Is that at 945? Yeah, okay, so Brendan confirmed that one. I do have my earpiece back in. I put the right one in my left ear, so that should probably be. You can put the, you know.
I know, that's
yeah. So it feels a little awkward, but
really
it's all good right now as we wait to hear some more
I can
information. Yeah, it is tough. It's tough to do that because you feel that it's not sitting in there properly. All right, but again, we missed the Apple dip buy. That sucks. Maybe we buy 171s on Apple. What was another?
It looks like a good breakout.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, you know what? You know what we didn't talk about? It was Ford. Oh no, that went to 7. I'm at 71s. It goes to 77. That's okay. It's still in the pocket. We could definitely come back here for Ford. But again, on a nice upgrade. The upgrade's not working too good on Boeing for me right now. Although we're net positive on it. We're floating around these levels. We could get out right now and be fine. But we're going to hold out hope that Boeing goes back up. I'm not sure. Conviction buy list, Goldman Sachs. Get in there and buy the name. But Barclays right now, 975 coming in on Ford with their upgrade. We're going to wait to see if that comes back in. I'm going to adjust my trade. So it was the 971. I'm going to put the shares back at 977. Okay, just ahead of this 975 bottom right there, which is fine. I'm waiting for 950 to come in. I just don't want a dip buy to happen, and then I'm not there. So we'll wait for that on Ford. Yeah, everything's up. So
Most
if you're not
things
long
are up.
early,
Yeah, I mean,
Might have
not everything is up, I'll tell you that much. But one name that is up, I said it, I'll go for the short. I felt we were overextended in Micron. And then at the same time, the dip buy comes in on Intel, which I'll get to. But there's the short when it pulls back in. There's the out over the wick. That's a setup at the open that I'm generally going to play pretty much every time. Again, I picked that one over AMD. We'll see how that goes. Intel, we like it for the dip buy. It's been on a trend up since earnings. It's trying to get through VWAP here. Now, the market's pretty strong. If Intel can't hold this, then there's some relative weakness going on here. And then Apple, you know what? You don't fight Apple over this 171. This looks like a long to me. It's just a matter of joining that short. You had to have that short early. It feels as if. So I'm gonna be joining the party on this one to the upside on Apple. I did get into WeWork, but I got a partial fill at 22, which is the number I like. And then SoFi is still holding for it underneath 765. Brendo?
First of two manufacturing PMI numbers about to come through here at 9:45. Again, this is the S&P version. We'll get the ISM flavor coming up at 10 o'clock, both for October. 49.8 was the prior here for the S&P number. Both of these consensus and forecasts at 50. So when that populates, you'll see higher or lower will typically move the market ever so slightly in line there. 50, guys, for the S&P number.
Okay, so we were going to be trying to be very, very careful with what we were doing here. We did get dumped out of Boeing there on that number, but good things come sometimes when you're patient, and we got 102 long there on AMD, but again, we'll have to wait to see where we're going with it now on AMD. I mean, I'm hoping a lot higher as we sit in this long still. Wow, what a sucky out that was for us on Boeing as it takes 188 and now it's ripping. Our average price was 188.80 off that, which is, you know, no surprise. That's right where we are right now as Boeing goes up. Okay, so there's a funny example right there. AMD up. We are taking some out up there at 102.30s, and then all of a sudden cranked it back in right now one more time. So I feel like I want to buy some more if it goes through 102. Just dancing around a little bit here on that number. So let's wait to see if we do get a little bit of a move back up here for AMD. And wow, that's pretty embarrassing there on Boeing. We got stopped out at the 200 period, and then we ripped up $1. Anyways, we'll hold out for some. We took a little bit out right there. Maybe now we take that 190, but man, that sucked because we had that pretty much. The number came, it tanked down. Again, bad play on
Those numbers.
Yeah, bad. You got to understand when the numbers are coming out, right? So I'm taking
every trader's
full responsibility.
I hate it sometimes because like your level will still be valid, but then like you're gonna get wicked on that number.
Yeah.
And the alternative is to not have a stop at a key price area, which sometimes is not a very good alternative.
Not a good one.
I'd rather get wicked out than hold through a stop level pretty much every single time. It's just safer.
Wow.
So SoFi just came back in. It tried to break pre-market lows. I was on the bid there, and again at 46, and it's trying to bounce, but that is continuing to try to roll over. Apple just held 171, so I'm gonna get back over to that. So dip back in, holds 171. This is where. Oh my goodness! Don't chase. Okay, there we go. I just got 35s. I just bid. It was taking 25s out to go back through the high of the day, and I didn't want to chase too far. But I got 35s in here, and then if I can get more at 20s, I do want to give this a little bit. But if it can't hold on to 170.80, then Apple can be in trouble. But the market is screaming upside. You're now above that 171 and holding above. I think there's room to 173. Doesn't mean it's going to 173. As far as shorts go, yeah. See, this is the problem. WeWork is obviously SSR. So I can tell you that I got a partial fill in here and then cancel it and tried to get aggressive again and then ended up not getting the fill because that sucks. I should have just left it in. Because now you need a pop. You need a pop to be able to get in. So the worst, it's actually not a good idea to cancel an order when it gets to that price. It got to my price, tagged it, and started going down. I'm like, oh, I'll just try to get it again. Like lower, couldn't get it. It goes back up, try to get it on the way down again. You just got to take the short on the way up in WeWork. That's it. Like you're looking for fills when it's SSR on the way to the upside because you can't hit the bid and remove liquidity to get short that way.
Yeah. WeWork. Yeah, we're doing quite well here on WeWork. So yeah, no problems here for that one. But like Neil said though, it is a market function thing. So just be careful if you are trying to short WeWork that you are going to have to wait for it to pump up. We're already short. We shorted it a little bit earlier in the market. So far so good on that one. Really funny name here because it is a monster right here, and that is our friend AMD. Wow, up to 102.70 right now. And I was like, you know what? This is just dancing a little bit too much for me. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So we decided to hold a little bit. Like, look at that. Like up to 10. We just got out at 102.65, I believe, was my best out. 62 up there. Now let's get another piece. Just as I was saying, let's let this thing try to settle down a little bit. It's just very, very violent. Like I haven't seen AMD move like this in forever, honestly. Just up and down when the market's really not doing anything. And then obviously we know why, because it is earnings season and the S&P is now just hitting, and NASDAQ hitting new highs on the day. Both these exchanges upside right now.
VIX is tanking.
VIX is also tanking, so that's great news for those of you that are in volatility as well. Well, depends which way you are, I guess. But right there, Boeing, like as if Boeing, so stupid that we're going to be red on this name, but nice move to the upside right there, taking another dollar on it, but again, got dumped out at that 188. Give it a little more room, man. It only went to 187.90, but that was the plan of action, and if you miss it, sometimes you miss it. So that was a missed opportunity for me to be able to hold on to that one, and then WeWork again goes right down to 11s, and we miss it. I didn't even notice that as Neil was talking about it. So we'll have to go back over and just deal with that WeWork position because it keeps bouncing off that 11 price. But trust me,
Yeah, bankrupt or go ahead.
I'm sitting there. So
Bankrupt or not, a dollar level is a dollar level.
oh, when that comes
Yeah,
through,
it's just like
hopefully
generally speaking, there's a bid at a dollar on most stocks. And again, it doesn't mean there has to be. Just I'm expecting the biggest liquidity you're going to see is going to be at a dollar on that name. So I mean, not everything is running. SoFi is starting to come back in. It just broke that low. I just got 45s. If you're thinking about where can this go, like right here, like 725. Like that was the afternoon, or late morning and afternoon support at 725. We get there, then I'm pretty happy with it. I mentioned Intel, but I didn't really go over it. Got the dip. It's ripping to the high of the day. I'm really thinking on the way to 37, I was trying to get more shares and didn't. I want to be adding on the way to 37, and I think 37 is a bit of a short level for Intel. So the shorts I have on WeWork doesn't care about the market. SoFi mildly does, but then Apple is now challenging that 171. So. Again. Yeah, that Apple 171, it looked like it was going to be strong. Now you're possibly failing underneath. If it doesn't hold on to 170.80, then the short's probably going to be good here. Going back over to that AMD, like it did get to 103. See, I know I told you I would short Micron. And okay, good out on Micron. Sheesh. Thank goodness we got out of Micron, eh? Because it just won another dollar.
Oh my God.
But then AMD on the line would be the better one. So there's AMD 103. If I just wait for it to get there, I'm not saying it's going to be one that works, but at least it's at the level and you wait for the key level and can be patient with it. But let's see what happens with that AMD. I want to get to Tesla, if only because we haven't talked about it. Market breaking out, Tesla not breaking out. So until Tesla participates, it's kind of in this weird penalty box inside the range that I'm not interested in.
All right. Cancel that order. Okay, so we just got an AMD at 85. So now AMD is really starting to go up, man, just like Neil just mentioned about Micron. And that's what I was saying before about trying to stick with like, and I know Neil's on Micron. I think, were you on Intel? You're still in Intel.
Still
so
in
it's like, it's about the sectors, right? We had a big move. And again, we talked about this yesterday on the recap show again. And it's just like, what are you trading and why? And someone even said, I think it was you, Juan Padilla, if you're in the chat right now. You said, what determines what goes on the sticky note? And honestly, that's where I said I got to give a shout out to Brendo and everybody, Neil, Sharif, anybody, Adara, that works on the sticky note or the watch list, because that's what's derived from, right? Like, so obviously I knew AMD, like today it was obvious, AMD, Apple, Ford, right? But you look at that note, you figure out what kind of stocks are you looking at? Does it fit your profile? And does Brendan say so? So let's go over and see what he has up to.
GRMN, maybe not on this one actually across the board. Not a lot of volume, only about 500,000 shares, but huge day here, 10% to the upside. Huge breakout underway on the daily chart as well for Garmin. They raised their full year 2023 adjusted EPS guidance, beat across the board. They took my money this quarter, so shout out to Garmin.
Who knows?
Yeah, so just anyone looking at PayC.
We looked at that yesterday.
I mean, it's obviously going to be like, I'm not here to tell you it's an
that stock
SSR
is
bounce,
funny.
but down that much and breaking 150, like that's okay. Down that far, breaks an even dollar level. I think you look back and say 150. Why not? If it gets back down there, it just seems like a good setup to me. Whether or not it ends up being the case, I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you, but that's a classic move for something down, 35%. I mean, 10%, let alone 35%. Meta didn't get to 305, so patience maybe not a virtue there because it's pulling back nicely off of that level. Apple's trying to hold that 170.80. Again, my stop's underneath there. I haven't gotten anything out on WeWork either. Yeah, I'm bidding. Yeah, see, it's not really.
Where did you get short? Nice. Okay.
It's not breaking. This is 112 actually,
Okay,
and it's
I'm
not
waiting for
breaking
110.
112. I'm sitting at 13 and then
That's
8
probably good.
because I think when it gets to $1, you want to be. I want to be out of most of it, and then the dollar is its own trade. Oh, I got a 740 print on SoFi, so that's continuing to head to the downside. We'll flush that down the toilet. I want to keep looking at crypto. Where's Bitcoin still? Trying to get to 35,000. You're not really doing much. I would have liked to see maybe 76s for a bounce play on coin on the way up to 79, but I don't think we're getting that at this point. Looks pretty dead over in Crypto Bell. And Neo, I'm on the bid at 7. It's very slowly falling to the downside. I really don't want to compromise on waiting for the $7 level when it comes to NIO. That's what I want. And there goes XPeng to the downside. I wanted to short the pop. XPeng didn't pop, so no short for me on XPeng. Thankfully, we have a couple that are working, but I feel like selling the news on the EV names, the Chinese EV names, when it comes to deliveries is typically a good strategy.
Yeah, I don't really want to short anything yet, but I don't know. I feel bad about covering some more AMD here. I mean, oh yeah, by the way. But it's up $1. It's been my number one stock is WeWork, but this is trying to get to that. So I'm just waiting for a 103 break. It's broken 103 before. The high of the day is 103.14, but I'm waiting for a real break. So I'm offering right now 103.50s. So let's just see if this name wants to get going. I mean, if the market actually decides to go here, AMD, I feel like goes. It's the strongest name. It's up 5% here today. There's probably not a bigger cap name that's stronger than this. We had Netflix news earlier. Brendo brought us that story. Let me just double check to see what exactly is popping off on Netflix. I have no idea. So 416, I was going to say, because I knew it was a positive story, but up 1% now for Netflix. So a little bit better than the market, but not by much. Look, we were just talking about it. So I covered some at 103 there on AMD. Remember, I was like, I don't know. But yeah, it looks like that might have been a decent cover. And I don't really want to buy anything back. The name that I want to look at here, so we only have about 35% left of AMD. So we're still trying to hold on to a little bit more of that right now. So we'll wait to see if we can hold on a little bit more to AMD. But Apple back down at 170. This is the good stuff right here. We've got the 200 period moving average on the 1 minute chart. We've got a bunch of support. So if Apple can fall back in a little bit, I'm not even bidding 170.50 right here. I want to try 170. So I want to get a little bit lower here on Apple. How low can she go on Apple? And then Meta the same way. Trying to be patient, man. And look, it's been a good day. It's only 9:57. It's November 1st on a Fed day. So let's kind of just chill out a little bit and wait for some opportunities. But at the same time, I think we're in some names that we like here. We're in Boeing long, which I think I like. I'd still like to see this test higher. We did take that 189.25 first out on a 190 break. It only gets as high as 190.75. I still think we can get higher. It's trying to baseline right now. So let's see if that is a possibility here now for baseline right now on Boeing, if we can base out somewhere in and around there.
So speaking of this, I love it. It's almost 10 o'clock, but at this time of day, it's generally like, okay, what's trending in what direction, relative strength, relative weakness. Okay, I like pins at 30, but like pins isn't at $30. It's just trending to the downside. So as long as this is going to be the case, I'm going to look for shorts on pops. VWAP is obvious as a level, and then you have pre-market lows at 29.70. But I'm shooting 29.5 here. Looking for 29.5. I picked up that figure of speech, and I don't remember where I got it from. But anyways, I'm looking for 29.5. Like, that was the support in the afternoon where the 30 bounced, like the 30 pullback bounced off that 29.5. So that's where I want to be short if we can get it on any kind of a pop. If the market this strong and Pinterest doesn't want to go to the upside, then I want to respect that this is a weak name, and we'll see if we can work off of that level. Intel, okay, it's
we're right back.
looking to buy the dip a little bit higher here. So you have a double top. Zoom back in for you. You have a double top, and it's looking to make a higher low. So add back in on the trend if we can do so. Maybe take some out at the high of the day if it gets back into that price. So I want to be adding to Intel if we can hold these 40s next. And Wayfair, I mean, the call ends, and I guess that was like the whipsaw action seemingly done, but I saw someone put in flat bottom break on this thing, and yeah, look at the 40 level.
Uh-oh. There it is.
I mean, that if this isn't a flat bottom break at 40 even, I don't know what one looks like. And I'm pretty sure we know what one looks like. So 40, that was pre-market, and then 40 again here today. It is 28% short float, so if it fails this breakdown, trust me, there's a bunch of people running for the exits very, very quickly. But if it works right away, like it could easily just drop $1 right away. So watch out for Wayfair 40. I like those flat bottom breaks. You know if you're right or wrong pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm. So we did buy some dip. In first of all, Boeing's back up to $1. What I was getting at right here is we did buy the dip here on AMD.
Yep.
Our average price now is 11s. So our price got worse because we bought 20s there. So we bought 20 or 25s. Let me just see what we bought. We bought 20s there on AMD. So okay, up to 102 or down to 102 and change. I do have there we go. Jeez, let's go. Right now, let's go over
yeah,
to
10 o'clock.
Yeah, let's go over to Brendan at the desk. It's 10 o'clock.
All right, a few things just coming through here. 46.7 downside in a big way there for the ISM. Again, manufacturing PMI for October, 46.7 versus 49 expected on the consensus, 49.5 on the forecast. Jolt's job openings, 9.5 million. I told you this one can move the market if it does come in one way or the other, higher or lower. 9.5 million versus 9.25. Manufacturing employment for October, 46.8, downside as well. 50.3 expected on the consensus there. So right across the board, positive numbers overall. ISM manufacturing prices paid, 45.1. A little bit higher there than the 45 expected. Yeah, big spike upside for the overall market initially. Right back down, though, for the NASDAQ. If you were with us in the pre-market, we were touching on a number of things this morning, including Tesla still holding on to a nice gain. If you get a second over the next few days, I shouldn't say a second because you'll need about 2 hours, go listen to that Elon podcast with Rogan from yesterday. Lots of good stuff in there. This 30 minutes of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, as always, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep up to 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetraders.com/TTV for 10% off.
All right.
I'm going to give you guys a pro tip if you don't want to watch that 2-hour podcast. Just tune into the show every single day. Trust me, in the next week, you're going to get all the good bits from Brendan and Sharif. Guaranteed. So you can save yourself the choice. I'll probably watch it, but I do want to listen to it. I don't have time. Yesterday was Halloween, but trust me, they're going to talk about all the good bits. You know what's going to happen. So it works both ways. A number can come out, and it's like, sometimes it's just you're in the right way. So we spiked to the upside there. Apple got back to 171.5. Intel, which I just bought the dip. It just happens. It is what it is. Like, it could have gone the other direction and would have been testing my stop. Instead, we're right back up to some of those highs. Like, that's just how it's going to be. So if we get back down in, I want to reload off VWAP on some of these. Apple, reload VWAP if I get it. Intel, we'll see about VWAP. It's more like the 45 range looking good. SoFi popped as well. And look, if you're short and something's working, number comes out and it's going back to the upside. But if this rolls over at VWAP at 750, I still like this. Like, it's counter trend. The market is strong and this stock is weak. That brings me to WeWork, which, okay, it's getting a little sleepy down here. Like, it's really not moving. So if it's not going to actually print the lows, I'm going to get something on the actual bid here because it's not seemingly printing any further down. I think this puts a fork in. Yeah, Neo, that $7 level, whatever. I thought at the open this could have flushed into 7. It's not. It's at 720. It's not happening. So I'm going to cancel bid for now because it's too far away. But the market on a tear, trying to get past 0.5% to the upside, taking some profits on that generous bounce. that we just saw at 10 o'clock.
All right. Yeah, we did real well on that bounce right there. So there it is right there. A nice push. We're going to take Apple a little bit long here, just against this, basically trying to see if it wants to go. We've been patient with it. Sorry, that's AMD. AMD's a good one, man. AMD's $1 in the money on the reload. But here goes Apple again, making a move. I got to figure out my trigger spots. Excuse me, it just took out the high there on Apple. Oh man, I don't want to start coughing here again. We can't go two mans down. All right, 171. Okay, now Apple's coming back in a little bit. Let's go 171.20, breaking now. So we'll wait. We tried to take the Apple long there through the top. Again, kind of like a starter position. We're going to get out if this goes like 10 more cents down, man, because it's just falling out here off that high of the day. You never want to get trapped on the high of the day because there's other people that are shorting that level too, right? So you could just be the wrong way. And the next thing you know, people are piling on because they feel like they missed the top. And then if the market turns around, you are DOA. So we'll wait to see what happens now. As I say this, we're long at 51s. The stock's at 40. So I don't think there's, too much of a problem, but we are going to be getting out of this name if it does break, and I just put the order in to break through 20, and we'll get out of Apple. So a quick little hitter there if we have to on AAPL. So yeah, so far so good here today.
I don't know what your plan is on Palantir, but you might not want to look at this one.
Do not want to look at it?
Nah,
Is it
you're
really
not, you're not
probably going upside?
No.
No, okay.
No. So remember Palantir at $15?
Yeah.
It wicked $15 at the open by 2.5 cents, and is at $14.50. Palantir, somebody is, see, this is what it means. When we talk about accumulation or what like other people are doing, somebody's selling Palantir at 15, right? So until that's not true, it's true. Until that's not true, it's a good trade. I was about to say until that's not true, it's true. That doesn't make any sense. Until that breaks out from 15, I think you short that level. Anyways, I had something cooler I was probably going to say with that, but Palantir 15, sheesh. Like the market's strong, so when you're showing weakness at a level like that, it matters. Why is that still on Palantir? So there we go. Apple might be dipping down in view up. I want to try to pick that one up. I still think, yeah, Tesla's getting heavy, and it might get down to 200. Meta, okay, nowhere near it. Tesla's getting pretty heavy as the market is strong. Like this is going to take out lows again.
The problem with Apple is it has these stupid prints on it again. It has
it's doing
these one prints, and unfortunately, I don't believe it because the market's fading, so I guess I should have believed it. We already got out, but I am trying it one more time. Look at all these one prints that are happening on the time and sales right now on Apple. It's really, really crazy. So I feel like there is a seller there on the offer. See, it can't go. And I know the market's also going down, but I'm not going to fight this. There's obviously a program in here that is selling this all the way down. So there goes Apple right now trying to break lower. And until that program's gone, in my opinion, this is not tradable. So 170, and these are the little things that matter to us, right? So 170.89, and I guess we get out of some of this. Damn it. I really don't want to. I really think Apple can fly here. So let's just...
Rivian 16.
Okay, Apple's trying to go. Maybe we'll get a little piece out. But Rivian down to $16 again. Okay, wow. AMD did make that move back up as well, guys. And we did get a 103.10 or so fill on that one. So that was already in the dollar club. So let's see if that can go. Here goes Apple. We knew there was a chance for this name to go if and when those stupid programs got away from it right now. So we'll hit the side because at least it's going back up. The ones are still there. So I don't know. But if this market does blast up, and maybe it's nothing, I don't know. It did trade a little funny there back into 171. So that was a really good reload on that long for Apple. Oh, and by the way, new position alert. Didn't even notice this one come in. It's Ford. So we got Ford there at 76. We'll take some 80s, and then we'll take a little bit higher than that too, as I didn't even realize. Will we take some 80s there as it's trying to go now as well. Ford trying to make that move back up to the upside off of that little bottom pick. So pretty happy to pick it at that bottom, but doesn't mean it's going to work as it's still trying to fade out a little bit here.
So a couple of things coming back in. SoFi is almost back at entry price, but I said Rivian 16, triple bottom, 16.05. If this can't hold 16 even, it's not a clean flat bottom break, but that could get down to 15.5. If the market's going to roll over from that 14.56 that we're turning, and Tesla looks as weak as it is, I mean, Rivian at 16, it's just too good of a level not to take a shot at it. I've canceled my Wayfair bid, and I'll show you why in a second. But here comes SoFi trying to make a run over VWAP. So we got over half of it out, but I'm still looking for this to be a continuation play. If it fails at VWAP here,
did go down.
I want that. Yeah, I want that
Not 105s?
I'm going to get a bit of a refresh here on SoFi. So just grab some at 53. WeWork, yes, it did. It got to 105. So again, it's not that it can't break $1. It's just that, I mean, again, $1 is a psychological level. I'm going to get one more bid out there because I only want a little bit left if it gets to $1. Respect that level until it breaks. Tesla going to the downside. Apple is trying to hold on, but I don't know if it can. Like, it's trying to hold on. If this thing is underneath 170.80, then hopes of a bigger breakout. Like, it has so much of a chance to go off of this level. But if it doesn't hold 170.80, I think you can be retesting 170. That's a much different long than the long up here. So if it breaks this consolidation, I'm just out. Not going to fight it too much. What else is going on? There was something else. Oh, yeah, Wayfair. I had to cancel that order. Wayfair bounced like $2. So flat bottom break at 40. I would never leave a stop order to go short when it's 5% away from the price. Right? If it gets down there, I probably want to reassess in that moment. So Wayfair, for now, that flat bottom break's going to have to wait.
Didn't realize we just got stopped out of Apple there. Oh yeah, because it took that. Yeah, it took it again. So we got stopped out at 171, 170.95 break there. I just got back in though on that play just to see where we're going to go with it. I still like this Apple long, but again, we were talking about playing Apple down lower than this into 170, so that's it's not a concern for me, but it's something right there that we could possibly have another look at some point. So all right, let's just get out. If Apple takes down, this is where we should be stopping at 80s right now. So we've been down here before. Let's just put another stop 170. And I know I feel like anyways, this is legit. We are being stubborn right here with Apple. It's just the trading in it. You know, I'm not in love with it right there, but I do feel like there is a longer trade here somewhere. But if it doesn't hit now, then hopefully it'll hit later because we are out of it in a couple seconds. I knew it. The minute I saw those stupid things printing on that stock, should have just stayed away and known that maybe there's an algorithm here that is controlling this a little bit more than I like anyways. You never want to fight the machine, you know, and I know that that's kind of easy to say, but hard to do sometimes because you get caught up in what you think you see.
Look, unless it's Skynet, in which case,
yeah, unless it's Skynet, and we just maybe
it's your moral duty to fight Skynet.
Maybe Brendan's going to update us on that Elon podcast again there, but yeah, that's interesting. I would love to have time to read that, to watch that. Hopefully, maybe tonight, we will have a look. But 2 hours or 3 hours, Brendo?
2 hours, man.
Long. He's just saying long at this point. So we'll find out about it. But there goes AMD right back up there to 103. And again, I'm waiting for this to moon, to rock. Here, you know what? Maybe
just one quick thing.
Yep.
It's not to say that Sean knows it's an algo throwing those one orders, but it's a very classic move to probe for liquidity by
it has to be an
firing. Like, essentially, no, it's like a 99.9%.
It's not a human.
Yeah, it's non-zero that it's not an algo. It doesn't mean it has to be, but it's like, it's almost 100%, but nothing is 100%. It's just no one else has any reason to do that. It's not even physically possible. So now I just got wicked out of Apple. We took some profit at the highs, but it just wicked me out, which again, if it's algos, I think it's an obvious stop level. I don't want to give up the notion. Like I showed you on the 15-minute chart the potential off this area, but I only want to be long above 171 and take shots there. So if it regains 171, I'd likely take another shot at it, but I just got stopped out. Intel was what I was going to say there. Like Intel's strong. Like the market's now pulling back, but Intel's still off those highs. So we'll go with the stair step up for this name. But Apple, a bit of a frustrating name here, and I had to just give it up there. SoFi, I did reload. VWAP, it's actually consolidating above VWAP. So if this gets back above 760, I really don't like it anymore. Yeah, that's a decent bounce to the upside. Do not want to give back when you already have a good one on. Oh yeah, look, Tesla just held the bid, so I'm going to back for a second. I'm going to back off that automatic short at 16 on Rivian if it breaks to the downside, because that's part of the reason I want to see Tesla breaking down. That's happening, but Tesla's bouncing shy of 200. I thought we're imminently getting into 200 when I put that order in on Rivian. I still like Rivian as a short, at that level. I just want to see Tesla continue its move to the downside. Still haven't really traded AMD. AMD is just towing the line at this 103. I don't think that's going to be the trade for at least myself. And then one more for you. I mentioned Palantir. It's trying to make a bottom here, double bottom at 14.5. If this market breaks back out through those highs, I mean, Palantir off a double bottom, off of what has been support for literally 3 days in a row, that's not a bad level to form base off of. But I don't want this one unless there's any market strength behind it. So we need to be taking out those highs to want a Palantir long.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so just FYI, we did get, again, we'll just go awesome. Because, you know, I can show you the tweet. If you're following me, please follow me at TraderTV Sean. Why? Because, I mean, we just talked about this. We have WeWork short. You can see the sticky note here. We talked about AMD. We talked about Apple. And look at this Ford down here at 970, Fabian. Ford down there at 970. We talked about switching up our bid on Ford. So what we did was we went to 975. Why? Because that was the dip buy opportunity the first time. So it came back in. We got, are we long at 76 or 75? We're long at 76, sorry. Right there. So that's an out right there at VWAP at 04s. So we got to do that over and over and over again, like at 84s. As many times as it can come up to VWAP off a retracement play, that's something that we want to make sure that we do have on board. Wow, how high did AMD just go right there? We got a 103.30 right there. So we'll hit the bang on that one as AMD continues to work, man. And look at this, dip buy, dip buy, dip buy, dip buy. That was a great one right there that came in, and then boom to the dynamite upside right here as the stock continues to go. So let's go. AMD to the upside. We're still in a small piece of Apple, as you guys can see, and Boeing right now is, just $2 in the money, but we will slap a big time fail on that one because unfortunately, we would be infinitely up on this stock, of course, but that's, you got to take your outs, man. So we'll take the medicine. Sometimes we have bottom ticks on days, and today we definitely have one of those right there on not my friend,
this isn't real.
Not your friend, all of our friends, Boeing. Nah, I don't know. 190.30.
Yeah, my chart's off on.
It'll be a red stock for me today, but we'll see if we can get some more money in that one at some point. But there it is, man. We did drop it off, and then there's the out, and then it just went to 190.50 again, near the high.
What's the low of the day there for you? Because
whatever price I got, 187.90, roughly. What does it say on here? Oh, it says 186.72, but this is the low of the day. Whatever I got, 187.85 or so is around there. Damn.
Yeah, I just had a bad wick on my chart, so
damn you.
I wanted to clean it up. That's all you ever want to do is. I wanted to get back into that one off of those lows, but if it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. I do want to get back over to. Look, I already said this. If it gets back and retests that 190. I do want to jump back to the long. I was the only place I was trading. It was this wick that I had down here into yesterday's close, which I thought it actually got down. There was like, oh, I should be waiting for that long and not looking at 88. So that was a dark pool wick. 88 has held. So 88 actually is a good long on Boeing. That's my bad. Sometimes, it should be obvious that that's a bad wick. Going back on over to Apple, I do not want to give up the chance that you're going to get this bigger breakout move here, but I want it back over 171 before I jump into that one. It's getting pretty darn close on Intel to that 37 level. Is 15 minute going to give me this? Yeah, it is. So 37 on Intel, don't want to draw any lines. 37 on Intel, it's just a local high off this 36. So every time it's gotten there, like you can see the rejections recently, there was one move up and above it to like 37.25. So I think the short for me wouldn't be until it broke 37 even. So I'm still thinking buy the dips and then continue the long trade, at least until you get to the 37 level. Apple's back above 171. Okay, I'm going to look to get back into that. And as I said, Boeing, if it's going to go and hold above, whoops, I just went Alibaba. I have a really bad tendency of typing in Alibaba into my stock window when I mean Boeing and then saying, it's weird. I don't know why I do it, but it's been, if you watch the show, you've probably seen me do it like a million times. I have no levels on Alibaba unless it's 81 or 83 today, maybe 85. But Boeing, I need to see it hold above that 190. The trade to me is off that daily chart. And then looking at this consolidation, the rejections of 190, I want strength in buying above 190, and that's where I want to be involved. And if it's not doing that, then I don't want to trade it. I don't want to short that level. I just want to be going long for that breakout trade. What else we got going on? Rivian. Okay. If you're this weak, I don't know what to tell you. Like Rivian, as the market's getting back to the highs, it's showing the same rejection at 16.25. And so instead of waiting for 16, like the short has been, take it above VWAP and given out at 30. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. If this is relatively weak and the EVs are relatively weak, then the way to get involved in this is to be going short into that 16.30 level and then see if you can rinse and repeat that over and over again. Tesla 200 break. My play is I want to be sitting in Rivian when it happens. Rivian's down 0.4%. Tesla's down 0.2. So Rivian's a little bit more weak. Obviously, its daily chart is much worse in every respect. So I just think it has a better chance to go bigger percentage move if it is going to flush. So I do like Rivian at this level, and we'll take a shot at it. AKAK.
Don't spray.
Or Animal Thug. Put the AK away.
Yes.
You guys don't know Animal Thug. PayPal. This is another stock. I've been seeing a lot of this today. Wayfair has this same setup, and I don't want to go tinfoil hat, but really, 52 to 51.5 to 52 to 51.5 to 52. Okay. I mean, it's probably, this is setting up for a long, so it is what it is. PayPal through 52.25 is still a gap fill breakout. But that's really weird what you're seeing on the level 2. It's not the level 2 on the chart, and I'm seeing exactly the same thing on Wayfair, just a much bigger move. There's your W pattern. I'm not saying someone's pushing around the stock, but seriously, 44 to 40 to 44 to 40 to probably to 44. And yes, that was Super Thug. Somebody got, a bunch of you guys got Norre.
Yeah.
Animal Thug. Everybody always remembers, like when you're in first year university, like you remember those joints. And that was one when I was in first year. So many a fun night.
You'll never hear a song that will say what more than that. What? Oh, man. Crazy times. But you know what we're celebrating right now is going to be Apple. Money. There's the hold, man. And again, held it, waited. Okay. I held it, waited for this move to come back up to the upside, and there it is right there. We just got 50s on this play. So small cuts until it finally settles itself out, and now goes back up to the upside. Thanks, Fabian. Now goes back up to the upside. So I'm going to say it exactly the way that Fabian just said it, but I don't even remember what it was. All right, so here is small cap recap with Brendan at the desk and Nadera over to the desk.
You paused a little more than that.
He's thorough. Good. The news on the show, as always, brought to you by Benzinga Pro, the official news source for Trader TV and a game-changing tool for active investors. Take advantage right now. Check the link in the description, guys. This is the pro platform. You get charting, you get news, you get anything you want. You can search literally with just the ticker, and you get everything that is relevant. There's this great drop-down feature. Once you find a story you want to look at, you just click on it. You can drop it down. You can pop it out. There's so much you can do with Benzinga Pro. Check that out. Link in the description right now. Adara has small caps for you.
The first one, this one was on the watch list this morning, Selectus, CLLS. This one is the American listed shares of this company, and they've presented preclinical data for their triple negative breast cancer treatment at a immunotherapy on cancer meeting. So that is definitely of note. This one definitely spiking right now, over 100% to the upside. We also have ALDX. This one is Aldera Therapeutics, and they have entered an options agreement for one of their treatments with AbbVie, definitely seeing an uptick since pre-market. Last but not least, we have Monopar, MNPR is the ticker for this one, and this is another cancer-related stock. They're showing a tumor reduction for one of their treatments for soft tissue sarcoma at a Oncology Society annual meeting, guys.
There you go, and thank you very much. The market is just through highs again. Ooh, I was going to hit this one. I haven't used that one in a while.
Yeah, let's do it.
So the market just broke those highs. Look, let me just get to this because I want to get Palantir off VWAP. That just broke out. Said the market needs to be taking out highs to join Palantir. So double bottom. Let's see if it can hold through VWAP. I'm into PayPal as well. Pretty much everything is breaking out. Intel's at the high. I still think I want to buy the dip. That was not much of a dip to be bought. So we're just hanging on to 36.5 here. I think this is going to 37. Even Tesla's catching a bid right now. Tesla back up to 201 and holding the lows is Tesla. So, if Tesla joins this party, are we going to have, it's a Fed day, so I guess the party would be till 2 o'clock. But yeah, I think definitely this move could go at least past 1%. I was about to say 2% day, but on a Fed day from here, pretty unlikely. Because by the time you get there, it's going to be 2 o'clock. Tesla, 200, maybe, maybe not. I think I like Palantir a little bit more, breaking out of these bottoms.
All right, we now have two $2 club members right now. The only one that I can really be super happy with is going to be AMD. AMD's at 104 right now. So again, like we wanted the 102, we took it like 5 times. It wound up breaking, and then this happened. It came back in, and we got a 102.20 fill, and then the rest speaks for itself as there it goes, breaking now through 104. Let's just see. I mean, we've taken a whole bunch out up here. Obviously, in hindsight, you're going to look back and be like, what the heck? The other $2 winner right now, of course, is Boeing, which is $2 in the money, bouncing at the high of the day. But I can't be super happy with that because we have the out down there. So that's not going to be good. But what is trying to get going, and sometimes if you hit it, it means it will go, is Apple. So there goes Apple right now. It's a nice move to the upside, 171.70. Let's just get a piece out right there. Let's ring the register on that one, and just like Neil already hit that
market green.
The market green. So I'm trying to find the other cash register. The only one I can find is this one.
No, it's the
which I don't love. Yeah, we have another one. I can't. It's not on my stream deck.
My stream deck is my stream deck.
Well, I know I have that somewhere, but anyways, yeah. So there goes Apple, really creating. Yeah, there's that as well. That's just more like the printers going burr on that. But there we go. Apple, huge move upside. AMD, huge move. Ford, by the way. I mean, throw it up for Ford. This is a good move for Ford as well, all the way back up. So please do not sleep on F right now, as Ford up 1% off that bottom. Like, sure, everything else looks nice because it's Yahoo. It's like a big move up, obviously big move up. Not percentage-wise, but what's it when you're talking about just like Apple's up $1, but Ford might be a better trade, even though it's only up.
Yeah, because it's up a better
relatively a better trade, maybe. Right, relatively. So, but again, you just dumped off of VWAP again, and we missed it. We were actually at 84 there. I'm going to punch out some of those half prints as we did not get that 84 offer that we were waiting for. So I'll just take some 9, 8 to 50s right there and punch out a little bit.
Yeah, so I got it, like I said, I got into PayPal, but you're back now holding. I wanted to see higher lows into 190 on Boeing. So the first trade's a breakout trade off of the level. The next one is there's it trying to take 190. There's the dip, puts in a higher low as it challenges 190, so bounces off VWAP and then holds the 190 level there. So that's the entry for me. I think there's room to 193 at least. So if we can hold on to VWAP here, I like that Boeing move. And again, I mean, 93 is... That's not really saying much. That's going back into here. 200 obviously stands out as well. But 93 is the next big level. On the way to the upside, potentially for Boeing. I never picked up Palantir, which means my bid didn't fill, but that's okay. I mean, there's probably some time. It's above VWAP now. I'll buy dips into VWAP on PLTR. As Randy is... There you go. You didn't make... Yeah, you didn't do it. Like, you didn't... Now you're changing it to a bull?
Oh, I thought it was mine. I already drank it. Sorry.
Randy, you didn't make a pick, and now all of a sudden you wait till the market's already up 1%.
Sorry, Randy, I took your coffee there.
Market's going to turn because Randy just did that.
I have to go get Randy.
It's your coffee now.
I thought he was bringing it to me. I saw it in the chat, and I forgot to answer.
You were coughing and everything, too.
So I saw it. Yeah, that's why now it's my coffee.
It's definitely your coffee.
Thanks, Randy, for that. What
You're a good man, Randy.
Great man. And what did you turn it over to? Bulls. Okay, so we had it from a bull from the start.
Jinx.
Right now. So is that the jinx right now? We're kicking with these bulls, man. I should have talked to Randy about Ford there. As soon as I sipped that, I was like, okay, it's too much cream and it has sugar in it. So thanks, Randy. He has to go push coffee on the machine again. All right,
That's a lot of work.
Randy never talks. No, he does talk. He does talk sometimes. Okay, I'll put in the chat now. I'll take one. Thanks, Rob, for that. But yeah, WeWork shares continue to trade lower, man. I mean, 108. I don't know. We already got a great fill there at 105, and it's because we were sitting there. That's literally the only reason. I mean, it wicked down there, gave it to us, and that was that. So unfortunately, we didn't get it all out there. But I say the word unfortunate. I have 5% left. Like the plan was always, this was the biggest fill. Like when that came in, that's part of it right now. We're up on every single thing that we're holding right now, and it's going to be a monster move here. And it's just because we're holding on to the long. There's really nothing else to do other than hold on to this long, in my opinion anyways. This has made a nice move up. Does AMD see 105? We've already taken out, remember the implied move was about 6% off earnings. So that's exactly what you're getting right now, up to that 105 level. So it could start to turn around at some point, but I'm just going to hold it because A, we don't have that many shares left, and B, why not? The market's up now. We've already hit. Remember I told you guys when we did this sort of review earlier on where we were going here? I said that we could probably, and if we held that 14.5, which we did, we'd probably get to 14.8 on Fed. Well, right now you're 150 points away from that. So I think it is a decent possibility that that does hit at some point there on the NQs. So I'm going to hold it, see if we get going. Apple's already rocking. Apple, we said if we hit that dollar club, it might get there. And now it is $1. So we have two $2 winners and one on. But again, we're really light on the shares. Hey, we said this, Neil, that it was going to be possibly a really good morning to trade. And that is what it turned out to be.
But it is 10:30.
Yes.
So at this time, I mean, obviously things generally slow down, but on a Fed day, the normal thing is as you get closer and closer to 2 o'clock, volatility comes out of the market. So look, taking profit, tighter stops on any entry trades. I'm now out of into. I said 37 the whole way, so 36.90 at this time of day. I just saw it double tap it there, and kind of somebody showed up at 90, so I'm out of there. Not really. I didn't have a trailing stop or a stop order. I just kind of manually punched out of it. The two names that I like for what are potentially breakouts here is, I mean, PayPal trying to break this consolidation. The 15 minutes just going to be better for this chart. There you go. So there's the 15-minute on PayPal. It's entering a new zone for the break, and it's got a lot of room to the upside. So it's a relatively tight stop because if it cannot hold on to like 51.90, then this isn't any good. But that has a lot of room to go. Again, I would not hold this down to here. I'm stopping out tighter at this time of day, and it'll be the same thing. I mean, Boeing, we already went over that. If it cannot hold on to VWAP, I get out of that one. WeWork did bounce at 5. But yeah, it's having a lot of trouble getting to that dollar level again. But it probably gets there. Like I'm bidding at 03s, but you can see like it's really starting to slow down. It's just very slowly stair-stepping to the downside. There has not been a relief rally on this stock at all. Like the biggest bounce got into VWAP, and it hasn't seen VWAP since. The other name that I thought was going to be with a W and going ham to the downside, Wayfair's actually up on the day after the conference call, but 40 to 44. I'd be hesitant to do anything outside of wait for the 40 level on Wayfair. That's definitely the one. SoFi had to come out. It was good early, but then the market was just too strong for SoFi. So I like that short underneath 760. Reloaded at VWAP. There's 760. There's your consolidation. There's my out. Do not want to fight this bad boy. And you know what? If SoFi starts showing me bids above 765, I said this yesterday, like it's a short till it's not at this level. But if we're breaking out over 765, I like the SoFi long. I just don't want to trade it. Underneath is a short, and then above it, if there's any kind of bidding, which I'm not seeing just yet, I think that can be a long on SoFi. But I'm not in that one just yet. Boeing, PayPal, yes. SoFi, getting close.
So again, yeah, thanks. I still like SoFi as well. Thanks to right here, Romza. There's huge daily resistance at Apple 170, 190. So there's actually, thank you for pointing that out, because yesterday we had on our sticky note shorting 172. You know, so the fact that we're now in $1 in the money as it rips up into 172, I want to say a big thank you so much to Romza right there for that heads up. And as soon as I saw that, I looked at the chart and I was like, yeah, man, this 172 is a level. I don't know if it's going to load up here on the 20-minute chart that we've been looking at. Let's go. Right in there. Like, it doesn't really look like there's huge resistance or anything like that, but this was a level that we said yesterday, if we got up into that, and yesterday was right here. So we started the day, this is why we liked it, because we were already at 170, 150 the day before, but we hadn't gotten up here to 172, so I'd like that for a short. Now that I look at it, maybe 173. Like, it could probably get through 172, but probably doesn't really matter. Let's take it out, and then if it continues to go, then fine, and so be it, realistically. AMD is the one that we're the most proud of, because when it was at 104, we were talking about, hey, AMD had a good chance to get to that 105 level, and it looks like it is marching. Thank you so much, Rob, for that. Yeah, Randy brought his coffee, and I started drinking his coffee. because I was like, oh, Randy's bringing the coffee. And then I drank Randy's coffee. But thank you so much, Rob, for this one. As we go, one of my favorite wrestlers, Mr. Perfect, may he rest in peace, Kurt Hennig, passed away. I'm not sure of what, but I remember reading that about 6 months ago or so.
That's sad. A lot of those.
A lot of those. I mean, unfortunately, that's. Well, I mean, we're old now too. Like when I'm watching wrestling, literally 35 years ago. Those guys are probably 35 years old when we're watching them. So, anyways, shout out to all the wrestling fans out there. But we do have to go over to something that, you know what, I haven't even really thought about it today, which is kind of strange, considering yesterday we were crypto. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't even looked at Coinbase or anything, so I'm going to be interested in this story.
Let's just say up.
Coming up, yeah, probably up. Let's go to the desk and find out exactly what's going on with crypto with Adara.
Oh, not really. My bad.
First off, an update from the ongoing SBF trials. So basically, the testimony wrapped up yesterday. He spent a lot of time, SBF, basically blaming his underlings or his employees for the downfall of the company, and also talked about how he was whining and dining with Bill Clinton. Really, really interesting testimony. And also, the closing arguments in this case are set to start today. So keep an eye on that. The defense has officially rested. In terms of Bitcoin itself, we're definitely still hanging out around that 30 or just above that 34,500 area. We did have a green candle to the upside yesterday. We're lagging a little bit today, but we are still up on the day for Bitcoin. Like I said, just around that 34,500 area. Ethereum also positive on the day, above 1,800. Rest of the names are pretty mixed, but mostly slightly positive, with the notable exception of Solana, up about 12% right now, guys.
There you go. So I actually, I mean, I was joking when it set up. I actually hadn't paid attention to it. But when I did go over to my trading view chart there, I did notice this. I mean, look at the VIX fall. Rejection, can you say rejection of the 20 level? And obviously, this is a trend that doesn't have to continue, but on a 15-minute chart, it's been stair-step to the downside until it pulls a big bounce in there. I think, you know, looking for longs is still pretty valid, although you are at that 1% mark. Oh yeah, I was just gonna go over PayPal. It's still in the same pocket, not much has changed there. I bungled Rivian. That's on me. I said it. Money fills over VWAP into 1630. I thought I was offering it, but I wasn't. I must have maybe not hit enter on the order and then flipped away or something, but I still think the same thing. If there's weakness in this market, Tesla just broke 200, and I said if you miss Tesla,
$200?
Yes. Oh, like that's so stupid.
What?
Like, Rivian was probably like right in there, and you could have had the 20s on Rivian.
Do we have news on that, Brendo, or anything? Because that seems...
You could have had 25 on Rivian. Now Tesla's
complete
200.
Opposite of the market right now.
Tesla's sick right now.
That is...
and not like in a good
not
way.
Sick,
like
wicked, and nasty.
Yeah, like not in that way. Like in the other
Not like
way.
in Sharif's way, for example.
Well, I mean, Sharif is like...
Sick.
Yeah, exactly.
This is Tesla. Well, actually, yeah, Tesla and Sharif are very similar, actually, right now. That is a big surprise to me there.
Wow.
Wow, I actually, like when you had mentioned that it was at 200, I was not being like, I actually was thinking like $200, like what? I was not expecting that one for Tesla, especially when we do this with Ford on the long. Is
well,
this
it's
like
just Tesla?
I know, that's what I'm saying. Is this like Bizarro World or something? Like a company that has no clue how to make money, Ford, coming out, nor keep their cars really even on the road, apparently. Randy's given some stats there. It's like 1 out of every 3 cars that they produce winds up going back into the shop on a recall or something like that. But anyways, nice move up there. Ford today had to, and again, why are we long Ford? We talked about it. A, it's on the sticky note, and B, watch us on tradertv.live. I didn't even realize they got the upgrade. They got the upgrade from Barclays, so we wanted to stay long on that name. Long and in charge for sure. All right, guys, what the hell are we going to do with AMD? It's now 260 in the money. It's really starting to rip upside, man. We're long from 102. We talked about that long. Not only did we talk about it, we reloaded it 3 times. And then now it's just blast city here to the upside for AMD right now. So that 105 is nice, man, but I don't like, honestly, up 6%, you're really starting to get going here. I might just top this out. The NASDAQ, this is the NASDAQ, up now 1% and still motoring. And I was just looking over at my stats because this is such a huge play. I'm just going to, if we get back up there, what is that high for AMD? I'm just going to take a piece out, man. Not piece out, all of this out right now at 104. If we can go 104.70, let's just take it out. I don't feel like this is looking a gift horse in the mouth, but there it is. Let's just close it off. Look, 270. I mean, I'm going to take that. And I feel like sometimes pigs get slaughtered. My bad decision was getting out of this a little bit too early. But if 105 is good enough, let's just take it out. End that trade right there on 105. If it continues to rip up, fine. Like, I felt pretty happy with myself getting out at 103.50 right there. So we'll take it out. We just got 103s. Well, we only got 60s there. So it's not looking great as of now, but still. We'll put that one in our pocket and smoke it because that was a really, really good trade for me on that one. And then Apple, same way, man. We're starting to get out. It's not a thing about the market. It's just these things have moved a lot. Tesla bouncing off that 199. Are you trying that? Or?
I'm taking. I mean,
I
have a level on Rivian where I know I'm out. I know on Rivian 1630 isn't out, so I'm taking Rivian short and it's getting out at 1630 because Tesla. If Tesla does its own thing, fair enough. We have 20 minutes to go. There's plenty of time here. I'll get to Boeing and some other stuff in a second, but have a look at AMD on the daily chart. The second you said 105, this, and again, anybody can draw trend lines. This is a crude one, so that when you look at a trend line, it's not a precise thing, but it is at resistance on the daily. The way I've drawn this, it's probably over 105 because I've cut through some of the wicks in here. But let's just say this is at a spot where I would expect some resistance to come in. I'm thinking over 105 because trend lines on the daily don't necessarily pertain to precise levels on an intraday chart. But once it gets to 105, that's about the only place I want to look for a short. Boeing is just having some trouble. See, look at this thing. It cannot seem to break high of the day. I have an offer at high of the day. I still think you can go VWAP dip hunting on that. If WeWork does something, I'll let you know. But Tesla.
Did you say WeWork?
Yeah,
I just put a bid at 08. I don't know if it's going
to. Like if it gets, you'll know if it gets to $1. We'll say something, but it's not getting to the dollar yet. It is what it is. But Tesla was just bouncing, and got to 200. Like it bounced off 199 and was just at 200. It's already back through 199. Like this is absolutely wild. And all I was getting at with Rivian, I mean, first of all, Tesla. This could mean if the market were to turn around, Tesla could see like 190 today. The way it's trading, it's just so strange. And then Rivian, it gives me an out here, the lower high of 16.3, that if Tesla falls all over itself, at least I have an idea how to structure that trade. And then if 16 breaks, I can be there already when it happens. But I just don't want to be hitting the Tesla short at the low of the day as the market's breaking out. It's just a very strange thing to want to do. It's so counter trend at this moment. It's absolutely wild. Netflix is at, no, it's not. 420? We used to have a graphic for this. Yeah, we used to have a graphic for this, but 420 on Netflix. It's not nothing. It is a consolidation breakout through 420. I like the Boeing 190 area a little bit better, but again, that's basically the same kind of idea. Breaking out on the daily, you want to see buyers above that price, and then it can take that next step to the upside. But for now, let's go to Adara. She's in front of the screen for Sector Watch.
Pretty green day across the board here right now, especially for these tech-related sectors. So we do have with technology services a lot of strength in Microsoft, Meta, and Google. We also have Netflix, which was just mentioned here. This one definitely trending more positively after announcing that ad tier subscriber milestone. So that is absolutely of note. In terms of the electronic tech, we also have of note all these chip names after the AMD earnings. AMD up almost 5% right now. NVIDIA very strong as well. We also have a lot of strength in health and the finance area. Amazon very strong in retail trade, but a lot of other weakness within that sector. So worth mentioning, strength in commercial services, energy minerals very strong. We are a little bit more mixed in the consumer non-durables area, with Nike especially weak, although Pepsi is holding pretty strongly there. Also weakness in health services, and of course, Tesla in the consumer durables area, guys.
Yeah, no question about that. Tesla and that weakness is something you got to pay attention to it, because I don't know if the market turns, like Tesla's in trouble. But if the market doesn't turn, it's at a bottom. WeWork did get back. Wayfair with the W pattern. Hey, look at that. W. But 44, this is now the third time. So Obi thrice it's gotten to 44. The high of the day is just shy of 45 even. You got to pay for locates here, but if it's going to turn somewhere, it's here. Just understand 28% short float and ripped off the bottom, and it has been bouncing for the last few days in a row, and it ripped on that earnings call. So I always trade with a stop. I would never enter a trade without a stop order. But if it fails a 45 break, I generally speaking want reversal patterns on stocks that are this thin to break the level and trap people instead of short in front of it. Because I feel like it's going to take that level, at least get there the third time through, and it needs to be failing 45. But I mean, you guys can see the pattern here. It's been going 44 to 40 pretty much the entirety of the day. Where else did I want to get to? Oh yeah, it was Palantir. Never actually got into Palantir.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm still, yeah, whatever. I'm
We're
not
talking
gonna,
about Palantir.
I know, it double bottomed, it broke VWAP. I was trying to grab it off VWAP. It's still trending to the upside, so if the market's gonna continue to go,
Let's go.
I still want a VWAP dip on Palantir. I just have to adjust the price here. It looks good off the bottom. It's about to go green, but I want VWAP on PLTR. That's also last couple of days support. If it gets to 15 even, that's where, I mean, the short's been at 15, so still room to go on Palantir.
All right, we're 40 cents in the money on Tesla. We did buy that dip. Let's just wait to see, man. We're actually already out of a third of this trade off 199.50. I just, you know, like Neil said, man, if it wants to go great, excuse me, could be at a bottom. We're going to wait to see if that is a bottom or not. But I don't, like, right now, okay. Let's go, Tesla. All right, I'm going to be a little sick. Not too sick, but a little sick because look what happened to AMD. I mean, we got out at 60. It just touched 105 flat there. So, but that's okay because we actually made a hell of a lot more money now just by going long into Tesla. So let's see. Brendan gave us some information that nothing new from what he can see. Wow, Tesla's going to go right up into one of the top stocks here, by the way, just off this little small move. But anyways, Subaru adopting their charging technology. So that, I don't know, should be a good thing. But again, that's strange. With the market really bumping up here, let's see if Tesla can continue to make some nice moves up. So we'll wait. We did get that Wii at 108, so no surprise there. We've already have a good opportunity. Boeing at 190 doesn't seem to want to get much higher than this 190.50, so I'm debating putting that offer right there right now. But let's fly high, Tesla. I'm going to put one more. Well, did we get an O's there? We don't have too many shares left. Yeah, so let's see if Tesla can take down two bills now because we've gotten some out. That 50 period is $201. So let's see if we can get something there. $200 and like 50 cents. I'm going to put an offer there right now. As Tesla, back in the money, 70 cents right now. Let's see if it will work.
Yeah, Tesla it's a wild consolidation. Not Tesla. Intel's at that zone. I said if it got to 37, I'm looking short. Here is the actual top, about 37.25. So above 37 into 37.25 is where I'm looking for a turn. I'm not saying it has to turn there, but that's where I want to see it. If I'm going to get a short, it's going to be at that price. SoFi is, I don't jump immediately into a long. If you did, it would have worked for you. That doesn't mean that's the way I want to play it. But now holding above that 765. So you have some buying coming into it. It broke, got to the high, did a bit of a double top. Next stage, consolidation above 760, and then a breakout. I prefer the consolidation above 760. So flipping from short to long, I didn't do it instantly. We just got out of the short. I'm looking for the long above 760. Now that there are finally, and I mean finally, buyers on SoFi above 760, but I mean the earnings were like 2 days ago, so it hasn't taken that long, but that can be an eternity as a day trader. But it was a quadruple, no questions asked. I was long 3 times into that on the first day. Now looking finally strong is SoFi. Into a strong market. It's not like it's standing out there by itself. But Intel, it's been good. It's been a ride. 37 was always a target. And now I'm looking for the short.
I think you got to have some targets no matter what you're trading, right? And that's why, honestly, that AMD up there to 105 could have held that, did not. People in the chat giving a lot of respect for Ford. So thank you so much to everybody up there as well. It's another chicken dinner winner there for Ford because, like, now you're up to 88s. Like, this has just been stair-stepping up, and we still have shares. So this has been a good trade, obviously. Let me check. Oh, I was going to say we just hit the chicken dinner winner, but I don't even know what's for lunch yet, but let's double check. All right, Jesus, this is getting, Jesus Cristo, this is getting absurd a little bit here. Once again, we have another chicken dinner winner for lunch. If you don't like chicken, then it's not a winner. It's creamy spinach, mushroom, and Parmesan chicken with rice pilaf, and once again, the infamous steamed vegetables. So, yeah, good.
What's wrong with steamed vegetables?
Nothing. It was here yesterday. That's all. So we had steamed vegetables yesterday. It's on the menu again here today. Creamy spinach, mushroom, and Parmesan chicken with rice pilaf and some steamed veg. So,
I can tell you what dessert's going to be.
is there dessert around here?
Oh, it's a day after Halloween.
Oh, yeah. Those have been flying around.
90% chance there's going to be a bowl of candy somewhere around here.
Those have been around here. That's
for sure. I actually forgot to take some because there's always like the bucket of stuff that like my daughter doesn't like, which I mean ends up in like we get the bucket that it's all the stuff that she doesn't want, and then we have to eat it. We don't have to eat it. Bring some of it in. I forgot to bring some in for the traders. That's my bad. All the traders that usually take advantage of all the candy that gets left around here. It is what it is. So I'm in the Intel short, and again, I know the market is strong, but it gets to a key level. I'm not saying like that level at 105 on AMD. Like, sure, you could short that. I just feel as if it's like Intel. It's a big level. It's not the one with direct news in here. It's already made a big move off earnings for 3 days in a row. It just feels like a better place to short. I'm still in Rivian. It's not really doing much.
Tesla's gonna break.
Like it's just sitting here, but I'm looking for it to break down, right? Like if I'm out here at 1630, I'm looking for this to get to 16 even. I'm sitting at the teens, so this needs to break 16 or it's no good.
Yeah.
Right? Like I'm putting up 17 cents. It has to break 16 even. I'm contemplating whether I'd add through 16. Usually I would add through 16, but I'm not sure I want. You know, at this point I wouldn't add through 16. I could talk myself into it over lunchtime, but for now I'm sitting in the short. Let's let it see if it can get to 16 and break. That's what I need to have happen. PayPal's a very similar story. You know, like PayPal, here we go, starting to pull back in with the market. I'm looking for that break to get in, take out highs, get into like 52.7, then into 53. But if it can't break this consolidation up, this is a 15-minute chart. It's going to be in here and out under there. And if it goes, it goes. Pay your candy debt. I never have candy debt.
I cannot believe this move.
Never have any candy debt. You know what's interesting is like my daughter, she's like, oh, I don't like this, I don't like that. I'm like, are you kidding me? You don't like O. Henry? Got these, one house was giving away giant O. Henry, like full size.
Yep.
I'm like, hold on a second, because this is unacceptable. I opened it right there and like broke off a piece. I'm like,
peanuts, maybe.
Eat this right now because I think you're gonna like it. She took one bite and of course she's like, this is good, Daddy. I'm like, I told you it was good. You think my daughter's not gonna like an O. Henry bar? I'm like, trust me, I can't let. Not to try to get her encouraged to eat more candy. I'm just saying, like, I knew she would like it. And a shout out to all the people that give out full candy bars. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, you crazy. All right, 190. So anyways, Tesla, it's funny because, again, oops, that's still, like, look at AMD. Wow, AMD went to 105.50. Like, as if, dude. Get bent. All right, so right here, Tesla. Oops,
I told you
we
that
just
means
went
England.
short on. Yeah, he told me that. Yes, that's why I said it. All right, so again, we were down a cup of coffee. It got all the way up. It broke through 200. We were in the money 70 cents. Then it just came crashing back in like it didn't even care about that bump back to 2 bills. Look at it off this 20-period moving average, right? Looks pretty good. We bumped up a little bit on numbers, then came right back down. So I am now short on Tesla. We're still flat on the stock. Obviously, this could get nasty. I'm going to be short until we take that, whatever that high is right there, $200.20. I'm short on Tesla till it breaks that level with an average up coming in the 199.80 or something. So I have a small amount of shares now. I wouldn't mind looking at this level if it comes back, $200.20 or so as kind of the line where I say that's enough. But for right now, we'll hold on to this short and we will sort of be like, at least we got out of Apple up there, but getting out of AMD, the thing is like it's not that I should know better. This is a huge trade. It's just like there's been so many times that AMD I've been short and just watch it just run up and it never stops. And like this is the same thing happened here. It's at least we held out for that level, but AMD continues to be a hero trade. WeWork has bounced. We have literally 5% left on that one. I told you we got a big piece out right there. Boeing, I might put a 190.50. That's probably the top right there. Just reviewing what we have on board now. And that's it. So Boeing, Ford, Tesla, WeWork, and the big desk right now with Money Talks.
DXY pretty flat right now ahead of the Fed rate decision expected at 2 p.m. today. And this is expected by most of the market to be a no change. So right now we have not much change with the DXY ahead of this information, but definitely stay tuned for that number or that information, I guess, that update, the Fed rate decision. In terms of other economic data, we did have some this morning, including the JOLTS job openings. So that we saw an increase to 9.55 million for September versus the forecast of 9.25 million. We also had the ADP non-farm payroll change for jobs, which was actually 113,000 versus the estimate of 150,000. So down a lot from the estimate, but up from the prior of 89,000. Lots of economic data to keep an eye on ahead of that Fed rate decision, guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. So Salvo 1. Salvo is like taking a shot, I guess. I mean, most people understand that. On Intel at that 37. But again, it's like these are strong. Like the chips are strong. I had to look at Micron, and like Micron is ripping faces off as well. So this is probably NVIDIA's doing the same thing. So you want to take pot shots. But until it gets and breaks 37.25, I'm looking for a curl off those levels as that starts to come back in. Now, Rivian's at 16 even. So it's here. The EV names are, I mean, if you're looking for weakness in the market, look no further than the EV names. It just bounced once off 16, so I'm going to get a bid at that actual low just in case the even dollar is going to hold up. Tesla now at 198. I just prefer to be sitting in the Rivian short, which gave you sort of a clear, more defined range than Tesla, which looks like it's hard not to want to go bounce on Tesla oftentimes. So anyways, Rivian just took first profit on that one as it heads to the downside. You already mentioned WeWork. We have 5 minutes to go. And these chips, which we haven't talked about NVIDIA, just last one. NVIDIA is almost at 420.
Look at Tesla.
And 420 has been a bit of a thing on NVIDIA, so it's all the chip names that are looking strong. But this is not that big of a move in the grand scheme of things for NVIDIA. I mean, 440 is a monster level. 420 is a good psychological one. But I'm looking for the curl specifically, and I've said this. I'm looking for the curl on Intel at 37. So if I short something, it's going to be Intel off this 37 area.
So remember when I said we were down on Tesla? Props it up. Right there, we went short on Tesla. Now we're $1 in the money on that short as it is starting to print again here for Tesla. So again, hopefully you guys are watching out for this name. This name is all the rage here. I don't know how far we go down. You know what? I'm going to take another fill here at 198. I thought maybe we could crack, a lot lower than that. And what I did was I sort of just opened up the I don't know. Again, it's not even on any news. So if this market stays high, which it's doing right now, maybe Tesla does come back in. I was just looking. I actually had a bid down here at 196.50. I know the bottom is here at 194, but I'd be pretty happy with $3, needless to say. So 190, that'll be 250 there, 196.50. But I am going to take a piece out as it just did bounce around 198. Again, like we don't need to do anything. We could sit here and wait for everything to happen. Like that AMD is now approaching 106. Like how insane is that, right? So who knows where Tesla will go? But for me, sometimes you can do that. Shout out to Super SPAC-Man with the CCC there, the classic Katina change. I like that. The thing is that we still have Fed coming out. And like I said, this has been a huge day for trading, man. The market's straight up 1%. There's been many, many great trades. And I'm just going to say, even if you just looked at one name, the number one name on this sticky note, AMD, you could look at earnings plays. I don't love earnings plays most of the time, right? But when that got going and we held this 102 right there, that was the go spot. That's why we loaded up when these aren't even breaks. Like a lot of these are load ups. The first break was a break of 102, right? But then after that, we loaded it up when it came back in. We got more shares right there again. And then this is the result. And unfortunately, there's the out there $1 ago. Like it's really crazy. But that is what it is. Tesla right now making that move back up. I said where we'd want to be short against. It was the 20 period, but now the 20 period's at 199. So I'm feeling like my stop was still always going to be at $200.50, but maybe we've got to get a little more aggressive with that stop because the 50 period is now back down into 200. I'd like to see us not take that, right? So we'll get a piece out if it comes back down into 198. But again, thank you so much for everything. And again, thank you for all of the positive talks there. But what you really need to do is subscribe.
Like and subscribe today.
And if you do that, then all your trades may or may not be bountiful.
but you will at least be happy. You'll enjoy a fantastic trading community out there. So shout out to all of you. What do we got? I mean, I'm telling you, like there's a lot moving if you're looking in the right places. That's just it. There's a little bit of everything for everyone. I'm back into Intel, but I want to get to this Wayfair just because I can't remember the last time I actually saw something this almost, it's not ridiculous, it's just obvious, like 40, 40, and 45. It still has yet to run this top, but it's a big consolidation. So it feels like it's gearing up to break 45. And if it does do a failed break, I'm still looking for the failed break 45 short. Like that's what I'm looking for on Wayfair. Maybe it just dips without even getting me into it. That can happen, but I don't mind that. I'd rather look for the entry that I like, which is it breaking 45 even, then I short back underneath. So there's a little bit of something for everybody. I haven't even mentioned this name because it's kind of like a lost in all of this. Estee Lauder caught an SSR bounce. So down 18% now, but I thought maybe $100 on this thing, but it got to 102. There's the SSR bounce. I would look for some kind of a, maybe it's just VWAP or at least like this low again at 102, but that can be a play again. When it's short sell restricted, sometimes the bounce plays are a little bit better, but we'll see what happens. This is one that I feel it got caught up in the wash, but on earnings, obviously not a good one for them and a good SSR bounce play if I've ever seen it. I just like that $100 level a little bit better, but as I said, I'm back into Intel. I'm going to take at least 3 swings at it. Got to stop out, back in short above 37. This time 37.13 is the local high. I think this can get, maybe not to VWAP, but certainly 36.75 is pretty reasonable. Chips have been unbelievably strong, no question about it. As mentioned on WeWork, it's not doing a heck of a lot, but it doesn't have to. The $1 is the only support level left, so I think we do test it today. I'd be surprised if we didn't test $1. So I'm still waiting for $1.03 to get the last of this out. And if it breaks $1, that's a separate trade. Like I would probably try to short 99 and then have it out at 101, but that's a very separate trade with its own circumstances. I'm seeing there's a lot of moves happening in natural gas. We don't usually talk about it, but it's down. Yeah, it's up now, but it's down again overall. Shout out to anyone that's actually been able to make sense
was
of
up
this.
like 6% yesterday or something.
Nat gas is in a bottoming sort of consolidation, which it's trying to break the trend that's been to the downside, but now it's in this weird consolidation phase. The thing about these is like it trends for a very long time and it takes a lot to break the trend, but there's at least a bottom happening on it. I don't trade it. I'll tell you like this, it's always way too crazy for me, but it's almost like it has to break 4 or do something really crazy to the upside to like that long. It's already 11 o'clock, so Intel for me is a short until proven otherwise. Looking for that Wayfair at 45 even, but I want a failed break. You know where you're headed.
Let's go.
We got Obi-Wan, not Kenobi. Well, he is Obi-Wan Kenobi, but not in costume today. And Adara, go get him.
Good morning. Well, hello. Happy midday. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. We are brought to you by Surge Trader.
Yeah, so thank you to Surge Trader. Account funding for up to $1 million, keep up to 90% of the profit, and enjoy relaxed trading rules with up to 8% max trailing drawdown on all accounts. Thank you, Surge Trader.
Yeah, thank you, Surge Trader. How are your trades? Have you gotten to trade yet so far today?
Yeah, I have been trading a little bit here. Not too great. As of the last 5 minutes, because I did kind of force a little bit of a short on AMD here. As you can see, I did kind of size into it a little bit in and around this 105, and it wants to continue to go higher. So be it, but we kind of gave back a decent chunk, just getting a little aggressive on this idea. AMD is super strong, can't stop, won't stop to the upside there. I literally, as I was shorting it, Sean, I heard you saying like, there's been days where I keep shorting this name and it just continues, and that's literally what I was doing here, where I was just like, I wanted to short in and around that 105, so I got involved, and it wants to continue going with some ridiculous strength. And of course, the market is very, very strong today. We saw that over the past couple of days. We've been pretty rangy, and finally we get a distinct push past some of that consolidation we were seeing. We saw how that 14.4 was interacting. We're above that 14.5 today, and yeah, so I also had some trades on Amazon as well, again interacting in and around this 135. A little bit of a short, switch long, and then switch short, and then just leave it alone, and then give it all back on this AMD trade here, getting short into that 105. So you know what, it is what it is. Next trade is what I'm thinking. AMD potential, like I do want to still short it, but if it's going to stay this strong, like I'm watching this tape very closely, it kind of it drops the bid a little bit, like a few pennies above the previous candle close, and then rebids, and then just continues to rip right back up. Look at these consecutive candles right here, just closing above one another, just a slow, steady grind to the upside. Where will it stop? Who knows? But I am looking for a potential short here. This consolidation here on Amazon is quite peculiar here. We attempted to make a high, or we did make a high, and then now we are attempting to push that high, but so far we've been consolidating for over half an hour here on Amazon. So I do have a couple of other names on watch today, some in-play names. We saw what Redfin and Zillow did yesterday. Definitely going to be on watch for me today. Some earnings names as well. But before we cover those, Adara, what are you looking at today?
I just got into the Estee Lauder short. Because this was one that I was looking at for a short all day with that weakness that we kind of have had. We'll see, we had a little bit of a pullback a little bit after opening, or I guess not a pullback, to the upside. Now we're pulling back a little bit below VWAP. Maybe not the best place to enter. So we are about like 20-ish cents out of the money right now. But I'm going to stay in this until we get to like 106. Then I might get a little bit concerned. But this Estee Lauder has definitely been to the downside throughout the day, especially kind of with this pattern here. I do have faith in this short. I got in for a reason, so I'm going to stay. I'm going to see it through at least for a little bit here. I also want to look at, this one was also in the chat, but I was looking at this one earlier as well while I was doing, a small cap recap this morning. ALDX, so this is Aldera. And I like the general pattern on this, but we are seeing slightly lower highs. But like as a little range play, like 15 cents, not a bad look. This one has had strength all day. We did have, it had an agreement with AbbVie, a licensing agreement for one of its drugs. So that's a strong catalyst. These small cappers can move like wildfire. We do have good volume on this. So I am very much interested in this stock, and I would like to see kind of what this one does. Also, probably surprising not very many people, Netflix is on my radar. I tried to get that at the 419 dip buy just when I sat down here. I missed that boat, but I'm going to keep an eye on this one kind of in that 419, 420 range if we get back down to my area of interest. I'm going to try to stay away from these mega caps like these Nvidias and the Netflixes, but I have an eye on both of those. I don't have a good sense of levels yet, though, so I'm not seriously considering them in the way that I'm considering Netflix, ALDX, and then also my Estee Lauder short, which I might have to cut short. How's AMD going?
Not bad. Again, like I don't want to fight it, but yeah, how wild is that, Sean? I get long, and finally we kind of bid down and break some. Yeah, exactly. So maybe a little bit of a chase for sure on my part. Getting along up here, I do, like I said, I was looking for the short, but I'm like I shouldn't be fighting the pressure too much. And on my initial entry, we kind of start to bid down quite heavily back into that 106. But yes, very, very strong earnings today on AMD. Look at this move. I was just pulling up the chart here for you guys. But yeah, straight to the upside right here. Absolutely no relief whatsoever. Maybe a little bit of a chop and a churn over here, but out the open, and a little bit here underneath that 103. But we've been steadily just grinding to the upside here on AMD. And yeah, I did try the short in and around that 105. I liked it around there, but as of right now, it seems like we are not having that same kind of price action. Wow. Sean says he is short AMD 106.20. Yeah. I think that's a great price there, Sean. 106 kind of came in real hot. I was watching the tape, kind of going into that 106. I was involved in and around that 105 mark as well. But yeah, no, the very, very rippy kind of tape, a very squeezed type of action there as the ask keeps on getting wiped out on AMD on the way up. But it seems like we may be catching a little bit of a relief here as we kind of bid back below that 106 level. I will probably piece out of this short. Definitely going to be wrong on this one today. So yeah, what's going on in there? What are some names that you are interested in looking at today?
Well,
look at anything for short.
Yeah, so I was in this Estee Lauder short, and then that I kind of was like, I didn't get it a good place, so now I kind of tried to switch to the long. Then we just pulled back here, honestly, and then as I say that, now we're kind of pulling to the upside. I don't see myself in this long for very long, pun accidentally intended. But I mean, yeah, if I can get like 20 cents out of this as we kind of dance towards that 106 area, I will be happy with that. Originally I did like the short idea because we were kind of seeing a downtrend here, but I got involved around VWAP, which was a bad idea, definitely, because I should have waited to kind of see what it did at VWAP. We didn't lose too much in the short, but I do like this long idea in the short term now, just because, we are seeing, this movement up at VWAP, this decent support at that 1050 or 105 5 area. Also, someone's saying go Apple short in the chat. Shout out to G1. So let's look at Apple.
Oh, wow.
This is one I'd like to kind of see what we do at VWAP here. This is one that I would, if we're doing like the pullback, I would maybe consider shorting the pullback, but I think now at VWAP, I wouldn't really want to get involved until I kind of see what we do here. If anything, to me, it looks like it might be like a shorter term long kind of around this 1714 area or 17014. But yeah, definitely of interest. I do like, this subtle kind of upward pattern we're seeing here with these slightly higher highs, these higher lows. VWAP does look like a point of contention here, a point of interest. So I'm going to take a look. Also, it looks like Estee Lauder. I'm happy I didn't get out of Estee Lauder, or at least I'm happy I got out of the short there. Now we're headed to the upside. I think a big thing today, which was my issue yesterday, is like if a trade isn't exactly going your way, evaluate quickly, decide what you want to do, and make the decision. The short wasn't going well, so I got into the long. Really happy with the long on this recovery here at VWAP. We're going to ride this out. We're going to see how this one goes. How are you doing with AMD?
Yeah, I like that. I like that move on Apple here. I'm just trying to log into my trading view here real quick so I can properly talk about certain tickers. So I'm just gonna do that real quick. But we got a little bit more long underneath that 106, and 106 kind of does a little bit of a reclaim for now. So yeah, let's see where this goes. This buying pressure has been quite aggressive, and I guess I don't know. I did get it. I did fight the short earlier, and I was like, no, this is very, very strong. So I do want to switch over to the long idea. I know that Sean is sitting short right here, right in and around here, but this buying pressure that's coming in, I just want to kind of, like I said, I find myself fighting the trend a lot, and I saw that I gave back a decent chunk of my day doing that, fighting the trend a little bit. So I guess it is a little late to join the trend, but let's see how this kind of works out. But that 106 is looking quite troublesome there, Sean. So it looks like you might be. Yeah, I think you might. Okay, so you did cover some 105.75. Yeah, so I think Sean might be right on this trade over here. But yeah, the market kind of a little bit of a pullback potentially here, coming back in. We have been quite strong all morning, right? So a little bit of a pullback, I think, is more than warranted here. And if AMD is going to be struggling to continue to the upside, as some of these names kind of come quadunking to the downside, I will be getting out of that one. And there it is right there. Definitely do not want to be more involved as of right now. Clearly, the long is no longer there. So you know what? I'll stay a little bit patient here. I'll look back at some of these things as I try to log into my trading view there, Darren.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. So Estee Lauder was looking really nice, almost at 106.50-ish, 106.40. Then we took a little pullback. We're definitely dancing around here, though. I set to take everything out kind of at that 106.20 because that seems where we're having a little bit of resistance. Maybe I'll just take out a portion there instead because, you know, trying to adapt, trying to evaluate our positions and evaluate how many shares we have. Someone said being nimble. Yeah, I'm really trying to be nimble right now for sure. That was my big issue yesterday and one of the bigger issues I've had throughout so far as I'm learning. So I'm really happy we got out of that short. I like that we got in this long, and I'm going to try to take whatever profit we can get from this long before it goes wrong. Also, Juan in the chat, NVIDIA and Meta could be nice for short scalp. Yeah, let's take a look. I like scalps. I'm trying to short. Let's see what we have shaking in here. Meta, let me look. I haven't looked at Meta yet today. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. This would definitely be very scalpy because we're seeing, you know, these higher lows. Like I think over term, like on the day it looks like a long, but there are these opportunities to kind of take these shorts here. I think I'd have to be very strategic about this, but if I keep an eye on the chart and the tape, I could be interested in kind of shorting at the highs. We also have what the other one was NVIDIA. NVIDIA was one I was trying to assess earlier for levels. This is another one I think, yeah, I see what you mean, Juan. I definitely see the point where we're seeing these, when we get to the highs, we're seeing these nice like $1, $2 pullbacks. For that matter, I could see, you know, even like going long for a scalp and then shorting the scalp. Yeah, I think there's definitely some opportunities for these mega caps to play within these scalp areas. I just need to make sure that I am assessing them properly, taking a lot of time to look at the tape and at the chart. So it looks like Estee Lauder is moving, so I'm going to see if I can pull some shares out here. Let's see, as we kind of continue to struggle on this area.
There it is, okay.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to take, as we're kind of getting a little bit weaker here on these lower highs, I just kind of want to take what we can get. You get what you get. You don't get upset. Someone saying Estee Lauder failing to make higher highs. Absolutely, yeah. I think if I can just take out here, I will be pleased as punch. Also, I didn't want to look at Tesla, but I mean, Tesla has been, I was looking at Tesla earlier. This is one that has had quite the day. Honestly, 198 seems to be a really big point for like either, you know, kind of shorting to that point or then going long from that point. But definitely, I would say 198 is an interesting level. I want to wait and kind of watch it a bit more, like I said, with NVIDIA and Meta before we get involved, especially with Tesla, because there is a lot of volatility. But yeah, I mean, the main priority right now is just getting out of Estee Lauder, mostly unscathed, and then seeing what else we can do with these dip opportunities over here.
Yeah, so I did get, so I switched to the short there on AMD. I switched to the short, and then it instantly starts to bid up a little bit. So clearly not in sync with the flow here. I'm getting a little potentially flustered in terms of figuring out like getting with the flow here on the AMD. But the fact of the matter is that the bids are not holding as strong as they were. We watched it kind of come all the way up. Here, I'm going to pull it up on the tape for you guys so you guys can kind of watch along with us here. So the bids are not necessarily holding as well as before. You can just take a look, but I could very well be wrong. This could just continue to slap back up. If that buying pressure decides to randomly come right back in, it is around lunchtime. So I guess I was a little hasty, kind of getting long into some of those levels right there. And take a look at that. The bid is dropping quite aggressively on AMD. Are you still short, Sean? Because that's about $1 in the money for you almost if you're still short from that 106.20 right there. Yes, sir. So Sean throwing up that dollar club for sure. So okay, so we did switch short there on the AMD kind of working out a little bit here for us right now. Let's see how far we can get. I was originally looking for a short around this 105 area, and we are teetering on top of 105 halves. So let's see, I'm short 105 half as well, just underneath it in the 40s, and we are teetering in and around the 40s. So as the market kind of pulls back a little bit here, I'm watching this Amazon come in as well. ES and NQ pulling back a little bit as well. So the move was quite strong, and we also had some strong tailwind from the market for the long on AMD. Now I'm curious to know whether or not that tailwind can, that pulling off of tailwind here on the futures can give us a little bit of a relief to the downside here on AMD. But yeah, let us know in the chat what you guys are trading today. We're more than happy to take a look here. Chris is saying, Obi, every time AMD has changed direction, I've lost money. What's the solution? Yeah, I don't know. That's literally what I'm dealing with right now. It's like I go short, doesn't work. I go long, it doesn't work. I go short again, well, it's working now. So maybe third time is the charm there, Chris. So yeah, I usually tend to have like I talk about this, I have like a 3-strike rule for fighting the trend, but I've only tried to fight it once technically as of right now here. So haven't really hit those parameters in terms of getting that system, I guess, activated of the 3-strike rule. But as we hold this 105 half, I'm curious to know whether or not that 105 area that I did like to short off of is now becoming support. But the fact that the market is pulling back a little bit can give us a little bit of wind on that. So yeah, I'm reading the chat here. People talking about DraftKings. So okay, I guess people are trading DraftKings today. Let's take a look at DKNG. All right, right here. Okay, so not too crazy of a move. I'm seeing a little bit of a drop in pops, a little bit of a V-shaped recovery back in towards those opening prices on DraftKings and holding above VWAP since yesterday, it would seem, although we do violate it out the open a little bit right there. But as of right now, we're holding above VWAP, which also happens to be above this consolidation of yesterday there. So yeah, decent look there on DraftKings.
Yeah, I'll get into my Estee Lauder trade in a minute because we did win on that trade, but we could have gotten a little bit more. But Netflix, meanwhile, so I could have gotten in this a little bit lower, but I liked this 418, 417, 8 area because we are seeing a little bit of support here after this nice pullback. The other thing with this name is we do have a catalyst on Netflix, what with the higher subscriber, I guess, numbers for its ad tier. That being said, like looking at this kind of on the wider scale, this could be a retracement, but I like that we were kind of holding at VWAP. I'm going to stay in this for now, for a good time, not for a long time. Just kind of seeing what we can get on this because this one has been strong all day. It is kind of holding above VWAP. We did see this strength above VWAP earlier. As we have another candle to the upside, we're going to stay in this for the time being. But yeah, definitely trying to be nimble, trying to reassess here. Worst case scenario, I get out here and then maybe look at it for a short. But I mean, as long as we're kind of holding this 417.80, which we at this 417.80, 418 area, I'm happy to stay in it. Oh, somebody's asking the news from Microsoft. So there was something related to LinkedIn. I'm going to pull up the exact news from Microsoft here, and actually then we'll kind of look at that stock. But Microsoft, basically, what's the specific news? Oh yeah, Microsoft, LinkedIn. This one I know they said there is, I think it was 1 billion active users on LinkedIn was the news here. Yes, so they hit 1 billion active members for LinkedIn, and there's going to be new AI features. This is what was happening with Microsoft. That's the news there. Shout out to Ash in the chat. So I will pull up Microsoft there, and then I'll deal with Netflix in a moment. Okay, Microsoft having a little bit of a retracement here. I actually might look at this as a short, kind of along this level as we head towards VWAP. Because I was looking at this earlier for a long, but now it looks like we're retracing a bit. Once I deal with the Netflix debacle, I might look at getting into Microsoft. How's the AMD short going?
It's working all right now, kind of pushing back into that 105. That pressure, like I said, is kind of gone there. Again, like the market kind of pushing back in. That 14.6 kind of cracks a little bit. So we did get a little bit of a sell-off here, but I am just still teetering around break even as I don't have the best price for the short here. Shout out to Sean. Definitely that anything above that 106 seems to be the place to be right now. Okay, Samuel Martin with a super chat saying top squeeze will be bigger than GME. Just watch. Okay, all right. I don't know about that.
That's a statement.
But that is definitely a statement, and I think that is a false statement. But let's see. Let's check it out. Here, I didn't mean to do that. Here, yeah. Okay, so let's see Tupperware on the 15-minute. Let's take a quick look here on Tupperware. All right, yeah. I don't know so much about a squeeze, man. This is pretty much doing nothing. We saw what it's done in the past. In the past, I think it was a couple months. Right there, that crazy squeeze up into. What's happening with AMD here? A little bit of a bid going on potentially right here in the 60s. Okay, yeah. So anyways, we pushed up to the 7s and then we faded all the way back down. This was a wild squeeze. I don't doubt that. This was a stair-step squeeze, a little bit of liquidity traps happening on Tupperware, and then you got a multi-day, multi-week move on that. But take a look at the multi-month fade that you got off of that ridiculous R-vol that we experienced. When is this here? In August, right? So yeah, no, definitely Tupperware has potential for a squeeze, no doubt. More than GME, highly doubt. So. Yeah, that's my I guess that's my opinion on that one.
Nice, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say like that's quite the statement, like the GME squeeze. Yeah, I mean, I got in Microsoft on the short, but now as I kind of got in, we're going a little bit higher on this, kind of towards this 345 area. I'm gonna stay with this for now. But I'm not like super confident. I was more confident as we're kind of seeing this downward trend. So hopefully this continues as we get to VWAP. But the longer we kind of dance around this 345 area, the more spooked I kind of get. Also still trying to get out of Netflix over here, trying to get my fill just to get out of that one for now. I liked the idea. It didn't work. I'm going to have to reevaluate to see what it kind of does around VWAP. But yeah, right now, the market is doing things, just trying to take a look and see what happens. In the meantime, like I said, I was very much interested in our friend Tesla at, depending on what we do around this 198, 197.5. Right now we're still above 198, but we're looking like we might be going lower below this, either that or we go higher. So either way, I'm looking at this for either a long or a short, depending on this decisive movement around this 198. Because if we break 198, it could be a short for me. And if we don't, I could long from that point. Yeah, it's quite a day. Definitely just trying to reassess the positions here, kind of see what's going on. I might take some time here to just try to get out of that Netflix, look at the Microsoft and kind of see what is shaking, because it looks like Microsoft's now kind of going up from the point at which I got in. So I think I'm going to deal with that quickly. How's AMD going?
Not so good as we kind of re-push into that 106. So I do kind of get out of that quite quickly, because if we're going to continue that to the upside, definitely I don't want to be fighting it here. I feel like I would keep fighting the trend there. I might be a little tilted that I lost some decent trades there I guess I am trading my P&L because I'm like, oh, I made all these profits, then I lost it all. I got to try to make it back, and I'm pretty much fighting this AMD here over and over again there. So not the best on my part, Adara. So maybe a little, maybe we'll. I got to wait a little bit to get some more information. Maybe looking for a potential lower high here on AMD to get us started for the short, as we did kind of make a little bit of a break in trend off of this solid kind of uptrend here, and as of right now, I guess we're trying to attempt to push back through that 106. So I'll give it some more time. I'm going to stay a little bit more patient, because clearly I am not in sync with this name. Maybe a little bit of tilt happening as well. I'm trying to kind of make it back. So that's usually not the best mindset to kind of be in on a ticker, especially on day one earnings, right? You don't want to be fighting the pressure one way or another, and that's definitely something that I have done today. So I'm going to take a little bit of breather, and let's take a look at a couple of names you guys are mentioning in the chat right here. I see that Sam Jack is talking about CVS. So I think CVS had their earnings today, actually. Yeah, so earnings name today, I definitely have it on watch as well. Was it today? Yeah, it was today. So right here, CVS, pretty strong out the open, kind of faded off of the earnings report. Earnings report, nothing too crazy, nothing out of order there. Pretty much as expected, it would seem for the most part. But then out the open, you kind of reclaim VWAP and start to bid right back up off of this 65, which is pretty nice. I'm not really too familiar with this chart, so let's take a quick look left on the hourly and see if that 65 is of any interest from before, and take a look at that. Right away, you can see that it's definitely of interest. This long consolidation that happened in pretty much August and September had the lows in and around here at that 65 level. So you come right in, looking left, you break a support, you kind of flush to the downside, and then you catch onto that next support and catch a really, really strong bid there on CVS earnings. All right, so AMD kind of teetering around this 106 mark. I gotta stay patient. I gotta stay as patient as possible, no matter how badly I like the price. I can't be forcing the position at this time right now. Yeah, Mr. Lib saying use the force. Yeah, I gotta feel a little bit of the force before pushing in to the next trade for sure. What do you got going on there, Derek?
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, it's kind of dicey over here. I was just looking at, I'm not in this one right now because I'm still trying to find, I was considering entering around that 125, but I want to assess a little bit longer. I see a little bit of 125 support for Google, just below VWAP, potentially for a swoop to the upside here. This could be a dip, so I'm still kind of looking at this. This might be something that I enter, but where it looks like we're dipping a little bit below that now. We also had Microsoft, which honestly, I might have left too early, but I also think I got in too early on this short here. I was trying to short this on the way to the downside, and then we kind of made a pop back to the upside. So I'm going to have to reassess this. I think this one I should have probably watched its movement for longer before I even entered, because it definitely is kind of chopping and churning in this range here. Maybe could have stayed in, but either way, we left now. Now we just kind of have to assess the movement. I didn't lose too much on this trade, but it definitely did not go how I thought it would, I suppose is what I'll say there. I also got out of Netflix again a little bit. Stayed in a little bit longer than I wanted to just because I was having a hard time getting a fill. I do generally enjoy trading this name, but I got in really at the wrong point. I thought we were seeing a bit of support here because we were dancing around this area for a while. Looks like now we're kind of seeing more of that move to the upside from that 417 area. But yeah, I mean, I think this name I'm going to stay away from for now, even though we did have that catalyst with the subscribers to the ad tier. It probably was not a good place for me to get involved in. I think maybe some of the heat had died down at that point. It might be now this 417 that is the new area of entry. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. I want to look at ALDX again, that Aldera, which I was looking at earlier, this small cap with the AbbVie licensing agreement. Still kind of, topping and trending. We're seeing these slightly lower highs, but we're pretty strong still, kind of around this $2.40, $2.45 area. So I'm going to keep an eye on this for now. Yeah, just really trying to be disciplined, trying to look at levels and make decisions that make sense. Because right now I think it's been a lot of kind of acting on instinct, and truthfully, I still need to develop my trading instincts before I can do that. Just getting a better sense of levels and assessing in the longer term, I think will be hopefully my play going into the rest of this day.
Yeah, I think it was, I just missed the name in the chat, but they were asking about SoFi. Let me see if I can just find the name there. Okay, never mind. All right, we can take a look at SoFi. Sorry, I kind of missed your name there on the chat as it kind of went by a little bit. So I did pull up SoFi here. So let's take a look. We know that it had what is it? It had earnings a couple days ago. So this is day 3 of earnings. Day 1 kind of nice fade out the open right there. On day 1, but kind of revert a good chunk of that move day 2, and today we are holding above yesterday's consolidation as well, which as of right now happens to be a support off of VWAP as well. So maybe we catch a little bit of a bid here, but take a look at that. Yesterday's consolidation, we're holding above some of these pre-market after-hour prices as well. But nice little quick shake and bake out the open, and then you do a little bit of a V-shaped recovery, and then come back into VWAP. So potentially buyers are potentially showing their hand right there as you get the V-shape, and then now you're getting that VWAP hold on top of previous day consolidation plus highs. And I'm seeing that AMD is screaming back to the upside, so it's a good thing that we didn't necessarily get involved in the short right there once again. But yeah, so very, very strong on AMD. Don't want to fight it. I keep fighting it both ways apparently. So I long the top, lose short the middle. Definitely a little bit of a diddle, and lose that one as well. So I'm just gonna stay patient for that right there. SoFi still not really doing too much. Kind of let's see if that VWAP holds and this consolidation holds above this. But I think that's a decent look there. A little bit of a stair step up post earnings on SoFi, catching a little bit of a bid. Now I do want to keep an eye on Amazon. Good old trusty Amazon here.
Good old trusty Amazon.
Yeah, I might go to that one. I might go back to that one here, as AMD is may need some more time. But nice VWAP hold as well, kind of a 35 level interaction right there. On Amazon, like I said, this consolidation was quite peculiar. You attempt to break through these highs, previous highs from before, and then you get the market quadunk kind of bringing you back in towards that VWAP there. But it seems like we're holding well in and around VWAP, as that first test held well, and now we're testing it once again on Amazon right underneath that 35 mark. And here's something to note. Since earnings, we've been stair-stepping up, right? We talked about this yesterday, kind of earnings, nice little shake and bake off of earnings, right off the reaction. You hold above that out the open, and then the next day you step up, the next day you step up, and the next day we are also stepping up here on Amazon. So it seems like that sentiment off of the earnings is carrying over very well for especially for those players who are swinging positions off of their decent earnings, right? I think they were 60% above expected for their EPS on Amazon right here. So yeah, we can just take a quick look at that, just right here, right there. So yeah, we were expecting around 58, and we reported 94, so about a 60% surprise there on their EPS. So yeah, let's see if we can look for places to get long on Amazon here. Potential place that I'll be looking for is a higher or a relatively higher low versus this opening reaction low and this midday kind of a dip, which is relatively higher as well. So let's see if we can catch a bid in and around VWAP here. Also got that 35 on watch.
Yeah, I'm watching Meta right now. This Meta scalp short would have been really nice. Missed that, but I'm trying to buy just below the 307 on this pullback to the upside here. This is absolutely a scalp. I have no intentions of staying in this for very long, if I'm even able to catch the bid here, because I'm trying to buy the dip, and now it's a little bit, we're kind of going above that point that I would have liked to have entered. But yeah, I noticed this pattern. We'll see if we catch it. I'm gonna keep my offer in here for like a little bit longer because I do like this area, and I do think we can kind of dip below this the way that Meta works, but kind of losing faith as we continue to catch up here. I've also just been watching Tesla with fascination as we run between 199 and 199.50. I don't want to get involved until I see a decisive break around this 199.8 to 200 area, or in the reverse below 198.7, 198. But like, I mean, it looks like we're kind of headed towards a long, albeit very slowly but surely. Either way, though, not interested in this until I see us breaking this local high of this 200-ish area here. That would be more of interest to me for this longer term trade, because it looks like we need to see definitive momentum basically with Tesla. Also seeing Mara, Tobes in the chat mentioning Mara.
Yeah,
Look at
Bitcoin moving around this morning, I think.
Yeah, lots of that. Yeah, Mara, I mean, like, I definitely see the argument for a long here, because we do have this a little bit of a base kind of forming here of support around this 856 area. I think, yeah, I mean, the thing is, on the day, we're definitely down on the day. We are seeing these lower highs. I think at least for like a shorter term long, if you want to like get the pop here, I definitely think this would be a good place to enter. I'll put it that way. That being said, and when breaking below, that would make me a bit nervous. Like, as we have this break below, I kind of get increasingly nervous. If we hold steady above this point, though, I do think you could probably long this in the short term. In the meantime, I think I'm going to try to, Meta's picking up, so I'm going to see if I can get a nice point of entry on that. I do like this as a long for the time being.
Yeah, a bit of a bid coming in a little bit here on the market. Kind of we're teetering around that 14.6. So yeah, we broke above that 14.5. So I like to look at every about 100-point level there on the NQs. Now, obviously, some are a little bit more, maybe a little bit more important versus others, but I think that's a decent place to take a quick look. And as we are teetering right underneath that 14.6, I think that take a look at this. We are kind of bidding back up both on the ES and the NQs, and I'm watching the Amazon here as well. We just bid right back above that VWAP on top of that 135. So the next thing I am questioning is what are our friends in the Mag 7 doing? So we can take a quick look.
They're doing
at
things for sure.
They are doing many things today, Adara, and it seems like Apple is holding on to VWAP quite well. So I like that. Again, a little bit of, I guess, confluence for the long potentially there if Apple decides to hold on to VWAP. Let's take a quick look at Softy. Softy coming into VWAP, so a little bit of a difference there, kind of bidding down, selling off versus Apple bidding up, but still holding above that VWAP. We saw that VWAP interaction off the open, and as well as around 10 o'clock off that number, we kind of drop into VWAP and then rip right back up to the upside on Softy. Take a look at Google. Google holding VWAP as well. Once again, a lot of we talk about how strongly VWAP has been interacting on a lot of names as of recent, whether you're using it as resistance, whether you're using it as support, whether you're using it as a core for some sort of reversion strategy. So it seems like VWAP interaction has been pretty juicy over the past couple of weeks. I've been noticing now VWAP I use as an indicator, yes, as a factor of confluence, yes, but as a reason to execute a trade, potentially, but not the very sole reason ever. I don't think so at all. But again, I use VWAP a little bit differently. I know I can expect liquidity in and around VWAP, and maybe into premium and discounted prices relative to the VWAP as well. Definitely can be expecting some liquidity in and around those things. But it seems like we are still kind of hovering around these levels. So I think let me take a quick look at Meta. Okay, Meta continuing to the upside off that 300 level test we saw yesterday. Take a look at this. A very clean consolidation after the open. Holds above that 300, and take a look today. We are blasting right through that 300 mark on Meta. But yeah, Tesla's been selling off quite aggressively. Well, a couple of days ago it did, and today it's doing a little bit more of the same. But something to note: we're holding in and around that $200 mark. So I think this level is definitely of interest, and we have the potential to stay around here and kind of chop and churn before we pick a direction one way or another here on Tesla. We know that we are coming down from some pretty heavy resistance levels, some trend resistance as well on Tesla. If you pull up the weekly on Tesla, you'll know what I'm talking about there. Yeah, I think there's one that I'm missing there, Dara. We took a look at Amazon, Google, Apple.
NVIDIA?
Yes, thank you, NVIDIA. All right, so NVIDIA, okay, that 420, hey yo, that 420 kind of coming in and is the high a day as of right now. But yeah, a similar story here, holding on top of VWAP quite strongly there on NVIDIA. So I guess we're seeing a very similar picture across the board, where we are names are holding above VWAP. The market is strong. You have the strong bid on the market to give you that tailwind as well. And yeah, being lunchtime, it seems like we've slowed down a little bit here. So unless and until we make that next move, I don't think I really want to get too heavily involved in any move one way or another, as we are getting chopped up, right? I do want to cool off. We were perfectly fine in the morning, but coming into the lunchtime session, definitely going off on a little bit of a tangent and not really respecting some of our systems there, especially with this trading happening here on AMD. What do you got going on there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get out of Meta. Like, my whole thing was, when I was looking at this, I liked the support at the 307. If it decisively broke 307, I wanted to be out. We did. I'm trying to get out of this one right now, just because I'm not super loving what is going on here with our friend Meta. So there we go. We're out of Meta. Let's take a look at Tesla, because Tesla broke above that 200. Like I said, I was interested in what Tesla did at 200. Tesla decisively broke above 200. You know what? I'm going to try to get in this just below this 200. I think if we continue to see strength here for a long, because we have some pretty clear movement to the upside. We're headed towards VWAP. I like what I see, and I would like to get in on it. And that's my story, and I'm sticking with it here. Because I was patient with this name. I said I don't want to do anything till I see a break of 198 or 200. So we saw the break of 200, and I do like the pattern. Hopefully we can get a fill here, because I am enticed by that. I'm also still watching Netflix kind of try to form potentially a new area of support around this this 14 or this 416, like 60, 416.50 area. But the candles here are a little bit confusing. If I see another green candle to the upside as we approach VWAP, I could be enticed to get back in. But generally, like, looking at this on the wider scale, and this is the same issue with Meta, it does look like more of a retracement pattern. I just think I need to, like, especially when I'm trying to scalp, I think I need to take more time to just kind of look back and see what's it doing longer term. Like, is there a chance that I'll be able to actually get into this, and that, you know, we'll have a longer term chance of making the move that I would hope we would make. Also, someone saying Snapchat long in the chat. So that is of interest to me. Snapchat was an earnings play from last week, actually. We had earnings on Snap last week. I'm not gonna lie, I think that, like, earlier there's a lot going on here. We were having these slightly higher lows, but I like these higher highs. Or sorry, we're having lower highs earlier. Now we're seeing these slightly higher lows here. Nice base of support around the 9.8. Here we are about, like, yeah, 9.80. Now we're at like 9.83, 9.86. You know, there is a pattern to the upside here, I think, slowly but surely. This is one, though, that I would have to probably take more time to look at the chart and the tape before I definitively get involved. But yeah, I think the main goal is seeing what's shaking with Tesla. NVIDIA also catching a little bit of heat as it makes its way. This is Tesla. Let me pull up NVIDIA. NVIDIA trying to catch a little bit of heat on its way up to 420. This also looks promising to me. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm reading the chat here a little bit. People still talking about the AMD and Snap. I think you covered those.
I didn't cover AMD. I covered Snap. But
okay, yeah. AMD. Well, AMD is kind of pushing back towards highs, so it's a good thing we got out of that short. New highs being printed there on AMD. This thing cannot stop, won't stop. Yeah, I have no idea when this is gonna kind of get some relief. But clearly, the long is not wrong on this name, as we are very cleanly kind of trending to the upside. Sure, you have a little bit of a break in trend off of this, a little bit of a relief for about a point, I think 106.30s down into 105.30s. You get a point of relief, but then you hold on and you bid right back up when the market gives you a little bit of a bounce. So again, very strongly influenced by tailwind, in my opinion, as of right now, is AMD, and we are raging to the upside, kind of making new highs. So I just wanted to throw on, I guess, moving average here, and just kind of take a quick look at how strong this trend really is, and give us a sense of direction. So take a look at this. I just threw on a random one. This is a 9 EMA. On the chart here in the blue, and I kind of have a little bit of a pre-market trend also pointed out. Clearly, we are following that trend, so I don't necessarily need that anymore. And we also talked about this 98 level over the past couple of weeks as well. We were like, oh, AMD is holding quite well underneath this 98. Off earnings, you finally kind of push above that level. Coming out the open, you rip right through 99, 100, 101, all the way up to now what seems to be like knocking on the door of 107 here on AMD. But as you can see right here, I put up the moving average, just a simple moving average right there, or an exponential moving average, but a simple concept for trend following uses there. So just a single MA. I'm not using two MAs, not looking for acceleration or deceleration of the trend as of right now. But yeah, it seems like we are kind of going a little bit sideways. But unless and until this trend convincingly breaks, and we get a few candle closes below this level, I guess I won't be really looking in for a short. Shout out to Hugo. He was like, "Oh, where are the systems? Trading without a system. This is so random for a trading show." Yeah, man. Whenever I find myself kind of deviating away from any sort of systematic process that I've tried to come up with, those are the times that I find myself easily getting chopped up. A clear example is off of this AMD, a bit of tilted trading there. But I will be waiting for that signal to kind of come back in. If for AMD to come back in, we are a little bit overbought, but we can keep on overbuying until that buying really stops, right? We talked about how we broke out of this 98, kind of a multi-frame level here. Let's take a quick look on the hourly and identify that. So it has been it was the top of this consolidation, kind of a reinforced with volume and everything, and we saw that level come back in as a resistance when price came back down below there. So a little bit of an over-under off of that 98, but it seems like as of right now, yeah, okay, so I also had that 104.6 from before, and that's kind of why I started getting short here, but I did hold that short quite a far ways away and then switch to the long. So a little bit of messy execution, like I said, not really following a system after this short here. The short, I was looking for a potential resistance off of previous levels, kind of a technical thing, and when it doesn't come in, I gotta stop out much faster on that. But it seems like we're catching a little bit of a sell-off here. We attempt to break through towards new highs, and now we are pulling back a little bit. So I'm going to put this back on the 5-minute. Okay, so we are getting a little bit of a pullback, but as you can see, we're well within the trend as of right now. 15-minute is perfectly fine, but we are watching the 3-minute right here. Sorry, the 5-minute, not the 3-minute. So the 5-minute right there. And okay, so with 7 seconds left, it would seem that maybe this is the candle now to close below the trend. So after that happens, there it is right there, closing below the trend now. So now I'll potentially wait for a consolidation to get involved on the short here. But if we can get a little bit of that market tailwind, and if we can reject that 14.6 as well, that could be a decent tailwind for the short here underneath that 106 on AMD. But here's the thing. that's only a single candle close. If we now open back up and look at what it's doing, we open up the next candle and then we just reclaim the trend, that's not a good enough, that's not a strong enough signal, at least for me, to be like, okay, the trend is done. As soon as you close below the moving average, you need a lot more confluence in order to start initiating the trade there. But yeah, that's what I got for AMD, and that's what I'm watching for, Dara.
Yeah, I mean, I have a little bit of a tragic tale, if you will, with my friend Tesla. So I got into this, I will admit, like kind of way too late. This was an accidental purchase. This was a typo trade. It was like I was literally, and it wasn't even like a key typing issue. I was just, I don't know, I guess I was still thinking buy, but I pressed, or I was thinking sell, I pressed buy. I do not know what happened. But so if we had gotten everything out here, it would have been just fine, except it ended up only being a partial fill. Wasn't able to get to the rest of my fill, so we just had to quickly adapt, get everything out. Happy with how it went. I mean, just the fact that we're out of it. We didn't actually lose too much in this trade at all. Like a couple cents overall on average. But yeah, still a bit unfortunate. Wanted to address that. I also, NVIDIA, I'm kind of trying to see if we're going to make a recovery here because it looks like we could. We're seeing a little bit of strength above this 418 area, but I don't want to do anything yet until I have a more definitive sense of direction. I'm just keeping an eye on it for sure because it does look of interest at this point. Also, I want to look at Meta again because I was looking at Meta earlier, and then, you know, I bought when we were in the middle of a retracement, but this looks like this could still potentially kind of be a short here as we're headed to the downside. I just need to think of exactly where I would execute this. And at what point, just kind of taking more time to look at this chart here. But I would say, yeah, like that, the trend here seems to be to the short side on Meta. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. I also want to look at Apple because we have earnings tomorrow after close on Apple. Yeah, Apple, we're seeing this VWAP movement was gorgeous. We're seeing these this really nice pattern to the upside, kind of from open and pre-market. Now we're seeing these slightly higher, lower highs. Sorry, I always say these get these confused when I try to say them. But a little bit of support around this 171.5 area, 171.75, I guess. Yeah, but so we'll see what happens here. Could still be headed to the upside, though. I don't want to count this one out just yet. But again, I want to take more time to kind of assess the patterns and what's kind of moving and shaking here before I would make a definitive decision on this trade. Also, DoorDash, because this one reports tonight. We have about 1.2 million volume here. You know what? We're seeing these slightly higher lows here. A little bit of movement towards VWAP. Spread is about 3 to 5 cents, depending. You know what? I might actually look at this one to enter because I don't dislike the pattern we're seeing here, and we do have earnings tonight, so that could be a catalyst. I'm going to keep an eye on it. And even since we've looked at this one, it's gone up a little bit, so might actually try to get in on this trade. Oddly enough.
I think that's a good look, kind of earnings eve.
Earnings eve, yeah.
If you want to call it.
I like that.
Yeah, definitely things tend to do a little bit of arval sometimes going into the earnings move, and yeah, I think that's definitely a good look. Is that VWAP that you have on?
Yeah, that's VWAP. Yeah, so I'm looking at it as it approaches VWAP.
Nice. Yeah, definitely. We're catching a little bit of a stronger bid here now. We broke back above that 14.6, and that Amazon held quite well on that 135, and now we're bidding right back up, attempting to knock on the door of high of day once again there on Amazon. So I will potentially look for a trade here. Again, kind of missed that 135 area. We talked about kind of getting potentially involved there. I think that was also VWAP on Amazon as well. Yeah, right here. So that area, that 135 was VWAP, and we held that quite well. Again, similar story here across the board. A lot of things holding in and around their VWAP prices and pushing to the upside. I think that a little bit of a tailwind from the market is definitely helping on that idea. So yeah, a little bit of a missed trade off of that 135. But like I said, I'm going to be patiently waiting for the next opportunity. I am watching AMD and Amazon right here. But if you guys have any names where you think that the trading is happening much cleaner and better, let me know. Will Evans saying Rivian takes 16 clean. I am long. All right, let's take a quick look at Rivian. But before we do that, I just want to take a quick look at Tesla. Tesla coming back in towards VWAP. Now VWAP testing as from underneath. On VWAP, so potential for resistance. It already acted as a resistance a little bit earlier today on Tesla. But yeah, let's take a look at this Rivian real quick. All right, so Rivian, similar story, a bit of heaviness across or experienced with VWAP, maybe a little bit of a churn out the open, but it seems like after 11 or after 10:30, we did get quite heavy off of VWAP and we pushed to the downside on Rivian. But what was Buddy saying over here? I think he said that Rivian takes 16 clean, and I'm long. Yes, nice look there. Pushing back towards into VWAP. I think that reversion trade back into VWAP is pretty mint there. And as we're getting a little bit of a reversion of that sell-off, of that relief that we did get on the futures, some of these names are starting to bid back up. So as Amazon attempts to push for a new high of day, so does Apple. Microsoft held that VWAP. That was interesting. We saw it was coming down towards VWAP earlier, but now Softy is bouncing, and then maybe that's kind of fueling a little bit of bounce on the market as well. Let's take a look at our friend Google. Google holding on to VWAP as well. Yeah, nothing too crazy for me right now. Like I said, I'm gonna try to be as patient as possible. Apple sideways and boring, bro. Yeah, I don't know about that. Apple is pretty strong, man. This does not look sideways in any sense. This is clearly trending to the upside. You have higher lows and you have higher highs, and it's almost 12 o'clock. And you are attempting to push for a brand new high. So definitely not sideways in my books. We are stepping up above this 170 half, 171 kind of range we were holding underneath for the past couple of days. And as of right now, we've held that 171 as support, pushing into that 172, and that 171 area, that 171.30s I'm seeing is also VWAP, so definitely not sideways in my book. People are talking about Roku short. Okay, let's take a quick look at Roku. What's Roku up to? Okay, maybe, potentially, but again, similar story. It's held VWAP, it's reclaimed VWAP, and now attempting to push. It's kind of had pretty much of a V-shaped recovery, if you want to call it that. Sure, we haven't necessarily broken back through some of these opening prices, but we did reclaim quite nicely most of that range, over 90% of the range that we fell into out the open on Roku. So I think it seems as if the short was pretty decent out the open, but then as it comes back into some of these prices, yes, we could potentially look for these same sellers to kind of come back in. I think VWAP is a key place as well. We've held above that quite nicely, Dara.
Yeah, I have 3 trades on right now. Trying to get out. This NVIDIA is kind of running right now. Looks like we're having a little bit of trouble getting above that 419.20. So that's, I think, where I'm going to try to get out of this guy. But I also got into Netflix. That's another one I'm not 100% sure how I feel about. But yeah, I'm just going to, I'll let NVIDIA run for a bit because we're doing actually okay here, kind of slightly pushing above this 419 pretty decisively, so I'm going to let that run. We also have DoorDash, which I'm really happy with so far. So I'm going to show this one. Really like where I got in here. I got in at this just above the 75.2, so yeah, 75.24. We're heading towards VWAP. I'm going to stay in this for the time being because I do like these higher lows. The one that I'm not 100% sure about, though I stand by where, not necessarily where I entered, but why I entered, is we did have these candles to the upside on Netflix as we approach VWAP. I liked it as a point of entry. If we kind of break below 416.50, then I'm out. But we have decent support around this area. We did, again, still have a positive catalyst on this name, and we are kind of pushing towards VWAP. So I'm going to stay on this for the time being. But yeah, definitely, I'm really happy with this DoorDash trade so far, and I'm happy I took a look at that one. Hopefully, we continue to push above VWAP there. But yeah, I think definitely Netflix are trying to plan an exit, and NVIDIA, I'm a little bit more uncertain about currently. Yeah.
But take a look at the time. I think we might be ready to pass it over
It is 12.
to the big desk for lunch money with Neil. Take it away. Take it away. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, we're playing the Jeopardy music. There it is.
Eventually, we always get to lunch money. Have a little fun here. Hey, it's a bit of a different situation here today because it's a Fed day. So the idea, as always, is what's moving right now. What are that key levels? What are some trades you can put on, or what's actually set up for the future? That can be. Sometimes we'll talk about things that happen the next day. It's just what is here and presenting itself. But you can't do this without talking about what's going to happen at 2 o'clock, right? So there's not going to be a rate change. I think we all understand that. I mean, nothing is 100% in this world, so I call it non-zero. Actually, I meant to say this. I was thinking about this yesterday when it comes to talking about it in absolutes. So obviously, no one's expecting a change. But no one should ever say there's a 0% chance. The only thing is, if anybody ever tells me there's a 0% chance of something happening, my question to them is, oh, okay, so that means you would bet your life against any upside. That's what 0% means. Like if I say there's no chance something happens, what I should mean is, yeah, if you give me $1, I'd bet my life. Because 0, you should be able to take that bet. And if you're not, you should say something like non-zero, ridiculously unlikely to happen. Just so in the back of your mind, at least you're acknowledging that nothing is 100% in this world, especially when for a business or for a living, you are taking risk. If you are taking risk for a living, then you should have a good, sound understanding of how to think in terms of risk and not try to speak in absolutes or think that you're always going to be 100% right. So getting that out of the way, we're not going to get a rate hike, but at 2 o'clock, you're going to get no change. At 2:30 when Powell hits, a lot of things can happen. Looking for that trend and the whipsaw action. Understand that levels aren't going to matter much in that moment. So yes, you can put trades on, be in the money, all that good stuff, but you've got to be willing to adapt to the tape and the trend after 2:30 when he hits the podium. So with that out of the way, let's start with AMD because they report earnings and they're up 7%, 8%, check that. So strong move for AMD. I'm going to go to the daily chart here. If you weren't watching the morning show or like the last little bit, this has been an obvious channel that AMD's been in. I mean, I could draw you the trend line, but you can see lower lows, and then lower highs since making that top. It is at the top end of the channel. Now, on a daily chart, I said this in the morning show, resistance like this, when you have a trend line on a daily chart, it doesn't necessarily provide you with a distinct level for the intraday chart. It doesn't work that way. But you do usually reject it. You want to see consolidations above. That's going to be in and around where we are right now. And it's just a loose area more than anything else. And you can look at that a couple of ways. So you are making a top where I think you'd expect it. There's one peak, this is a 1-minute chart, 106.5. Another peak just got up close to that 107, and then 106.5. So you're a bit of a head and shoulders pattern there in AMD where you would expect a little bit of resistance to come in. If this breaks out at 230, like you could easily be at 210, but this provides you with a nice scalpable level with that head and shoulders pattern. The other way to look at this is check out some of the sympathy plays. If you're worried that this is too strong of a name, then something along the lines of a Micron, which is already pulled back. So Micron made a high earlier. As AMD's kept going, it's making lower highs. They're at 69.30, again 69.30. It's just a lot of times it can be challenging to look at the strongest name and want to go against the grain there. But if you find yourself a sympathy name, it can be a play. So you look at Micron on the daily, resistance at $70, it's getting close to it, actually stopping shy on a somewhat sympathy play as the entire group is to the upside. So that holds up on the higher time frame. It gives you some lower highs to work off of, not just the high of the day. So if you're looking for that mean reversion play, I'm not saying AMD isn't providing an opportunity. It's obviously giving you some off those highs. But just note that lower highs mean it's reversing trend, and that's what Micron is doing as opposed to AMD. So Wayfair, I guess they do have just what we need. Lo and behold. Wayfair is having a bit of a day today. It was a little bit wild in the pre-market, and that's, I want to say, an understatement because Wayfair got smashed, and then the earnings call happened. It was down, I think it was about 13% was the most it was down in the pre-market. Earnings call comes on, and boom, right to 45. Then some shenanigans. Iceberg refresher, whatever you want to call it. Buyers at $40, right back into 45. Buyers at $40, right back into 45. And now you're squeezing to the upside. Now, the way I was looking for a short here, I want to zoom in, not out. The way I was looking for a short was going to be a false break of 45, which didn't happen. Like, there was no lit grab above and immediate rejection. So the short setup, which I was looking for, which is not to sit in front of it, 28% short float with that kind of a move on an earnings day where it probably already trapped a bunch of shorts. I need to see it trap some people long above 45. That did not happen on Wayfair. Can still be the case, but I only want to be shorting this if it's showing me failure underneath 45. Otherwise, respect the fact that this is that decent short float. It is just starting out a bit of a bounce play. It is not crazy that things like this, which get cut in half, can squeeze and end up at 50 in a day or two. Like, that can easily happen. It's not that big of a move in the grand scheme of things. Heck, most of the good shorts haven't even lost if that's the case. Reality is, if you've been shorting this for the last few months, you're like, the weakest hands got taken out today on Wayfair, and some other ones can get taken out the next couple of days. So respect that 45 level. I need to see real failure underneath to want to short that level now. I was looking for that first little break. It hasn't happened. If it gets to $50, that's a much different story. If I see 50 today, I think that's worth a shot. Got to talk a little SoFi. We're in this in both directions. Well, actually, I did not take the long. I got out of it, but did not take the long. So a bit of a correction there. Going to go to the 1-minute chart. The 760 level was a false breakout on SoFi. I mean, it's tried badly to get through that level. Failed break. It did the same thing on earnings day. Flushed the downside. Had the short today, so was able to get that in. And then tried shorting it on the way back up. You saw it break out, so I was short here with a stop there. It's now, again, consolidation over. This is what you look for. This is what I was looking for the long. Consolidation over for 760. That's about 65, 67. Test to the high of the day. So it shows you the channel, holding the consolidation at the top. But instead of bouncing and breaking that top and stair-stepping up, it then failed the level. So the long didn't really provide you. I guess you could have an early entry there that scalped something out and then you just lose on the rest of it. But that's not seeing buyers above 765 for me. Seeing buyers means continuation. And if I'm giving up the notion that it fails at 760, then there should be continuous buying above 760. That still hasn't happened on SoFi, unfortunately. I mean, it sets it up for another opportunity to short it underneath 765, but I still want this to be a long into 8. It's just you can't force it at this particular moment. So it's back to square one where this thing is all of a sudden relatively weak under that price. Here's a name I have not said in a long time, but I did hear a few people mentioning this. And so I wanted to bring up C3AI. So it's been a while, but this is exactly the type of segment where I want to point out things like this over and over again when we see them. So if you've been trading, C3AI recently, I have not, then you probably have noticed a bit of a range and a pattern. So this is about 23 1/3. This is about 23 1/3 apparently. Good? I can't see. 23 1/3, thank you, Ramin. This is 23 1/3. It's got the same bottom for like a month. And when you see that, you want to trade it. And then I look up top here, it's got some 27s, 28s, but you got both major moving averages right around 27 converging. 27 there on the 50, and then, on the 200, and then the 50, the 50 and the 200 about 27.80. So you've got easy overhead resistance on this as well. Now, if you pop this into, I'll go to a 1 minute to show you what it did today, but I think what you got to look at is the 15-minute chart here, and then pull it a little bit back. Because inside of that range, it's the behavior that I like. So it's got the same bottom, but it's got the 26 level, which is showing you weakness, multiple days in a row. Like, look at the rejection. So first it tries to break out 26 and fails. Then it shows you easy resistance 3 days in a row at 26 even, all into the same bottom. So what happens if you start making lower highs into a descending wedge into a bottom like this, 23 1/3? Flat bottom break is next. So we have a day where we're expecting volatility to possibly come in the afternoon. Well, if it turns into risk-off environment in growth names, what's the exact kind of stock that applies to? C3AI, flat bottom break at 23.30. I'm not saying I want this one now, but if we're headed to the downside at 230 and we trend down, I want C3AI breaking 23.30 because why not? This is at the forefront of that whole AI I don't know, AI boom. What are we calling it? Some people call it AI bubble. I don't think it qualifies as a bubble because I think bubbles are something different. But whatever you want to call it, C3AI has been at the forefront of it, and that's a flat bottom break that if it gets taken on a day like today and the Qs can't hang on and the growth names get pummeled, then C3AI falls into that bucket for sure. Not a crazy growth name, but just good old solid Apple. Why is this not loading? Okay. I'll pop it back in. There we go, Apple. Thank you. Apple is back above the 200 period moving average. So this is going to be pretty simple. The 200 simple moving average on the daily is at 171 on Apple. We'll go back over to the 1 minute chart because you probably know where I'm getting here. I mean, the 15 minutes, not that bad. Actually, the 15 is going to show it to you just as well. So I'll leave it right there. This is 171 on the 15 minute rejection, rejection, rejection. Slight rejection at the open and now holding above it. So there it is. Dip by 171. Right now 172 is resistance, so it's giving you scalp trade in between. So if we don't go anywhere, or the market's pretty muted, as expected comes out and Powell says nothing, then nothing about 171 has changed on Apple. I think you go back to that well until the water runs dry. Now, just before I got up here, I saw, and I don't know who it was because I had just seen someone mention Meta. Is Meta a short here? And I can only assume this is what you're looking at. This is a 15-minute chart. Just look at the last week on Meta. There is a rejection of 310. That was a wild breakout, by the way. This was the day that it was the strongest in the market, and then it just came right back in. It did a similar thing a couple of sessions ago, like right on Monday. It broke out, looked like, again, this one of the strongest names in the market in terms of big cap tech, rejected around 310, and then could not hold 305. Now, the difference today is sort of the way that it broke out. It wasn't like a single wick at the open and then rejection. It was steady buying into this 310 level. So that's a little bit more bullish. Full acknowledgement there. And that has me looking at this previous 305 level. I'm like, okay, if it's more bullish today, then let's look to hold a higher low. So that 305 level, I like the long in front of 305. Now, obviously, if we're falling into this at 2 o'clock, all bets are off if we're talking about a Fed move, right? I don't want to be stubborn about levels. I want to be playing trend when it comes to the Fed. But until then, that 305 level, a little bit more bullish into this move, which has me saying if it can bounce off this, I do not mind that long. 310, I don't think you want to fight it up there, but that is a scalpable range into the Fed for sure. It's a bit of a triple top, not precisely, but it's certainly a decent one. And then when you go back and look at this on the higher time frame, you'll see a reason for at least wanting to give a shot to these longs. Like if you zoom it back in here, like you notice, this is the 50 period that it's trying to hold and close above that 305 level. So big rejection at that 310 a couple times, but this time just a little bit more bullish on the move and holding above that 50 on the daily. So you have a little more oomph to it to like that 305 level for Meta. Gonna talk some Boeing here today. Man, you know how I felt about Boeing today. I wanted that 190 breakout. So I had it twice. The way that it traded today, there's no chance, there's just no way for me to be up on Boeing the way that it behaved with 190 because I wanted to give every chance for this break to go. So on a 15-minute, maybe I'll go to a lower time frame here. I'll pop to the 3. Just so you can see what was going on. So it broke the 190. I was in, scalped some out, then took the L. You can see the instant rejection. On a 930 breakout, you're screaming and you're holding that, and it should just kind of go. If it doesn't go right away, I don't want to fight that move and just get right out. So that wasn't so bad because it gave you, it went all the way to like 190.80, so you get a profit take out, you stop back out underneath, and it's really not that bad a trade. Now, the second time it took it, it looked a little bit more bullish. So you can see stair step up, hold the higher lows, jumped in the long, it could not take out the high of the day, and then it broke down. So the way that Boeing trades with its spread, it never really gave you anything to dig into. And sadly here, the problem sort of becomes going back to the daily chart, wherein Boeing didn't report. But anyways, once you do not make that break from 190, which is this wick, suddenly, if this gets back underneath if we get a close under 187 or just get back underneath 187, this looks pretty bearish. Until it's under 187, it's not really a false break on the higher time frame. But once that happens, I think it's probably just a short to 180 again. I hate saying that because I own Boeing in the long term. I thought this was a chance for it to start going. So if it gets under 187, I think you got to give up the ghost that this is going to go. It has some room. this does set up for, like, at post-Fed, if there is a big move to the downside, because 187's there, at least it gives you a level to work off of for the long to have a chance. But the 190 break, that's dead for now. Obviously, that could come back in the afternoon, but I wanted to point out there's still a chance for this stock if it can hold 187 today. I said 187 way too many times, and I feel like that's a bad omen for Boeing now that I'm saying it, because that's not a good connotation. One last one for you before we get ourselves out of here, and I actually grabbed some lunch. Got a tasty salad waiting for me, which is a good thing after Halloween, and that's going to be Alibaba. See, instead of mixing up Boeing and Baba, I just put them back to back. That way, if I had accidentally said Baba the first time, I would have just pulled up a chart of Baba, and you guys would have had no idea that I was going to go in the other order. So we're talking Alibaba here today. It is up on the session, and it's got some levels to work off of. I mean, you guys can see the top in here. Once, twice, OB thrice, $82 has been a triple top on Alibaba. It's a bit of a bull flag as well, but what we know about the Chinese ADRs is when you get range bound in the afternoon, one of the things that can play to your favor is play the range, and then if this stock breaks out, it tends to be able to run. So yesterday, an announcement meeting Xi and President Biden, and it made a bit of a run in the afternoon. So you had a big breakout yesterday. On the daily chart, it is very, very much channeled down in a tight range. So I just want to respect the fact that this has not been going anywhere big when you look at this higher time frame. So from there to the 15-minute, this is the move when it broke the channel yesterday. So it was kind of found itself a bottom in a consolidation, news came out, and then it broke to the upside. So you have nice resistance underneath that little flag at the top in the aftermarket, about 82. So I think that's a level you can play off. If you break this out, this is the one Chinese ADR that's like, yeah, if it decides it wants to get going and it breaks out yesterday's highs, I think you just join the pattern. Ride it for as far as it can go. The other advantage to this is at least there's an outside chance. I'm not saying you can trade this regardless of what's going on with the rest of the market at 3 o'clock, but it has a far better chance to hold things like counter trend. Like if we're tanking, or if the market's just not doing anything, then if BABA breaks out, it can go kind of on its own merits, a lot of times not following the American markets. So that gives you an upside. If there's something breaking out tops and the market's not going, on a Fed day, generally speaking, you don't want to chase it if it's big cap tech. But in BABA's case, you can make a bit of an exception. So if we have a completely sideways afternoon and this wants to break out this high, I think it's worthy of a shot, just based on what I saw in the acceleration yesterday into the close. So we'll end it off with Alibaba. Oh, I should say this too as well. I mean, it never hit, so if NEO gets to 7, why not? Been saying that for a couple of days, and NEO never gets to 7, but one of these days it's going to happen, and I'll be long at 01s, and we'll see and go from there. So a couple of names out there for you on this day. Do not ignore those chips. They're probably the biggest move. And keep in mind, at 2 o'clock, whatever you have on, whatever you think, can change a lot. I don't want to be putting anything big on until 2:30, because I think that's when the key is. Nothing's going to happen in terms of what they do at 2. It's what they say after 2:30 that I think is going to carry the day. So that's lunch money. Let's go back to the desk. We got Obi and Adara.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah,
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you for the lunch money. How are you doing with money at this lunch?
I think I'm doing all right here. But yeah, no, I think Neil covered a very important point there. You don't want to have kind of like an economic number or like some market catalyst coming out and being like, oh, what was that? And I did experience a little bit of that here, as that 10 a.m. number I was short on Amazon, and I covered a little bit there, kind of lost track of time a little bit, and then on that last piece of my position, I was like, whoa, what is that tape coming in? Instantly just react to it, punch out. But then I look over at the time and I'm like, oh boy, it's 10 a.m. So we are getting a little bit of a market number, a market catalyst. So definitely don't want to get caught up in that. But we were, I guess sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. But that short definitely did come in quite nicely there off of that number. But we did hold But yeah, I think that's a great point. You always want to stay as aware as possible for anything that may or may not affect your positions, and market catalysts such as PMIs and CPIs and whatnot, 10 a.m. numbers, which frequently, like economic numbers, which frequently come out at 9:45 and 10 a.m. are something to be wary of for sure. But yeah, a little bit of a struggle here still. Market not really getting to where since we last left, still churning around this 14.6 area. But the ES getting a little bit of a pullback, a little bit more distinct. Amazon could not get past some of its highs that it attempted to do earlier as well. So I closely have that one on watch as well. Again, looking for that next trade, Obi LePage. I don't understand.
I think it's a pun on our names because
okay.
Adara LePage. Yeah, I don't know. It's a.
Okay.
It's something. It is. I noticed that as well.
Interesting.
Yeah. Good times. So I was in this meta short and I liked it for also. So the reason I got into this to explain. I'm gonna like switch the charts a little bit because there is definitely some chopping and churning. This was definitely gonna be a scalp. And I bought it kind of at the top here as it was hoping it would kind of go down to, I was planning on leaving like what this like 306.6, 306.5 area. Looks like we're kind of trying to break above that. I'm going to stay in this for now unless we're decisively dancing above 307 because this range has been pretty predictable right now for like scalps. So I'm going to kind of let it ride, let it see what happens for now. But also I should address NVIDIA. Also address Netflix. Netflix, I'm staying away for the rest of the day because it's just not been going well for me. But also thank you for to Another Flow for the super chat. Stay groovy. Appreciate the $2 super chat with a pizza emoji, a coffee, and a smiley face. All great things to have. I love it. Yeah, NVIDIA. I basically I didn't lose too much on this first trade here. This was the one I was in earlier, and then I didn't get out early enough, and then I got out too early. Kind of as the market went swoop to the downside. This one I was kind of getting in because I was noticing a bit of kind of scalp action. We were up for a little bit while I was in this trade, and then we had like a bit of a quadunk or what have you to the downside here. So I got out while I could. Looks like we're continuing lower on NVIDIA. I'm just keeping an eye on this because we could be retracing, and I might look at it as we head towards VWAP, potentially for a short. Speaking of shorts, it looks like the meta short's going pretty well so far. So I might try to take some of that out here. Go, let's do this. We also, what else is going on? Oh yeah, I should address the Netflix situation for sure. Netflix, as Obi calls it, and it certainly was a bit of a flake here. I am in sim mode. Yeah, to the person in the chat. But yeah, so basically Netflix, I should have gotten out way earlier, but so I was noticing these kind of a little bit of a support here around this 416.8 area, a little bit of strength to the upside on these candles. Got in, we were trying to push forward, and then we kind of fell out. I should have gotten out way earlier than I did, but I was kind of waiting to see what we did around this 416.50, 416.60, and then we fell out. I got out at the bottom of the candle, not happy with this exit, not really happy with my point of entry either. Full of regret, and probably going to stay away from this name for the rest of the day. But also, you know what has still been going well is the DoorDash long. Although I might get out the rest of my position here as we kind of crest around VWAP. I got out half my position just at VWAP. Probably should have gotten out everything there. But as we continue to make these, I would say, these higher lows here, I'm going to keep an eye on it for now. But yeah, in the meantime, liking the meta short, liking what's happening with DoorDash, just trying to think critically and make decisive trades in the moment.
Yeah, I like that you pointed out how NVIDIA's a little bit heavy there, coming back into VWAP. We saw that VWAP has held quite well earlier this morning, but we are kind of coming back in, and it's reflecting in the market as well. A little bit of a drop below that 14.6, kind of a heaviness. On NVIDIA may be pushing that as well, but I do want to check out Softy kind of doing the same Apple still holding above that VWAP. We are still a little bit short here on this AMD trade, just underneath. We're just trading underneath that 106 level right there. So yeah, let's see if AMD finally can catch a little bit of a sell, or we're going to continue bidding up into oblivion with no real relief there on AMD. But yeah, that NVIDIA. Definitely, I should be taking a look at NVIDIA as it is the leader of the chips. And if NVIDIA decides to do a little bit of a pullback, maybe we can get that little bit of a tailwind on the push on AMD as well. I'm curious to know what Intel is up to as well. So Intel looking very, very similar as well. A little bit of a push down towards some of this support. But overall, we've made a lower high relative to some of these highs from before. This 3730-ish area. But yeah, take a look at this. A little bit of a support on top of the 37. Where will we go from here? Who knows? But VWAP is right there, right underneath that 37, just about 11 pennies below that 37. So I think that's more than valid, kind of well within the range on the day as well. We could very well come into VWAP support and push back up. Similar story with the AMD here. Yeah, so a little bit of a consolidation zone happening right now. VWAP is down here at 103.50s, kind of a key level here at 105s. And we're chopping and churning around that 106 mark. So yeah, definitely a good look on that weak NVIDIA. Maybe we can get a little bit of that tailwind there. Let's see what the chat is up to. Roger is saying AMD already hit near 107 and now it's losing 106. And Peter is saying you gotta love the dark side. Yeah, dark side, the light side. It's all about I think it's all about the balance here, for sure. But yeah, no, a little bit of weakness there. We couldn't really get through that 107 convincingly. So yeah, let's see if AMD is potentially done for the day here. What else? I think I saw one more chat here. Obi's a Gamer is asking, Patrick, do you play NHL 24? No, I do not. I don't really play too many, I guess, sports games. I know I have a couple of friends who are very into FIFA. I know a lot of people play FIFA every year. It comes out. It seems like it's the same game, but everybody wants to get in on it. But I do play. I guess I do play Rocket League every now and then. I haven't been playing it too often as of late. But if I do hop on, it would most likely be onto Rocket League for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of fun in that game.
Yeah. So I got out of my meta short. I like where I got in. I'm trying to get in for like a baby longer range play here on meta. Couple cents. So yeah, also that brings me, I saw this in the chat. I Time the Dream in the chat. This kind of to both of us here. Can you guys explain your general strategy? Are you guys 1 minute or 5 minute or 15 minute or longer traders? For myself, I think in a dream situation, I really like scalping the ranges. So here with Meta, I was watching for a while. We kind of failed this long here, so I was watching for a while. I liked kind of, shorting here on this quick dump to the downside. Did well on that, took my profits. Now I'm just trying to get a couple cents on the long here as we kind of play this range up and down. That's why I trade Netflix, because I do trade a lot of Netflix, although today that wasn't really working on my favor, so I've kind of let that name go for today. But yeah, I think generally that's generally how I trade. DoorDash was kind of an exception in that it was a longer trade for me. But yeah, I think also the thing is too, is because I'm very new, the main thing that everyone's kind of told me is just try everything and try learning. That's why I don't have necessarily a set strategy beyond what I like doing, which is these scalp trades. I feel the most comfortable in scalps, but I'm trying to learn everything because I'm new, I'm here to learn, and I'm not going to learn if I don't do it, right? So this is why, I'll sometimes make riskier moves just because I'm trying to get a sense of what kind of trader I am, but I think I prefer scalping. What would you say is your general preferred strategy for the most part? Or
I guess I don't know. I like to do a little bit of again, I'm still learning what type of trader I am. I like the scalps. I like the level to level intraday swings as well. I like the quick few second to few minute scalps, or even like a level to level move that might take like half an hour, or you might even hold that for a good portion of the day. So I think I find myself a little bit more cleaner on the scalps. But my biggest thing right now is I guess risk management and position management. Those are my two biggest issues right now. In terms of strategies, sure, we have some strategies, but a lot of my playbook just revolves around I guess basic supply demand mechanics, yeah. So just based off of that, but yeah, you guys have been observing me trade for quite a while now. You guys can see that clearly half the time I am lost in the sauce and not necessarily following a lot of what my systems and plans may be. And again, that's a work in progress. I have to get better at when defining systems and coming up with certain parameters for certain playbook trades, and yeah, so that's kind of my thing here. But again, I'm still learning. I'm still discovering what my place here is in terms of the type of trader I am. But I don't necessarily want to call myself like, oh, I'm a small cap trader, I'm a large cap trader, or I'm like one type of trader or the other. I feel like that may kind of restrict a bit of range there, but at the same time, you figure out that you might be better at certain things versus others, and I'm still in the process of figuring that out, I guess.
Yeah, you figure out what you like. Yeah, I'm starting to get that too. That's what I mean. Like when I was talking about how I kind of enjoy scalping. Speaking of which, we got out of the meta long. Now we're trying to scalp it as it heads back to the downside here. This short, just really playing in and out of this name because I've seen this really consistent range here. I was talking with, I believe, Juan in the chat earlier was mentioning this to me as well. So yeah, so I'm really like where I got in. I got in around that 306.62. Now we're pulling back a little bit. We're gonna probably try to get out around 306.30 to get about 30 cents on this. I think that's realistic. But yeah, I mean, just kind of trying everything, getting a sense of what you like, I think has been important. But yeah, right now, shorting is my new kind of frontier that I'm trying to get into. I'm also still looking, not a short, this would be probably at this point a long, unless I play the range here. But Tesla above VWAP now could be looking at around the 201 area because we seem to have a decent amount of support around 201. But you know, this name we jokingly call Stressla for a reason. It can do a lot in a very short amount of time. So you're just going to kind of wait and see what happens there. Not going to make any sudden moves. Approach it very slowly and cautiously, like one would a wild animal. Slightly joking here, but yeah, I'm kind of rushing towards 202 on this Tesla here. So this definitely is of note. Looks like a longer-term move to the upside. I probably panicked and got rid of some of my shares a little bit too early here when I was in this one as it approached the 201. Also, so DoorDash. I got out the rest of DoorDash. I like where I got out the first part of my position here. I got out the rest probably. We still made money on this, but I got out. I was kind of panicking as we made this move to the downside. Got out. Probably could have stayed. Probably could have been patient and just stayed in there or gotten back in. But I think I would say this name definitely still has traction heading into the rest of the day, as far as I can tell, because we are seeing, you know, this pattern to the upside. We hit VWAP, we broke above VWAP. Now we are making higher lows. I like it. I'm interested in it, but for now we're just kind of trying to deal with meta, and then we'll see what we do beyond that point, I think.
Yeah, fair enough. I definitely support that. The idea of trying pretty much a lot of different types of trading before you really kind of hone in on one or two types, or like discover what your strengths are for sure. I'm reading the chat here. People kind of making jokes about like what type of traders there are. Matthew saying I'm a whale trader. Nice. Okay, Roger Rigor. Okay, I see what you're saying there. Investor or trader? I don't know about that. And I think there was one more funny one here. I'm trying to remember, but yeah, storm trench trader. I don't know what that means, but yeah, it sounds funny. Definitely in the trenches here for sure. A little bit, kind of fighting some of these pressures in the morning, and still seems like AMD is struggling in and around this 106, like struggling to bid up, struggling to fail below, kind of just chopping and churning, but take a look at our friend Amazon. Amazon is raging to the upside, attempting for new highs as we speak. So yeah, definitely going to be interesting here. 136 area and VWAP, kind of a sandwiching action here on Amazon as both these levels, 136, just under 136, and 135 seem to be a bit of a range edges here on Amazon today. I'm potentially looking for the short if this fails to follow through, and it seems like it is starting to do exactly that. So I like that idea there. Let's see if the market comes in as well. I'm looking at this 14,580-ish level right here. What's the low of that candle? 14,576, it would seem. So let's see if we can get past this market. This is a little bit of a resistance, a turn to potential support. Or again, it's kind of it's showing me that on the day there may be interest at this level, as we have used it as a consolidation high, and now we're using it as a consolidation low, just around that 14,580 is just underneath that mark right there. And as the ES kind of comes back in and looks like it is catching a little bit, or continuing to catch a little bit of relief off of those highs, let's see if some of these shorts can come in to the money there. But yeah. I'm still curious to know what is making high of day other than Amazon. So I think okay, so definitely not Softy, sorry, definitely not Apple. Softy's pushing right back in to into VWAP. Similar story here across the board. Let's check out our friend Google. Google finally got below VWAP and now holding below VWAP. So maybe that can give us a little bit of direction here. Take a look at this. We are now failing a little bit of that 106. So I'm just going to hold on to this short and see where we go from here. I might even be waiting for a potential retest of this consolidation. We saw how strong this trend was to the upside, right? And then we saw how we consolidated in and around these areas. We attempted to make some highs. We attempted to try to break down back below. And now with the market kind of coming back in and that failure to follow through on some of these names, Google, Apple, and Microsoft all peculiarly interacting with their VWAPs, maybe we will get that kind of a turn. But I don't know. That's all like speculation for now, as we haven't necessarily done anything distinct off of these areas, these consolidations as of right now. So I'm still patiently waiting, and patiently waiting for like the move to come in, for the trade to work, is what I kind of have to fall back to when I am not really following my system, and I guess trading with a hint of degeneracy, for sure.
just a skosh to degeneracy, just a sprinkle.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I totally get, like, this market too it's been really wild. And with that in mind, I would like to talk for a moment about this Tesla scalp that I am very proud of, and that was very terrifying for me to be in. So basically, I was watching as we kind of had this giant breakdown. I was like, you know what? Like, I wasn't really sure where I wanted to put my point of entry. Then we dipped below 201, and I was like, you know what? We're going to do 201. We fought to get to 201, and as we got to 201, I was like nervous. I was like, what if this is where we break to the upside? It was not. I was noticing this swoop down. I was like, let's try to get out at $200.50. We did. This was a nice, 50-cent scalp. I sometimes joke, I'll call it like intra-candle trading, where I like to, get in at the top or bottom of one candle and then get out on the opposite end here, as like what we did here. I'm super proud of this trade. Just kind of taking advantage of the way the market's moving and not trying to get married to positions or points of entry. Being nimble, being on our toes. I'm done waxing poetic about this, but I was happy it turned out, so I wanted to address it. We also have Meta, which was, I finished my short scalp here, and again, this is the one where I was kind of getting nervous as we broke above 307, but the range was consistent, so I kind of waited. I liked where we got in about I think it was 306.62, got out around that 306.25-30 area. Yeah, Meta seems pretty consistent around the range, but the more we kind of form this bottom around that 306.20 area, the more I wonder if we're actually headed for a more prominent or distinctive move to the upside. So I'm just going to kind of wait and see on this name for now. But for now, like range-wise, I think Meta's pretty funky and fun. Tesla's still kind of dancing around that $200.50 area. Could be a long from here on out, but I would probably wait. I'm going to wait for my friend Stressla to figure out what he'd like to be when he grows up, as he kind of dips below this 200 area here. This has been quite the name, Tesla, in general, but definitely all day. The stock is my friend and me for a reason. But yeah, if we continue to show support around that 250 area, I might get in for a long and then, fly up to VWAP in the EV, on the EV train there.
Nice. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a pullback right there. We talked about kind of this area potentially coming in, that 14,576 ish area on the NQs, and we are kind of coming in to test that area. And ES is also kind of continuing down. I want to get rid of this candle here. This candle kind of getting in the way. That's not the one. But yeah, we're catching a little bit of a sell-off here. So let's see what we can do, or what we're going to do here with kind of that level. I find interesting. Again, the reason being that it has tested from both sides here on the NQs, right? Kind of resistance or consolidation highs on the way up, and then on the way down, it's tested as consolidation lows. And take a look at that. We crack right through it, and then now we're doing a little bit of acceleration, catching a little bit of selling pressure to the downside once we do. Now, okay, so that's one piece of information. The question becomes, are we going to hold well above this point, or are we going to continue to the downside? We've seen how crazy of a run-up the market has had in the morning. So I think I think we've done about a 30% retracement. Yes. Can we get a 50% retracement? Now, we cannot forget who's on the board for today at 2 p.m. It is none other than the reversion man himself. So yeah, some crazy wild moves today. Maybe some reversions coming in potentially right now. Definitely we've reverted about 30% for sure. I don't have to measure it. I can just look at the chart because we're approaching that 50% mark quite aggressively right there. But we've definitely done a decent chunk of this move. We've retraced a decent chunk of this move as of right now. And take a look at the ES. ES is screaming back down. So that 42, we talked about that 42 kind of being of interest, and we finally kind of got above it quite distinctly today. A little bit of a pullback off of that first push off of that level here today. So decent look there. Let me know in the chat what you guys are looking at today. Marvell breaking down, says Larry Finkster. All right, let's take a quick look at Marvell. MRVL. Okay, so MRVL, a little bit of a breakdown. Yes, maybe some tailwind from the market kind of coming in as well. But take a look at this. We've held quite tightly in and around VWAP, right? So Marvell seems to be hugging VWAP quite well today. A bit of a core of the price action on the day. So yeah, sure, we are breaking down and attempting to push towards the lower end of this range since the midday session, but I don't know about a total full-on breakdown right there. The heaviness in the market is definitely distinctly heavier than what Marvell is doing today. So Marvell might be doing kind of its own thing as of right now. So nice watch.
Yeah, I just pulled up Aldera here, ALDX. This was the small cap one that was running earlier today, almost 50 mil in volume, about 48.2 here. So definitely interested in Aldera on this. You see a little bit of strength here on this 250. I was looking at this one earlier. It looks like we might be headed for a pullback, but this has generally been an area of support. But let's. I want to see what this one looks like on the daily as well. What did I do? It's always really interesting to look at these small cap runners. Sharif and I talk about this pretty frequently. They'll have their days to the upside and then they'll just swoop down. Aldera took a nice little tumble here on October the 13th. So we went from like $5.40 to like $1.06. Now we're at about $2.50. Yeah, I mean definitely a pop in this one after that AbbVie collaboration or licensing agreement. So yeah, it's of note, but I think, I wanted to check up on this one because it was a small cap runner earlier today. Still kind of interest, but I just kind of would like to get a better sense of what it does. If we go lower, maybe we'll short around VWAP. If not, we can maybe take this pop up here. Also, Tesla still kind of having a battle to figure out what it would like to be with its life around $200.50. I got in around 240 and then got out exactly at 240 just because I was feeling less confident in that baby long. So we got out. But yeah, still interested in this guy because I think it still needs to find a sense of direction. But whatever direction it happens to find, I'll maybe hop in. I'll take a little ride there. CDP in the chat asking if I trade the indices. I do not trade indexes as of right now. But, you know, I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to take, you know, different challenges on. I'm definitely open to looking into it, but I'd like to kind of learn more about them and how they trade first before I would get involved, truthfully. And as I say this, Tesla looks like it's trying to make another break of 201. So lots happening with the market and this name right now.
Yeah, we got a little decent little flush there on AMD. Coming in, and something peculiar, Amazon still attempting to try to push for its highs there, so that is very interesting to me. I do have to keep NVIDIA on watch here, like I said I would, kind of in this AMD short. Let's see if we can get a retest of that 105, kind of that 104.60 area I wanted to interact with before. I kind of it was a key area, and we kind of pushed right through it again, but if we push through that key area quite fast, I'm curious to know whether we come and maybe grab some licks down here at that 104.60. So maybe a little bit of a liquidity grab potential there. But I don't know. That's that could vary. That's a bit far away there. We're about a point away from that level. That 105 has to kind of push through first. But if we catch a little bit of a bid as we are right now, I could very well be wrong on this position. But it seems like we have pretty much started our descent kind of by going sideways. Like we said before, the trend is your friend until the end where it bends. So definitely a little bit of a bending going on here, sideways action. We've made a little bit of lower lows as well, some lower highs with respect to this consolidation. Let's see how far we can get here on AMD. That 105, definitely kind of a key area of interest, and some prices below that as well. We've seen the consolidations happen there on the way up. So let's see if we can catch a little bit of relief on the way back down. Before I pass it back to Adara, I just want to take a quick look at some of the top volume gainers for the day. And of course, AMD is number one. Clearly, very clearly, it's been quite a competitive arena since the morning, and this can clearly be the reasoning why that might be. So okay, so Tesla, of course, we know that we're involved in Tesla. I know there is trading Tesla right there. So holding below VWAP as of right now, but yeah, we talked about how it's been selling off a little bit. So I'm watching this 200 level. It seems like it really is getting a little indecisive here for the past hour or so, in and around this 200 level. Maybe it needs some more time there, but that reversal is definitely kind of coming in, that reversion back into VWAP. Let's see how far we can get past this point on Tesla. ALDX as well. I haven't really been watching this one, but nice trending to the upside, holding above VWAP as well. CLLS, this one was very interesting. These guys got a deal with AstraZeneca this morning, and some investments that they're doing as well in this company. Selectis, nice name for a biotech. I like that. I see what you did there, Selectis. All right, so yeah, it's done a decent move there, out the open, straight flush, kind of holding on to that 220, and then you attempt to break through some of these highs again, and we're getting a little bit of a pullback. So I think this news is pretty interesting. Potential for a multi-day move for sure, but whether or not that can happen, I think I want to wait and see how today prints, kind of day one off of the catalyst. A lot of opportunities. I'm not really taking part in those opportunities as of right now, but that day two kind of may be there if I'm looking for that continuation. It all depends on how today kind of closes. TGTX, another biotech. Now this one I didn't really see what it was, but it seems like it is up on earnings. So yeah, definitely strong off of earnings on TGTX. Now Ford, our friend Ford, we've been trading this and chopping this around over the past few days. We know that it's definitely been of interest, but something interesting for sure is that I can see it's struggling to get past this $10 mark over the past couple of days. So you break down that 11. That 11 was quite key, and then you break down the 10. You attempt the 10 in the pre-market today. You can't really get that far. So I am keeping that in mind going forward on Ford. So yeah, of course, Amazon we're watching already. Palantir, still kind of a choppy business here underneath that 15, so hasn't really gone too far. I know that people were trading SoFi yesterday, but I think, what did we say? Today is day 3 earnings, I think. Yeah, day 3 earnings, not the best, but I think I like day 2 and day 3 a little bit, but day 1 not as much. Clearly, as I'm struggling here with the AMD day 1 earnings, but day 2 definitely a decent one for me statistically as well.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Apple here because I saw someone mention Apple results gonna worst in the chat. So yeah, I mean, I think the Apple earnings are, I guess, was probably what's going to be happening here. Is talked about. Yeah, I'm seeing a bit of a top at 172. I'm briefly like flirting with the idea of getting in at 172 and doing a bit of a short here because it looks like the Apple's ability to hold 172 is kind of non-existent. So a little bit interested in this just for a short opportunity. So that's happening right now. I also I was looking at Estee Lauder EL as another long because I got in here and then got out. I think and arguably too early because we had this pop to the upside. It would have been like at its height like $3 in roughly from where I entered. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, I think I might have gotten to the train a little bit too early to get a seat here in the Estee Lauder. I was looking at it originally like when we broke above 107 again, right over here, right as I was about to put a fill in, we flew to the upside. So I am kind of waiting here. In the meantime, maybe we'll cancel my entry because I was going to enter around 107.35, but I'd rather enter right at the low points. I'm just going to keep an eye on the levels for this, watch and wait. I don't want to hop in too early. We're not going to go chasing waterfalls over here. Let's look at, I want to look at Intel, just thinking about chip names with the AMD discussion there too. Ooh, hello Intel, what are you doing? Definitely a retracement kind of forming here. A little bit of, could be support around 36.8, but I would kind of wait and see what it does here. If we break down below VWAP though, I could be very easily enticed to get on board for a short, just because I'm trying to practice, getting more comfortable with shorts and getting senses of points of entry. But this does look generally to me like a bit of a lopsided retracement. We are seeing these lower highs here, a bit of support at 36.8. So I think what it does here is going to make all the difference. Also, some people were mentioning ARM in the chat earlier, and I meant to take a look at it, and I did not get around to it. Another chip name. Oh, okay. Okay, ARM. Hello. Yeah, it looks. I mean, it's looking a little like head and shoulders-y over here in this area, for lack of a better term. But yeah, I kind of. If we do pop up here, again, this is another one like Intel. I want to see what it does at this level. If we move up at 49.8, I could go on that to the upside. If not, I could be enticed to the downside. But I would like to wait and see before I make any rash decisions on our friend ARM. How's the AMD short going?
It's still teetering around here, man. So I'm just watching it real close. That 106 still kind of showing us some trouble from both ends. No real distinctive action. We did bid right back up into that 106, but like I said, we've been consecutively making lower highs relative to some of these prices that we made before. So yeah, I'm kind of just holding on to this a little bit here for the move. But it seems like Amazon is raging to the upside, brand new highs on Amazon right there as the market kind of catches a little bit of a bid here. So yeah, definitely missed out on that trade. That one, we talked about that 135 going into that, going kind of consolidating on top of VWAP and holding on top of VWAP as well. And that 136 I'm seeing has about 400 lots right there on the ask. So let's see how well that 136 will potentially break there on Amazon. But yeah, crazy moves indeed. Here, what is this? C is asking, Obi, take a look at M. So I'm guessing Macy's. We can take a quick look at what Macy's is up to. Sure. All right. So Macy's is not doing too much. It's definitely has a little bit of a R vol, I guess. But a bit of a fade to the downside, broke below 12, broke below VWAP, and making new lows. So it attempts to make fresh lows off of this kind of a double bottom area that we had out the open, and then we're bidding right back up towards that VWAP. So that's definitely interesting for sure. Yeah, what are you guys looking at here on Macy's? Is there some sort of catalyst? Is there something interesting that's been happening on Macy's? It seems like it's just been kind of slowly churning to the upside here off of let's see, well, not off of earnings. I was going to say that might have been earnings, but that's just a dividend date. But off of these 1050 lows here, so a bit of a trend off of a $10, $10.50, $10, $11 failure to follow through, it seems, because you consolidate here, you break below, and that 1050 can't really go that far, and then you kind of come right back in to some of these prices from before. But yeah, off that previous earnings, straight quadunk, crazy earnings that we had last August there on Macy's for sure.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get in NVIDIA for like a tiny little range play. Like if I get 20, 30 cents, I will be pleased as punch here. Just because I'm noticing, we're kind of moving up and down in the range. If we decisively break below this kind of point where I've entered on the way to the downside, then I'll probably be interested in a longer term short as we crash towards VWAP. Trying to take time to analyze. I spent a lot of time looking at the tape before I made this move. Happy with it so far. Like I said, definitely not a longer term play, but for a little scalpy situation, I can dig it. I can get behind it, and I did. But yeah, so if we get to 416.30 here, we will be out of NVIDIA. There we go. There we go. Out of NVIDIA. Oh, this is not Tesla. This is TSAT, which seems like it's having a bad day. But let's go to Tesla, which has been having a very interesting day. If it can break above this, let's see if we can break above this 2015 area, because Tesla generally has been kind of forming a long pattern with the exception of this swoop down here that I took advantage of for this short. And then we formed a little bit of a bottom at that 205, but generally we are seeing, we saw a lot of support at 198, then we saw 199, 200, $50 cents. These generally, these longer plays, the slow move to the upside to a long story short, pun not intended. But yeah, so I mean, like if we can break above this point of 201.50, 201.60, which it looks like we're trying to do right now, Tesla could be a nice long. Right now, though, I kind of want to wait and see what it does. Yeah, very, very interesting chart, very interesting market all around too. Also, I want to pull up DoorDash because I was in this one earlier, and we got out. We made money on the whole trade, but I wish I'd taken everything out where I did, to be honest. But yeah, I think to me, a big moment of truth, a good test for DoorDash will be what it does around the 75 area, because we had a lot of support here earlier. It looks like we're not going to be making higher lows. This kind of looks like a mini retracement here, but I think the big moment of truth will be, can it withstand 75? If it can hold 75, I might get back in for a mini long here, and if it breaks 75, it could be an interesting contender for a short. And speaking of shorts, how goes AMD?
It's bidding back up into its range from before, like we said. So we did kind of break some lower highs, and we did bid back up above that 106 level. But I am watching some of the, like it's in a consolidation range here, right? As it kind of slowed down, like I said. So I still want to stay a little convicted on the short idea here, in and around this 106 mark. Here, not the best prices, but let's see if this idea will come into fruition here. But yeah, so something else that we were talking about is NVIDIA, right? So I am watching NVIDIA quite closely here, and we did respect VWAP quite well. Off of what is this price here on VWAP? 415.5, it would seem. So VWAP, a little bit of a VWAP respect. We did reject 420. That was kind of a key area on NVIDIA, and that reminds me that NVIDIA is not the only name that's teetering in and around that 420 mark. I think I had the SPYs. Okay, yes, SPY got above that 420, and then now we're trading below that 420 on the SPY. We did get back up into that 421, 422 area, a little bit of a wick there. So it seems quite toppy here as you attempt to push highs past 422, and then when you fail to follow through, you do a little bit of exhaustion there. You come in quite aggressively into VWAP, and then now you've used VWAP, which is also 420, that key level from before, and now we're slowly starting to bid below. So I think that may be setting us up for a potential, well, we have already retraced quite a good amount, but a potential test of these opening prices here at that 418, 419 level on the SPY. So a little bit of a V-shape recovery back down into that opening price. So we bid up out the open, and then now we're selling right back into that 419 area on the SPY. So not only is NVIDIA doing some interesting interaction with the 420, I'm just saying that so is SPY there on the day. So you see, nice comment there, Peter. I'm not gonna repeat that, but I don't know about that. I'm just reading the chat here. 202 on Tesla. Okay, so Tesla. Let's take a quick look at Tesla right there. Yeah, 202 coming right in. We talked about how VWAP has been interacting, and we are kind of chopping and churning in and around VWAP as of right now. That 200 hold, very interesting as well. That 200 holding quite peculiarly. Now, this name has been beat down quite significantly over the past few weeks, over the past couple of months even, if you want to call it. Yeah, that off of that earnings, that 250 rejection was very, very significant, and then we're getting the test of 200 now. So maybe a little bit of consolidation, 50 points below 250 rejection, which is kind of a key level as well. Not only a psychological level, but it also shows up on the chart as a bit of a technical level also. So I think it's interesting it'll be interesting to see where Tesla goes going forward with respect to that 200. Are we gonna fail below it? The momentum is kind of to the downside, as we did fail that 250 mark, and now we're testing that key level at around a flat 200. But yeah, definitely a lot of EVs maybe moving in sympathy with that. We see that Rivian today, we talked about a little earlier because you guys mentioned it in the chat, that Rivian is a little bit in step with the Tesla chart as well today. So maybe a little bit of sympathy happening on the EV charts. Let's take a quick look at LI and at NIO as well. So lithium, not really doing too much, just sideways kind of action in and around this 35 mark. And let's take a quick look at NIO here. NIO straight fades, yeah. Continuing to fade. We saw what happened here. This is the same kind of action with respect to Tesla. I think Tesla earnings are around this time, and you can see that since then we have been fading cleanly on the larger picture there on NIO. So some of these, oh yeah, CompSRX talking about Lucid as well. So let's take a quick look at what our friend Lucid is up to. This is a name I have not traded in a long time. I remember being involved when this was a SPAC. I think what was a SPAC for Lucid again? I think it was HCAC. No, CCIV. CCIV was the one. HCAC is a different one that I was also involved in. But yeah, so CCIV, when Lucid was in its glory days, those SPAC days, that was a wild move. Definitely one of my banger trades to go down in history, as we were long at pretty much the SPAC price, $10-11, and then I think off of the build up. it pushes up into 50s, and then the news comes in, and it was if you want an example of when they say sell the news, take a look at CCIV when that merger was finally I forget what it called, that merger agreement came out, and they finalized that deal on CCIV and with Lucid Motors. That thing straight quadrupled right off that news, and I think it might have been in the pre-market or it might have been in the after hours. I don't remember quite specifically, but that was a wild drop. I think we got some sells in the 40s and the 30s. So not a bad trade there. I do miss the SPAC days. It was quite wild. As again, almost riskless trading if you could get in near the SPAC price at that $10. So you kind of held basically it was like a special purpose acquisition type of stock. What are they called? Shell companies, kind of. It's pretty much kind of like a shell company, and they get publicly IPO'd, they're looking for a business to buy. So what they would do is that they would hold that floor. So there was literally a floor at the $10 mark. So if you could get in as close as possible to that $10, you pretty much had no risk, because you could call up your broker and be like, hey, listen, I know this is not trading at the SPAC price. I just want my shares back, and you would get them back for your floor price at the $10. So yeah, that was some definitely some crazy trading in that time, and unfortunately those kind of trades don't really show up anymore, where you're like, okay, well, I can just call my broker up and be like, I can get my shares back at the price, so it doesn't matter what it might be trading at right now. But yeah, crazy times indeed. It does seem like we are making relatively lower highs here on AMD. Let me just quickly pull up NVIDIA real quick and see what we're doing with that VWAP, and we're knocking on the door of that VWAP once again, right on top of that 415. So I like that look. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a sell-off on the market as well. The reversion man, no less than 35 minutes.
Oh. Yeah, it's getting close to his time to shine, his time in the spotlight. And the market will certainly react. Right now, I'm kind of kicking myself because I was trying to play this range and I thought we were getting a little bit higher in NVIDIA. I bought in at 46.40, and then we were kind of getting to that 416, I apologize, 416.40, then tried to get out around that 416.60. Right now we're kind of running below that. I'm going to stay in this, though, until we break kind of decisively below this 415.70 area, because that's kind of where a bit of a ceiling's been, just because I think we can kind of run up on a range play, which is what I was trying to do. But I will admit this point of entry was probably a mistake. We're just trying to minimize any blowback that I may feel from this trade. As got to make that most of the positions, trying to take advantage and get what we can and get out. Also, Meta's interesting. I've been keeping my little eye on our friend Meta here, because this one, we had a bit of a floor around that 306.20, which, as I was saying earlier, I was playing up and down for longs and shorts. Had a decent amount of success with that. It looks like now we're getting a little bit higher. The new floor might be this 306.40 area for a range play. I am a little bit interested, in kind of what's happening here, but the range is kind of getting smaller. I'd like to see a bit more constant momentum before I would be enticed to dip my toe into the water there. Also, we got out of NVIDIA. So all smiles there. Could have gotten out with a little bit more money, but it is what it is. Meanwhile, Tesla, like I said, shout out to MM in the chat mentioning when Tesla got to my point of interest, which was at 201.60. Because I was really interested to see what it would do at that time. We continue to go up. If it breaks 202, then I think, and a lot of people in the chat are saying this too, if we break 202, then it is a crazy long from that point. If we can't hold 202, I could still be interested in a short, but I'm really interested in what this one's doing as it's making, it has this general pattern to the upside, slightly positive on the day. And this one, the Joe Rogan Experience podcast with Elon Musk definitely, I think, gave it some traction earlier when he mentioned that basically the plan was they're going to try to make 20,000 Cybertrucks a year. That's the delivery plan. And then also apparently a lot of other really unique things being said. I think it's like over 2 hours long. Might have to give that a bit of a listen because I think it will be entertaining and provide some insight, to say the least. But yeah, I mean, kind of why Tesla was trending. Also, Tesla won its first case that involving that if autopilot was responsible for a car crash. They won that in America. They also won a case in China. That's over the last 2 days. So Tesla has had, Elon always has something to say, Damien saying in the chat. I mean, yeah, right? But I mean, 2.5 hours from what I've heard of something to say is certainly a lot. But yeah, I mean, this stock interesting. It looks like we might actually have trouble holding that 202. Looks like we're kind of headed to the downside. I might be interested for a short. So I'm going to keep my eyes peeled and my mind nimble as I look at this. Still in the AMD short?
Yeah, and it seems like we're raging back to the upside there on AMD. We did hold a relatively higher low, and yeah, I'm still kind of sitting short in this this idea here. I'm involved in this range bound kind of action, right? So although we get that strong push back up into the top of the range, I'm still waiting for I guess this to kind of come back into the range. Now, if it doesn't do that there, that's fine as well. I'm more than willing to get out of this when and if it kind of shows that this is totally incorrect. But yeah, so patiently waiting, like I said, to kind of let the move come in. We could very well be wrong because we are knocking on the door of highs, but the market is also getting a little bit of a turn here and knocking on the door of that 14.6 once again. So I'm curious to know what we do with that 14.6 as of right now. On the NQs. We kind of talked about that level from earlier, that 14.570-ish area, kind of a little bit of a consolidation high, consolidation low, just intraday, nothing too special, but you come right in through that level, and now we've rebid back through that. So definitely quite messy there, as we've lost pretty much the momentum that we had in the morning for sure. But as we kind of approach the end of that lunch session, maybe some of that pressure is coming right back in to this market there, Adara. So I do have to stay wary about that, and potentially just admit that I am definitely wrong on this position soon enough if these levels can't really hold as well as I'm looking for them to hold. But yeah, Amazon kind of pushing back through that 136 as well. So yeah, new highs on a lot of these names. I'm watching NVIDIA. NVIDIA held that VWAP for now quite well, and we are kind of catching a little bit of a curl. So let's take a quick look at our other friends. Apple pushing for new highs. Softy we just looked at. Amazon is also pushing for its highs, and Google, oh boy, Google's still kind of not really doing too much. That 125 area kind of holding below that. That's also VWAP. We talked about how VWAP was holding for a lot of these other names, but then Google is holding below VWAP. So not the best look there for Google, but definitely relatively weaker than some of these other names on the market, as a lot of the other large caps are pushing for highs, and all Google is doing is attempting to push into VWAP from the downside. So and also into 125, right? Kind of a key level, key area from before. We kind of see this double top here at that 125.40-ish level on Alphabet over the past couple of days. And then you come right back into that area and catching a little bit of a sell-off as well. So it seems as if that 125.5 may be a level of interest indeed. And if we are to break that, we may need some more time before that happens. But a little bit of a pop here on the markets. Amazon can't really get past its mark there. But yeah, that's all I'm really watching here for now, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I got in. I made probably an error. I got in on, because we were kind of swooping down here, for lack of a better term, on Tesla once we kind of got to that, initially when we got to that 201.60 area. Tried to get in on that short, and then we kind of popped back to the upside. I'm just trying to get out of this right now because I'm getting increasingly more and more the sense that we're going to be able to break above this to go to 202, and I do not want to be a part of it. while it does that. So we're currently trying to get out here. That being said, it seems like it's really kind of struggling to get to that 202. So we'll kind of see how this unfolds. But I think for now, I would like to see how it unfolds from an outsider's perspective and not as someone who is in the short. So trying to get out of that. We'll see how this all unfolds here as I'm desperately trying to get out of this one. But yeah, certainly an interesting, lots of interesting movement on Tesla here. It's been a really hard one to kind of look at as we were kind of dancing around if it really wants to make this 201.60, and that's why I felt comfortable in the short at the time when I was initially going to go in, right? Because we keep feeling this to get above this 201 area, and then of course that's when it kind of decides it wants to. So we did get out. We lost about 50 cents here. It's unfortunate, but I'd rather lose the 50 cents than potentially lose more because Tesla can move so quickly, and if I'm in that pop when it goes up to 200, I will not be thrilled. So that's the deal here on Tesla. If we break 202, like I said, I'm going to be really enticed here if we decisively break 202. Market has been doing so much. It looks like we're mostly pumping to the upside, though, and I can definitely learn from this lesson of should have just waited to see if it decisively broke 201 before I decided to put my hat into the ring. And it looks like you also got out of your short.
Yeah, I get stopped out of this short. Clearly, very wrong on the day. I'm not trading well at all today. I'm waiting for the moon. This short was a little bit in the money at the lower end of the range, but I'm looking for the break of that lower end of the range, and I let it get all the way to the top, and that strength is quite convincing that we could very well push through that 107. The market tailwind is coming in as well. We talked about a bunch of tickers, a bunch of large caps pushing for a high of day. The only one looking relatively weak is Google right now. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna cool off for the day. Again, FOMC day, right? Lesson learned, I don't want to be pushing too hard of a bias on any given name, especially on an earnings day one, right? Long or short, if I'm getting too aggressive and I'm not and it's not really working, I do have to step off. Again, that is not the best, but it seems like we're getting a little bit of a pullback off of that 107. So let's see. That 107, this strength that came going into that 107 was quite aggressive. So I'm like, okay, well, we're probably gonna be breaking that level right away. But it seems as though we got a little potentially capitulated into those highs there, as Amazon also pulls back off of its highs as well, off of that 136. So real quick, I'm going to take a quick look at this 136. I know we haven't been at some of these levels in a while here on Amazon, so let's take a quick look there. Yeah, a lot of lines from before. Actually, let's take a look at the hourly so we can get some better view at the price action itself. All right, so right here at that 136, 137 level, we saw that, where is this? In September, we got some aggressive selling, we got some aggressive selling off that 145. I think this was that, was this that exhaustion candle? I think so, yeah. So we had earnings in August. You kind of consolidate, pull back in, you attempt to break those earnings highs. You can't even hold them for more than a few days, and then you have aggressive selling back down to the downside, and then you wipe that whole earnings move within a couple of weeks there on Amazon, pushing well below into the 120s. So the fact that we've reclaimed into the one teens, we came down into 118, right, and then we picked right back up, holding that 125 kind of consolidation low as well. So yeah, looking left, I'm thinking about like, okay, well, there were sellers here in the past kind of getting aggressive in and around 140, 145, 135-ish area. And yeah, as of right now, it seems like we're just bidding slowly back up into those levels. So the question becomes, are these sellers going to show up again off of these prices, or are we going to continue kind of melting up or pushing back up to the upside? If so, that 146 will definitely be interesting, as it is. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it is a multi-month high right there. Yes, so that 146 area, take a look at that. It is that is the high for this year. And a little bit of last year as well. We haven't seen if we do go past that price, we haven't seen those prices since last August. So it's been over a year since we've seen some of these prices here above that 140, 145 before this, right? Before this consolidation in August. So about a year before this, and yeah. So we're pushing back up into those areas. So I'm curious to know if and when those sellers will come back in, or are we just going to steadily just grind back up towards those prices using that earnings kind of action and holding it back up into the upside there. So yeah, as I speak, take a look at that. AMD still chopping around that 107. Definitely very, very strong on the day. Like I said, I do not want to be fighting it short anymore, but looking for that next trade there on Lone Sofo saying camel trap. What's the trap there, Lone Sofos? I'd like to know. SRPT long saying Neil MacArthur. I know this one. Wow, take a look at that. That's blasting right through into that 107. So it's a good thing. Yeah, definitely wild. It's a good thing we got out. Definitely wrong up here as prices are knocking on the door of fresh highs, going well into the middle session of the day, right? Like usually that action, that strength is very rarely held throughout the day, kind of like up and to the right from the open into the close potential coming in here on AMD. But yeah, let's take a look at SRPT real quick. And see what that name is up to. We know that they were sold off quite aggressively yesterday on I think it was results from their drug trial. I think not as expected, and you get a crazy quadunk to the downside, almost a 50% drop to the downside on SRPT yesterday, but we've only been bidding up since, right? We've only been bidding up since, so maybe a little bit of a reversion to a potential overreaction on the name. And this name has been, I guess if you look a little bit to the left there, we have traded these prices earlier last year, mid last year. It would seem 2020, June, July, we were in these prices and we broke back above. And this shelf has been held all year right here off that 100 level. So where can we potentially revert to? I have no idea, but it seems like this gap is getting a little bit filled here there. So yeah. We have yet to see where SRPT goes to, but yeah, pretty. I think a little bit of an overreaction on the kind of news that they had. I personally was looking for a short yesterday, and as you can see, we didn't. You had a couple chances to short in the pre-market, but out the open, it barely gives you a decent chance to short. Maybe a little bit here at the end of the day. I was watching this action, but you still hold above VWAP and kind of continue to the upside today. So SRPT long, definitely. Not wrong today, so I forget who that was in the chat that pointed that out, but yeah, definitely working out very well the long on the SRPT. People talk about AMC now. AMC, what's AMC up to? I know you were trading this yesterday. Yeah. It had some crazy strong price action yesterday, but today it seems like we're wiping back down. Literally that whole range of prices that we made and attempted to do yesterday, we kind of break back down and push back as if yesterday didn't even happen. We sell off that whole price range there on AMC. So maybe yeah, the short on AMC today is definitely one to be on.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about Tesla and its state of utter confusion. I will be really honest. We got involved in this. Like I said, the short, and I think both times I just should have waited to kind of see what we did. Took the short, lost a little bit on the short, and then I decided to get in on the long because we were kind of pumping towards 202. then we fell back below. We were trying to hold 201.50. I got out too late. We didn't lose too much on either of these trades, but I can definitely like reflect and be like, I should have waited to kind of see what the action was here. Maybe I should have stayed in my short in the first place. Just kind of trying to be more patient once I'm in a trade. I find it's a really big thing, and then just more patient entering and exiting the trade as well. But also shout out to Jameson Barna on this trade. Can we get a pump in the chat? Can we get a pump it? I don't know if I can do, just the way Sharif does it, but
Yeah.
pump it. I cannot do it.
He's got a special way of
The
doing
cadence.
the pump it. Yeah,
it's just a beautiful
very
cadence that I cannot
hard to replicate for sure.
I could not replicate. Also, anonymous in the chat, Stressla is more Stressla than ever. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's kind of looking like a Mesla right now, but very stressful. I'm gonna let it do what it needs to do here. Also, I want to look at EL again, Estee Lauder, because I was interested in it. Like I said, I was kind of interested in getting back in this around that 107. Missed my fill. Kind of happy I did because we just kind of kept chopping around. It looks like we might break below this 107, and I say this because it looks like we're having a little mini head and shoulders happening here, as far as I can tell. Like the head here, shoulder, shoulder. If we can maintain 107, then this could still be a long, but we're already at like 106.80. Looks like we are dipping to the downside here. So yeah, it'll be an interesting one to watch. I also want to look again at another one I was trading earlier, DoorDash. What I was saying with DoorDash is like if we break this 75 area, I lose interest entirely. We kind of did break below that 75. We're still chopping above it or around it, but it's not really anything that I'm interested in getting into or getting in on. We're going to leave this for the time being. But earnings are tomorrow. This could be another, because I like trading this around VWAP. When we have earnings, I think this will definitely be of interest. Also, looks like we had a little swoop down in the market. Really happy I got out of Tesla when I did, because now we are dipping below that 201. And I think people are saying Tesla will go to the moon. I think it could, but I think I prefer kind of scalping, getting in and out of those trades. I don't think it's going to be happening anytime soon, so I'm going to stay out of that until we have that definitive action, just because Tesla keeps stressing me out. So we're just going to kind of leave that be for now. Also, Netflix continues to be of interest, but not for me to enter because we learned our lesson after 2 losses. But yeah, we were kind of, because I was liking, we looked like we were having a bit of movement to the upside. I got fooled. That was definitely my mistake. Should not have. Oh, no, actually, okay, so I thought I got in. I got out here, but I got in here because we were seeing these candles, these green candles to the upside, and we were kind of holding strong in this area for a little bit. We fell out. I got out. The long from like 415.5 to 417 could have been interesting. I did miss that because I decided I was kind of going to let this stock be for a little bit. But yeah, it looks like we're just kind of chopping around below VWAP, although we did have a lot of strength earlier. On that news that we had the, I guess their subscriber numbers for the ad tier were pretty high. That was announced. So that was the reason for this initial Netflix pop here. Couldn't really regain that momentum around lunch, though. Another one with news I want to look at is Microsoft. This one had the 1 billion LinkedIn subscribers. I had a mini short here that did not really go super well. So that, yeah, just bringing that up here because that's also here. But yeah, I mean, this one around VWAP is kind of interesting story. It's kind of hard to look at the chart because of the dark pool wick here. But yeah, we kind of moved around VWAP, jumping around, definitely kind of chopping and churning. Not as weak as Google, which is having such a hard time getting above VWAP, but definitely dancing around here. And then also I want to mention DH in the chat. Intel bounce at 36.48 question mark. Let's find out. Let's take a look here. Ooh, okay. 36.48. I'm seeing like 36, like 6 kind of area. I think if we continue to see a bottom here, we could bounce. If we get any low, I guess 36.48. Yeah, I see what you mean because we had some support earlier kind of around that area. There we go. Okay, around 36.50. Yeah, I think what it does here will also be of note, 36.60. The point I'm trying to make is I think Intel could be along, at least in the shorter term, if we see some support at a certain level, like what we're kind of sort of trying to see at 36.6. But honestly, it looks a bit like a retracement for me in that we are seeing these lower highs kind of coming down over here. We dip below VWAP. I think what it does kind of at this 36.6 level could be of interest, but I am going to kind of wait. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm just reading the chat here. Ray G asking, will the market react to no raise? And then other people, is the Fed going to raise again? And I think Dan Emmons asking, if Powell raises, is that considered a pause of the pause? That's pretty funny. Here's the thing: if it comes out as expected, I think we kind of saw what happened last time when things come out as expected. The thing is, like, in my opinion, I don't know if you want to go into it with too strong of a bias, but if things come out as expected and we start to sell off on that news, or we start to bid up on that news, you can just react effectively as well as possible to that news and to what the market wants to do. I don't know what the market wants to do, regardless of what we come out. Like, it could come out as anything, and we could do whatever, right? But I think that if it doesn't come out as not expected, then you might have something on the table, a little bit more powerful on the table for sure. But a little bit of as expected news, maybe in my opinion, a little bit of a sell the news, because like that's what you were expecting. You're like, okay, well, that's pretty much what we were waiting for. But I could very well be wrong. Things are very, very strong on the day, right? So I think even if we do sell off, we've made quite a cushion for ourselves on the downside, right? Based off of the buying and bidding that we've had. So I don't know, up or down, I have no idea. But maybe that's something we can ask. Maybe that's something we can ask the 8-ball here. So let's see. FOMC comes out as expected. Are we going up or down? I don't know. Let's take a quick look. Oh no, what is it? That says, better not tell you now.
Better not tell you now. Scotia Ominous.
Oh,
thank you,
Buffett's
Warren.
phone?
Hello.
I think that's the wrong number.
Wrong number. You don't think he would want to call you? I love that reaction. That's too funny. Someone saying up then down Ocean Goose in the chat here. Yeah, that could definitely be the case. I think it will definitely be volatile. Absolutely, for sure. Definitely something worth watching. So it'll be, whatever happens, you'll see it here on Trader TV, which will be certainly exciting. Sideways, someone's saying as well. Yeah, I think that's another opportunity.
Three things we can do: up, down, or sideways.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
If you have a plan for all three of those things, then it doesn't matter what happens.
Yeah.
You will most likely be involved. Right.
That's a good point.
So it's like, or not involved if it does nothing. I don't know. But yeah, if you have a plan for each side of the move, you know that it can only go one of three ways. Then that might be setting yourself up for a decent opportunity, right? You're prepared for whatever may happen, and yeah. So I think that might be a good way to potentially tackle it on going forward. But yeah, looking for the 8-ball. Yeah. So when I have no idea, I tend to ask I guess the 8-ball to get a good idea of it. But yeah, AMD still chopping and churning, kind of higher end of the range here. Like I said before, clearly, if it wants to do this, we're definitely wrong on the short for sure. And yeah, it's only made consecutively higher lows there. We thought that we might be coming in nice over here into the 105.30s, and what do? I cover nothing. Again, we talk about the degeneracy right there. I think I was about 70 pennies in the money, and I cover it for 70 pennies against me. So like, what am I really looking for? I gotta really ask myself there. Clearly, very degen trading, no real structure to the risk reward there. Don't want to be taking one-to-one trades. It makes absolutely no sense. Well, in this specific scenario here, that's what I mean. I see.
Yeah, I mean, I've been speaking of things that are making no sense, although I guess it kind of is. Meta's little breakdown at this 306.40. As I was saying, the range was really predictable earlier, and then when we checked it a little bit later, we were getting a little bit choppier. And then it saw 306.40 and was like, yeah, never mind. We're going to go swoop to the downside. We're down almost $1 from that point where it had this move to the downside. I'm considering entering this as a short because it doesn't really look like it has a bottom, but it also concerns me that we don't really see a bottom. Do you know what I mean? I think I'm a little bit more comfortable shorting if I do have a better sense of range, which I don't when a stock is kind of free falling during the midday. That being said, it doesn't really look like Meta wants to make a recovery. We're below VWAP. I think it could be a short opportunity. I'm going to keep my eye on it. Also, Google. Let's take a look at Mr. Google over here. Yeah, this one, as Obi was saying earlier, so weak, just so weak. We kind of took this tumble from. Let's look at this. We had like slightly higher highs, if you want to call them that, just like a hair higher, up until at 10:55. Then we swooped to the downside, danced below VWAP, had a high, went lower, kind of continuing the stair step to the downside. Tried to break below VWAP, could not do it. I think for me, it'll be of interest seeing what it does at this 124.7 area. If we break below that, then I think, continue to go to the downside. If we can kind of hold above here and break above VWAP, then it could be a long. Kind of waiting to see what happens here. Also, shout out, thank you to Anurag in the chat. We start to pump just before the FOMC minutes release, so be cautious shorting now. Thank you, I appreciate that. This is my first time trading kind of before the FOMC stuff, so I do really appreciate the insight there. And I will be more careful with that in mind. That being said, though, Meta really does seem to be on a rocket ship to the downside, so I'm gonna be wary of that. I'm also gonna keep an eye on and kind of decide what I want my move to be, but I do appreciate that insight. And Meta does not appreciate 305 because we're breaking below that point.
Yeah, it's some little bit of a pullback potential here on the market here. Yeah, definitely Meta pulling back in, and I got the futures and the SPY up here as well. And we talked about how that kind of that 420 is a level of interest, and we're kind of selling off a little bit off of that level. You attempt to take it. We talk about it confluencing with VWAP at the same time. So not only do you get a 420 reject, you get a VWAP reject as well, kind of testing the lower end of this consolidation low right there on the SPY. But yeah, you can see that the ES and the NQ are kind of following in step for that sell-off, a little bit of a pullback here. As of right now, we haven't broken through these consolidation lows on the NQ at least. The ES is knocking on the door of these consolidation lows. These are 15-minute candles, and you have about 5 of them being printed with the lows being right at that level right here. What is that? Just that 42.25-ish level, and we're knocking on the door of that once again. So the question becomes, we've got about 10 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print, so we still got a lot of time. So if that level wants to stay a little bit defensive on the ES or the SPY, I think we still have a few more minutes just to see if that will come in to fruition there on that level hold. So going forward, again, FOMC very, very soon. Don't necessarily want to be, I want to stay observant as much as possible. I think somebody in the chat was like, oh, we bid up before the FOMC. So yeah, I guess I'll be watching for that to potentially happen as well. I don't know. Do you have stats on that? Like, how often have we bid up going into FOMC right before it? Because if you have stats on that, that may be very well a trade within itself. Just going into the FOMC, take a look at that. We're getting some strong action there. I'm seeing a lot of green above the ask here on the tape on AMD, and here comes in 107 and 107, new high a day on AMD. So this thing, like I said, is absolutely ridiculous. Like, we are pushing up into new highs. But something more ridiculous than AMD is clearly my risk management, because I was unable to properly manage my risk. I gotta respect, if the pressure is there, the pressure is there. I gotta respect it, man. Have much left to improve. Much further to go in terms of coming up with better systems for that risk management structure there. But yeah, AMD wants to stay hella strong on the day, and that 107 does come in quite nicely. Obviously, that initial test, that dollar break is not very clean, but we are still holding in and around that level, and now we're back above bidding through that 107. So a little bit of a nice look there as the market looked like it was kind of coming back into the downside, and then it catches a little bit of a bid, and AMD seems like it's using any sort of excuse to push push into the book there on the long side. Yeah, so that 107. I'm curious to know what AMD will end off at today. Maybe this is going to the moon. Maybe this is going to 110. But clearly, the short is not the right way to take this one today. I'm also watching, I guess, Chill Vibe saying AMD 110 this week. Yeah, man. Here, let's take a quick look at some of those. Yeah, exactly. If it's going to continue with this kind of pressure, we've done about over 10 points already. We opened up, well, if you want to count the pre-market session as well, but out the open, we go from, what is this, 99s, 98s. In the pre-market, we were at the 97s and the 96s, and right now we are pushing 107s. So almost about a 9 to 10 point move off the open on AMD. Earnings day one, very, very strong there. We saw that bit of shake and bake kind of action in the after hours off of the earnings move, and then you come in and you hold above that earnings reaction high. You can't even get to those lows again out the open. So definitely a decent look there through those highs, and we are continuing to go up on the day there, Adara. So I guess SPY's held as well. Didn't necessarily broke down, caught a bit of a bid. So the next one I want to go to is NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA is holding on to that VWAP right there. So yeah, it does seem like to me that AMD is using any and every excuse to push push into the sellers there, as the buyers are clearly in charge on the day on AMD today.
Yeah, somewhere else the buyers are apparently in charge is Tesla. I saw this, we broke below that 200, so I was trying to get below there, and now we're kind of, unfortunately, very much breaking above that, much to my chagrin here. So hopefully we can try to get out of we just got out there. I wish, honestly, at one point while I was in, we kind of were continuing to break below the 200, and I just wasn't able to get my fill. We flew to the upside. Just trying to kind of, this name, honestly, I should have stayed away from, especially because we were kind of seeing that support at 200. But I saw that break below, because we did at one point decisively break below 200 on Tesla. Just, as you can kind of see here, and then we kind of swoop back up. I should have waited. And I see with someone saying in the chat, Alan, I'm actually long Tesla. I think the longer it holds 200, the more chances for a pump there are. That's a good point. I think especially like on the scalp, on the shorter term, I do think we're definitely kind of seeing this continuous pump kind of around 200. And as, of course, now I'm out. Now we're kind of heading back to the downside on this name. But I was having a conversation with Dan, too, earlier in the chat with regards to just the shorting and kind of a situation where, like, getting in kind of not at the right point and then leaving too early, kind of freaking out and leaving too early. But, I'm honestly, like, I'm just happy I'm being able to try shorting. I was having, after our conversations with you and Sean that I was having on camera yesterday, I was kind of reflecting a lot, like literally staring up at the ceiling, being like, it's not really that much riskier than longs. It's the same concept. I just needed to get out of my head on it. So there we are. I'm out of my head. We're trying these shorts. And we're learning right here. Obviously, it would be really nice if this was actually the opposite, where we got in here and out here. But it is what it is. Looks like Tesla might be willing to break that 201 again. But yeah, the more times we fail to decisively hold above 202, the more I kind of lose confidence in Tesla beyond that 202. I do have to say here.
Nice. Yeah, I do like that you're dabbling on the short side there. Definitely kind of. I'm sure you're feeling it. It's pretty much the same kind of concepts in terms of, like, you have to be precise with your price. You have to kind of be patient and wait for it to come in. And something I like to kind of remind myself is that I want to be like buying kind of the flushes that hold previous levels and then selling kind of pops that fail. Right, so it's like clearly I'm not really following that system of mine as I kind of shorted here. Take a look at this AMD. AMD is pushing well past that 107. We're pushing up into 107.20s here on AMD. When will this stop? Who knows? But the market kind of catching a bid. We held that area that I was talking about earlier. You kind of come back into that initial consolidation area on the NQs, and then you bid right back up. So pretty much going nowhere. It seems like we're going sideways, waiting for the FOMC results to come out. And only about a few more minutes till that happens there. So yeah, let us know what you guys have been trading in the morning, because we're gonna be heading off a little bit earlier today because of the FOMC announcement. So we only got a few minutes here left for us. But yeah, let me know what you guys have been trading today. People talking about Roku. All right, David apparently has been trading Roku today, and I think we did a little bit of a covering of the Roku. And yeah, we talked about how it's kind of holding on to that VWAP, and it's churning in and around that VWAP today. So we are getting some more of that VWAP churn, kind of using that level as a core of price action today. We saw that crazy kind of a bid up yesterday, holds and accelerates above VWAP, barely any relief until the end of, or until midday, and then out the open, you get all the relief and then bids back up, so you're kind of wiping that move. So maybe some consolidation happening in and around underneath that $60 level there on Roku. But yeah, if you guys made some chops on the Roku, all the power to you. Definitely giving you some nice opportunities, especially if you're playing the reversion kind of play there, or even kind of retesting some of these levels from yesterday. That consolidation out the open, take a look at that bounce. The low of day is right off of that consolidation from yesterday. So that consolidation holds quite well and pushes back in to the upside there. So yeah, people, Ariel saying trading LMT. All right, let's take a quick look at LMT and what LMT is up to. Is this doing any sort of RVOL? Not really doing too much RVOL on the day. What is this average? It averages about 1.3 million on the day, and it's only done about 400K. So, all right, so nothing too crazy happening here, but a nice little fade on LMT. The Hayes Records with the super chat, thank you, saying 5 out of 9 on my Amazon contracts Gambit. Okay, L's are less than 10%. Yeah, very nice. Hold on, let's take a quick look at that Amazon. So yeah, nice. So it's been trending up for the most part, kind of very similar story to the rest of the market here. But yeah, nice. 5 out of 9 trades on Amazon have been great for you. Good stuff, man. I only took about, what is this, 1, 2, 3, 4 trades on Amazon today, but yeah, didn't necessarily get further involved. But as of right now, our time is up, Adara, and we will be joining you guys tomorrow. But before I'd like to pass it off to Brendo at the big desk. So take care. Good luck with FOMC.
There we go. Welcome in. Yeah, 15 minutes to go before we get to the actual rate decision. 30 minutes thereafter, you'll see that coming from Fed Chair Powell. We'll talk a little bit leading up to 2 o'clock here